Check the back seat.
All right, come here.
Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the back seat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover and just crossed him over nastily. Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
The crossover, you didn't point at me. You yelled at me literally 3 weeks ago because you pointed at me and I didn't say anything. I would need a point. Give me the point.
You haven't needed a point for the last couple weeks. You've been great.
Can you point at me, please?
It's a crossover powered
This
by
is the crossover powered by Every Level Concrete Repair and Omaha, everylevelconcrete.com.
Are you triggered today?
No.
He feels a little triggered.
You seem immediately triggered.
Yeah, that was like a 0 to trigger.
You seem so triggered.
Yeah.
No, we were just talking. See, some people think that like when I'm not speaking, I'm upset, like, or I'm mad.
No, our
wasn't that,
problem
it
was you were speaking a lot.
That
and
was
loudly.
the part that I thought you were triggered about.
No.
That and your baseball 10-second topic right before we started.
Yeah,
No, I don't want to talk about.
Why don't you want to talk about baseball?
It's just like, I
But
don't
your
really-
Mavs are winning.
But I don't really. I don't really care. Like, I just don't like.
It seems like you
that's
cared.
a Thursday segment.
Like, yeah, I don't really care. Like, it's one of those things where I enjoy watching baseball, but it's like I'm not gonna have
baseball
overly strong opinions about a team that I don't fully pay attention to.
Wow.
Do I think that they sometimes make some stupid decisions? Yes.
Who is they in that sentence?
We don't have to dive into it.
The
Interesting.
Chicago Cubs.
They
never mind.
definitely do.
Nebraska's now up. Sorry for your Mavs.
Black Cat writes Austin Day.
Hello.
Famously, it is with Austin today, as we all knew.
All
in
of
this
us know
studio.
that.
That's
all
right.
of us knew in
It
the
even
studio.
says it on Twitter.
Yeah, two people in this studio tried to kick me out.
No,
Oh,
one
just
person.
Oh,
That guy.
my Gen Z brother. You know what? Gen Z Day is canceled.
I wasn't trying to kick you out.
Whoa.
I'm just an idiot.
It is
Oh,
Gen
that's
Z
not
Day.
fair.
I'm just dumb.
It's always Gen Z Day.
Have you seen Crime 101 recently?
No.
You should see it. You would like it.
Oh, that's a
What's-
film, isn't it?
That's-
It's the one with Chris Hemsworth.
Yeah.
And Halle Berry.
Yeah, she's
Yes.
great in it.
They're also like 2 decades apart in age, but that's fine.
They
I'm
was-
sure they're
not-
romantically
Bill
interested.
Belichick says actually that's close in age.
That's fair.
They're
Good
not
point.
romantically interested at
Oh,
all.
they're
in the
not.
movie.
Oh,
No.
they're just cohorts.
Kind of.
They don't.
You have cohorts.
What's a cohort?
It's like a companion.
Oh,
yeah,
a pal,
but a
friend.
non-dating.
They're not really.
companion.
No, they're not really cohorts in the movie.
Do you have any
Oh.
female friends that you are like non-sexually attracted to?
Yeah,
wow,
they're
interesting.
all the women I hung out with in Chicago.
Wow. Okay. So what if these women are listening right now and they just found something out very shocking to them?
No, they all know.
breasts!
They're all very well aware.
Have you
that
been
we're just
leading on
friends.
women in different states?
No.
Wow.
Not
Chicago!
Grace,
That's
Grace,
something.
Mia, Maggie, Caroline, and Lily all
Wow.
know that nothing
Why are you
will ever
doxing
happen.
these women?
That's those are Gen Z
Mhm.
names.
Those are all of my girlfriends that I have no
Wow.
sexual attraction.
Some
to.
would say you have females in different area
I'm
codes.
going to tell you right now, all
Whoa.
of them are a mess. I just,
What's wrong with them?
yeah, they're.
Like
I
they
don't
need
want,
to clean themselves?
No, they're all.
Oh,
fairly
you hang out
clean
with messy
people.
women. Interesting.
Like drama, like
the
drama.
real the Real
They all got
Housewives of
something
Chicago.
going on. You know, we're greatest friends.
Chicago!
Half of them got boyfriends either way too.
You're
you know?
taking out your Chicago friends' girlfriends and not alone in the
Wow.
night in Chicago.
You must be friend zoned hard.
I do sometimes, like when they get boyfriends, like they automatically hate me because I'm like the one that's like really good friends. with
Because
all
you
the
keep
chicks.
trying to get with them.
No, I don't.
That's
That
probably
hasn't
why.
happened. I just had a crush on
Hey.
Mia when we were in sixth grade.
say Mia.
In sixth grade, I asked her out and she said, "Ew, no."
Classic Matt
Yeah.
crushing on Mia.
And so then all these years later, you kept going back to Mia, back to the old Mia well.
No,
Hey,
we're
Mia,
still friends.
What's up, Mia?
So.
Stop it.
Ooh, Stibbs writes, I know a little bit about being friend zoned.
We all do. Have you never been friend zoned before?
Never.
Was
You've
friend,
never been
was
friend
friend
zoned?
zoned a term of yours back in the day?
Of course it was.
He's not that old.
I invented it. Yeah, I'm not 100.
You invented
Oh,
it?
okay.
You would be are you a moodle?
I don't know what that means.
A
Oh,
man,
right.
a man poodle.
I
You
don't know
just-
what that means.
You're just making things up. now.
Everybody
Brazy.
Everybody loves
That's
to
real.
take everybody loves to take the moodle on the walk, but no one wants to screw the moodle.
I don't.
I don't.
Well, I don't. Except for that episode of Black Mirror.
It's just
I
a
think that's the
very
only
it's
time
just,
that would
it's-
happen.
It's just a very like weird way of describing of like
You need to go
a
see a
best friend.
therapist.
I should.
It's called bestiality. You shouldn't be doing that.
Yeah, Matt.
I
That's
didn't
illegal.
say I was screwing poodles.
Well, you said no one wants to, and it implied that
What,
maybe you
do
did.
you want to?
No,
Ooh.
I have my own dog at home.
I thought
Well,
you were
that's
gonna-
disgusting. How dare you?
You freak. Prison Matt writes,
Hi,
what
Prison Matt.
McMaster is describing isn't friend zoning, it's unification. He's talking about you being a eunuch. Do you know what a eunuch is?
Oh.
No, I
You never watched
I've-
Game of Thrones?
This is
Oh.
this is literally we have all been friends since grade school.
Yeah.
We've all just
So
we're
you
at we're
Get a
at
certain part of your body cut off.
there's a point where
Not
it's just
toes?
like women
Not
just
that part.
yeah.
Little
higher,
higher.
lower.
Little higher.
If I got with any of those women, it would be like kissing my sister. So it's just like, and I don't know what
Ah,
kissing my
nice.
sister it feels like, but I imagine
Matt
it's
Nick
not a great
incest.
feeling. Speaking about Game of Thrones, the
Good reference.
Targaryens they love screwing each other.
Good reference.
You know what the things we do for love.
Just wow.
Hmm.
Wow. That's episode 1. I think
I
you said
know.
you didn't watch it.
You know
He
me.
watched
Spark
episode
notes
1.
it.
Wow. You Spark Notes the pilot of
We've
Game of
already had
Thrones?
this convo.
Is SparkNotes still a thing? Do
I
people
don't
Spark
know.
Notes?
I don't know.
No,
No, they use Chat GPT and all that other
Oh,
garbage.
that's right.
I've
Do
already-
my homework, chat.
I've already
Yeah.
said this. I got through the first 3 seasons of Game of Thrones, and then it just was a little too long for me. Like
The
I was
first 3
just-
seasons?
yeah.
That's a ways to get in before you say
And then
I'm good.
like season 4 came, and I was just like, I'm really not that like committed anymore, and I'm like, I don't love this to the point where I'm willing to watch hour episodes.
How
or
many
whatever.
seasons are there? 7?
There's 7.
Okay.
8.
And they're what 9 episodes?
And
apiece?
I was
First 6 seasons are 10, and then it's 8 and 7.
Then-
or 7
man,
and
that's a
They
6.
lot
did
of
that thing where the
7.
second to last episode was always the crazy one.
I was waiting.
Crazy.
I was waiting. So
That was good.
I started watching halfway through, like season 7 was coming out when I started season 1.
Okay.
And then I got to the point in season 4. I'm like,
Wait, so you watched The Red Wedding and you were like, nah, I'm good?
Yeah.
Wow,
Really?
that's wild.
The Red Wedding was awesome.
Or is that where you want your fandom to end? You're like, this is the peak. It will never
I
get
just
better
kinda
than
You know
was
this.
what?
like-
I wish I could have stopped reading the books after book 3.
Was that-
that is awesome?
Was that after Arya went to that other place?
The Faces?
Yeah,
Oh,
where
she did that in season 5.
Yeah. Okay.
I just kind of was like I don't think it was bad or anything like that. I was just like, this is just a really big time commitment, and I'd rather be watching the Cubs play. You know,
And you don't even do
yes.
that anymore.
I do that
Like twice a week.
Yes, that's ample to be. That's plenty of time.
But think
to
about
watch your
all the
team.
time in between. You could be watching Game of Thrones.
Yeah, especially now your show finishes at 2. You could go home and watch Thrones.
Yeah, and you're not in Chicago hanging out with your not girlfriends.
Yeah.
Okay, I think you asked
Got
that question. Like, do you have women in your life that you're friends with that you aren't sexually attracted to? For me to say no,
Mm-hmm.
and so you could make fun of me about it. But then
Matthew,
I answered,
I would never.
And then I answered yes, and now you've somehow spin zoned it where you're making fun of me that I have girls
Matt
who I'm friends
zoned.
with who I don't want to have sexual relationships with. How
Mm.
did that happen?
That's a good question.
I
Joe,
feel like
question.
I was put in a Jacobson trap.
Joe in Vegas
You know?
writes, Austin shows up on the show and immediately Matt goes into defensive mode. Someone
Because I know the
that
shots
boy
are coming.
a
I know the
lifeline,
shots are
he
coming.
needs it. You guys are boys, though. I thought you guys have that podcast
You know
that you
what?
record.
That we
You
did
guys
do.
need another new. You got to record a new podcast.
Here's-
We determined Chuck E. Cheese.
Chuck E.
is the
Cheese
second
is gonna be the
location.
You
second
want
location.
everything to be sticky? That's how everything is going to get sticky.
What do you mean by that?
Everything
don't-
is sticky in
Yeah,
Chuck
I
E.
don't-
Cheese.
I don't know.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Yes.
I
That's
assume-
really weird. We started talking about women, and then you started talking about things being sticky.
Yeah,
All right,
kinda
that's a
weird.
bit of a
We
stretch.
started
man.
talking about Chuck E. Cheese,
I'm
and then
Rick
everything
Mask.
in Chuck
I
E.
stretched the
Cheese
floor, baby.
is sticky because of all the children in Chuck E. Cheese.
That
Call
is
me
fair.
Stojakovic. I'm pushing the defense out.
I think it is fair that
Asia.
at some point in your life, you do have to have a pitcher of beer and a pizza at Chuck E. Cheese.
I think that's a total coming of age.
right?
I've never had a picture of beer at Chuck E. Cheese.
I haven't
Wow.
either.
You've never really grown up,
Because
have
I
you?
haven't
never
been
really
there
lived.
since I was a child.
And you didn't have a pitcher of beer back then?
No, sadly, no.
I came up with the idea to do Chuck E. Cheese with Austin because they were trying to do like a serious Herd at Sports
Yeah, that's right.
thing where they were like, what's a place in Omaha that got closed that you would like to reopen? Or like, what can Omaha add? And people were
Oh
like,
yeah, it was like, what's a national chain that Omaha needs to bring in? And
Yeah.
I said a second Chuck E. Cheese.
Yes.
That's funny.
everybody else was being very serious and like thinking about it. And Austin just literally leaning back in a chair, nonchalant goes, Second Chuck E. Cheese.
Where's the
And
first
you-
one? Is it over here still on?
Oh, yeah.
72nd, yeah.
You can hear the person recording Austin give like a, ugh, you know.
Or
Wow.
It's always
like,
Anna
it's-
Bellingham.
it's
She's
84.
always
I was gonna
mad at
say,
it.
yeah.
Always mad about that.
Wow.
I do think there was a significant lack of Shake Shack in that. I'm a big Shake Shack guy.
I love
That's
Shake
my
Shack.
answer.
Am I a Shake Shack or a Steak and Shake? I'm always a Shake
Shake
Shack.
Shack by
Shack, a million
far.
percent,
Steak
yeah.
and Shake overrated. I've only had
That's
it
what
once.
I
though.
say. But so many people come at me and they're like, "Oh, the Shake Shack, it's too
Yeah.
fancy." I like it fancy.
What, Matt? What?
Oh, Chicago,
Do
real
people
Chicago's
have that
about to come
strong
out.
of opinions on Steak and Shake to the point where it's overrated?
Yes, it is
Really?
overrated. Yeah, 100%.
But you know what? No one talks about it anymore because everyone has agreed that Shake Shack's
Is
better. So
o-
maybe I'm
yeah.
living in a time 10 years ago.
Maybe.
When
I've
John-
never had
I
either.
just haven't heard too many people with
so here's
very
what happened.
strong opinions of Steak and Shake.
So John Bishop, my co-host, famously, he used to speak glowingly about Steak and Shake. Oh my gosh, Steak and Shake. He went there, I think, with a lot of his Creighton and Nebraska baseball trips way back in the day.
yes.
Then Steak and Shake moves into the student union at the University of Nebraska-Lincoln as all the Gen Zers get on their phones. And he never went there. He never
Wow.
went and visited, even though he loved it so much. And then when he gets Shake Shack, he's like, oh, it's small. Me, it's small. You're small, John. You're
John is small.
Got
John's tiny.
Tiny baby John. So, yeah.
I think that you were probably correct in that era.
Yes.
But I think now
No
we've
one talks
just-
about it anymore. That's
We've just kind of moved into we just have more high quality burger places now. where
fair.
it makes-
Faux show.
like
High
Steak Shack.
quality
Now,
burger.
I think Shake Shack is awesome. Shake
Yes.
Shack has, here's what I think is the key to Shake Shack.
crinkle
Okay.
cut fries.
They have a potato based bun.
Mm.
Like their bun is like a potato bun.
Yeah,
And
no
they
potatoes.
keep the hinge, like they keep the buns hinged to one another. Like they don't separate the buns.
Mhm.
And so then they put it on the plancha and they like go ahead and they toast it. And like, I don't know, just the fact that like it's like one connected
It's
bun.
like a Pac-Man. Waka,
yeah,
waka,
and it
waka.
kind of like holds the juices a little bit better than like other burgers, and you kind of
Mm.
you get the nice. I don't know.
Mm.
I feel strong when I'm holding a
Mm.
Shake Shack burger.
Interesting.
I feel in control,
Mm.
and I
I
just
feel in control of my
Yeah.
food.
I
Ooh,
do.
Charles, poll question. Do you prefer your buns hinged?
I love a
Ooh,
hinged bun.
Mm,
You know,
graphic
hinged
alert.
bun.
hinged
Interesting.
buns are big.
Yeah. Hey, look, that guy's in Chicago right now.
Whoa.
Is Giannis playing tonight against the Bulls?
Yes.
That's your favorite basketball team.
Would you rather have Giannis to
God,
the
they
Bulls
suck.
or Max Crosby to the Bears?
Max Crosby to the Bears.
Wow.
The Bulls do not deserve Giannis.
I thought your
Antetokounmpo.
center was retiring. Aren't you in shambles?
Yeah.
no,
I don't
they're-
think you're allowed to have good
They're
players.
probably going to bring in the
Tyler
Commanders-
Biotis?
the Commanders center,
Tyler
Tyler.
Biotis.
Yeah, he was drafted from Wisconsin. They were interested in getting him when the Commanders signed him. I think he'll probably just come back.
Are you afraid he's going to be like a Green Bay Packer incel if he's from Wisconsin?
No, no,
Okay.
I'm not.
An
I don't.
incel or like a
Imbecile.
no? You mean like an incel, like an involuntary celibate, or did you mean the
What?
you? Yeah,
What are you talking
What are
about?
you
that's what an
talking about?
incel is.
Yeah,
No.
we just insults are just another way of saying idiots.
No, I know. I'm
according to
just,
me.
but
I mean,
you're
incel is in like a person that came from another
cell.
a person who
Like
goes
a
from
spy.
like yes.
You're
goes from-
describing a spy.
Yeah, that's why I said an incel.
Is that a?
I've never heard incel used.
welcome
like
to
that.
Like
U.S. Look, I'm not
Like,
gonna.
Are we all just
Even
saying
how he
words that don't
described
make-
that incel is like an idiot. That's
I-
not
no,
what an
they're
incel
They're
is.
making me question
Yes.
myself. Am
Yes.
I wrong? Incel is
No,
what
you're
I
not
said it
wrong.
was. Okay, thank you.
Why can't I be right?
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
I've never heard that before.
You know,
What
that's
is
incorrect.
that?
Who
You know what?
signs?
You
Who
guys-
signs Nick's checks, Austin?
An
This is what I have to deal with.
An
all right?
incel is a very specific type
Yeah,
of person.
I understand where you're going. Also, you're just
Hmm.
saying it wrong. You're it's not an incel. That's what Nick and I are saying it is.
Wow.
You're saying it's something else. I understood the angle in which you were.
Well, thank you. That's all that I meant. By the way, Nebraska up 62, bottom of the first.
Sleeper cell. That's what you meant. Not,
Yes.
not incel.
No, it's not.
I
He
just
didn't
like the
mean
term
that at all.
incel.
I think that's what he was going for.
No, I
think he
definitely.
was-
I meant
If you're on the
sleeper cell.
Bears, you don't have sex. Is that what's going on? Is that what you're
You
saying?
gotta
Like,
watch out for those Russian
Yeah.
incel agents.
well,
Yeah,
it fits
the
for
Cold War.
It fits for Matt. Am I right?
I don't know.
Dang.
It's
Got
just like when Matt goes back to Chicago.
Mm.
and
I
got
don't
with
have
all
sex.
his women.
Hmm.
Congrats, man.
Thank you.
It sounds like the Cowboys might be kicking the tires on trading for old Max.
Yeah,
yeah.
apparently everybody's kicking the tires.
Not the Panthers. No,
Hopefully
no.
not the Eagles.
No,
That's
well, you traded Brian Burns. You need to fill that hole.
Yeah, we'll get there eventually.
yeah, not if you're an incel though.
Yeah. Nope. No,
Nice.
no holes to
No
fill
hole.
there.
Nice.
See, I'm
Thank
just not a vernacular joke guy.
Hey,
No.
speaking of
I
the
don't think
Cowboys-
clever words really strike me as fun.
You
Clever
struggle with
words?
some words. It's okay.
Matt, what's your favorite
That's
word?
such a Steve Sipple thing to
Ooh.
say.
What's my favorite word?
Mine is enigma.
Nice. I
Yeah.
love that one. Dilapidated.
Ooh, that's a good one. Use it in a sentence.
This old mall is dilapidated.
You just old and dilapidated are the same thing.
Okay, this mall is dilapidated.
There you go. You did it.
Nick Grimm, the thesaurus.
Yeah, Nick Grimm, the annoying producer.
Whoa.
You're just
Bang!
mad because I know words.
Yeah, I don't care.
I paid attention in school. I'm sorry.
Clearly, I didn't.
I know.
There is a.
To be fair, Nick had a leg up. His dad invented the internet.
Matt, I feel bad. There's a promo with you right now that's airing where you're saying the word wrong in the promo, and
I say a lot of words wrong.
I know. I haven't had the heart to text you and tell you, so I figured I'd just. say it
What
on the air.
word did I
don't
say
remember
wrong?
if-
Yeah, you didn't have the heart to let me know privately, but you have the heart to let me know publicly.
Yeah. Next time I hear the commercial, I will text you.
I said Jonathan Grenard's wrong. Name wrong.
you
today.
basically you added on like an extra syllable.
was a
on the-
rotisserie?
No, that's kind of the we're getting hotter though.
Yeah, rotisserie is for whatever reason
do
I
that.
add an
You
extra R and E.
You add like extra syllables onto words. Yeah.
I do it involuntarily.
No, I know it's not like
I
an
think
incel.
Yeah. Bang.
I said involuntarily. Is that correct?
Involuntary.
Involuntarily. I
Yeah.
think so. I think you nailed it.
Yeah, thank you. I'm
Yeah.
just looking to nail words because I can't nail women.
Wow.
Got him.
We're to the
Bang!
point of the crossover where you're just self-dunking on yourself.
Well, because I don't want Austin to keep dunking on me, so I'll just hit it first.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome.
J-Man says 1620, the public shaming of McMaster.
Not
Wow,
really.
that's
I
a
just
long title.
enjoy. I actually do have fun when Austin comes in and I get made fun of.
We had a
I don't
great
know. Call
time.
me a masochist. That's a word.
There you
Matt
go.
McMasochist.
Matt. No, I don't think that's
Nice.
a nickname that I really want.
That's a great nickname.
Theo
Thank
says,
you.
what happened to Fire Rule Week? Have no fear. We will.
Matt Rule.
Wow.
We will.
Holy cow, that's incredible.
I know, right?
Oh, there's more to come. I'm
Oh.
adding things every day.
Yeah,
I can't wait.
we will get back into
Yeah.
Fire Matt Rule Week later today.
Iowa citizen Nick Grimm.
I'm
very
not an
happy
Iowa
to add-
citizen. I'm a
Iowa-
Nebraska citizen.
Iowa-born Nick Grimm. Very happy to add more.
Do you have
Fire
dual
Matt Rule
citizenship?
stuff.
Can you vote in both elections?
No.
Oh,
Dang.
That's illegal,
illegal.
actually.
Could you
is
play
it?
in
Is
both
it really?
You know what? You should be able to play in both states Olympics. We should have a 50-state Olympics.
Are we doing that with the? Isn't that happening with the Patriot games? With
No,
Donald
those are
Trump?
senior days. Those are different.
Yeah, that's the Hunger Games that he's
No,
trying to do.
I thought Donald Trump actually proposed like
yeah,
doing
the Hunger Games.
the 50 states, 2 high school kids from each state.
Listen, I do.
competes in athletic performance.
You know, Mr. Donnie T's not always right, but that kind of is a banger idea. I would.
You're in a real life Hunger Games.
I kind of would watch like
Are-
two 18 to 21-year-olds
Oh,
from
here's the
each
question.
state compete
So if
in
we-
multiple events.
So if we brought back like
not to the death.
the Roman, okay, I was going to say like Roman Coliseum, that type of stuff.
Yeah.
We brought it back. What kind of TV ratings would that get?
it would pop. It
I
would,
think so.
it would,
Great.
it
So
would
if we were
mark-
like, hey,
We're still-
tonight on ABC, you will watch 12 people fight to the death.
As long as it's not on
I mean,
the same
the
night as
And
the
it's
UFC
not going to be edited. You're going to see
Now,
all of
okay,
it.
I guess
What
it
else
kind
is-
of
what else is on the eight?
swords.
it
I
kind
would-
of depends because sometimes it was people fighting people. Sometimes it was people fighting lions
Yeah, I
or
know.
other
So
animals.
let's say it's
It's
like,
also a misconception that people always died in the
I
Coliseum,
guess
but
in this
Mm.
current
To each-
society,
yeah,
right?
would you be interested?
we live in a society.
Would we
I-
be breaking it down on the Grum? Would we do?
I mean,
like,
it's sports. We would have to.
Keys to the game.
Wow,
Don't
the South
get eaten
Dakota
by the
gladiator.
lion.
Yeah.
I would like to think if that society currently stayed the same that it is right now, that we would not encourage the killing of people live on television
It's not
for
encouraging.
sport.
It's just
So
allowing.
we're just talking about the Running Man. That's all that we're talking about,
Ba-
right?
Spoiler alert. Haven't read it yet.
Yeah, we only like sports where people die slowly over a span of 20 years.
That's called the NFL.
Well, that's called
CTE,
CTE.
buddy.
Charles writes, let's get 2 incels from each state and let them compete in athletic events.
I don't know. There's some of those incels that are kind of yoked because they also believe
What
that
is an incel?
I told you. it's an
involuntary celibate. It's one of those guys that like
Can't
Thinks all
bang
women are
anybody,
the
so they're
same.
a loser from
Guys,
Nebraska.
See, no, the
No,
thing is,
they
he's
don't
trying
bang
to
people
figure out what
because they
celibate
choose to.
means.
Do
Oh.
you know what celibate means?
I've never been that before.
You
so
have. You are right now.
I'm not.
Yeah. Oh,
I
okay.
had-
My bad.
We're
Yeah. How many months now are we in the rear view, Matt?
no 6 weeks.
Okay, there you go. So that's not celibate. You're
You're
that's-
Austin-
6 weeks of celibate.
No,
Austin's disgusted about me talking about this.
I never said anything.
Yeah, he didn't say anything.
I was just
Looks-
looking here.
Yeah.
Sorry, my Catholicism came out there. I was just
Yeah, he's
trying
not
to keep it
living in
PG.
sin. He's not married yet, man.
Yeah,
come
dude.
on.
Come on now.
He's not even
Are
married.
you celibate? That's a
Wow. Thank you for that.
Not married.
fact. We're talking about my celibacy.
Charles writes, celibates don't eat meat. Anyway, so back to the Hunger Games. Would
Yeah.
you
Yes.
watch, Matt?
What?
Would you
I
watch?
would not. No.
I bet you would.
If they're Hunger Games like to the actual death, I don't know if I would watch.
You don't
That's a
think
little
you-
too much for
Man,
me.
that would be quite the
I would not watch it.
Imagine the think
I
pieces.
have anxiety about death.
I don't even watch like the live streams or the Netflix shows where they do like someone crossing or climbing the building and all that other stuff. I don't watch any of those. Those don't interest me.
Yeah,
I'm not for that.
Great. Yeah. So the guy like climbed the building the other day.
Mhm.
The
Don't know
free
what
solo
this is.
dude.
Wasn't
On
that New
Netflix.
Year's?
Yeah.
he did that.
And he
was a
climbed
while
the
ago.
building, and the only reason you
January
would watch
1st.
is because he might fall down and
No,
die.
I watched because I wanted to see him get to the top.
no,
I didn't want him to
Okay,
fall.
so the alternate option for you then you're rooting for him to get at the top, but so the minute he falls in that reality,
No, turn the channel.
So-
is that like
Seinfeld.
your thumb is always on the recall button?
Paige and I were
Turn
talking
on
about
New Girl.
we were talking about this while we were watching
Who's
this,
that
right?
girl?
And
It's
there's no
Jess.
way there wasn't at least a 30-second delay on that. And
course.
like you
We
would
weren't
not
gonna
have watched
show
him fall.
So the death would not, you would not see him fall. So
No.
Therefore, it would totally still be fine.
I wasn't watching it for him to die.
I'm not going to watch things.
You're watching him
that
for his
death-
success.
Yes.
I
So
don't-
do you watch all sports for teams to win?
I want everybody to win. I just
Okay.
hope everyone has a
Fair.
good time.
Except for Nebraska, am I right, Nick?
Bang. Fire Matt
Laszlo
Rule
writes,
Week.
how do I explain this conversation to my kid on my lap while I'm driving in my car? Yeah, how do we explain this?
Why is your kid in your lap while you're driving?
Why isn't he, Nick?
Just be celibate.
Maybe they're wow.
John writes, why doesn't
Oh.
Matt like it when I make fun of him, only Austin?
Because I don't. Because Austin's cool. Because I actually
Whoa.
I would consider Austin a friend.
Thank you.
Wow, even though you've never like hung out with him except for that one time?
Oh, we've hung out a couple
Yeah.
of times.
Not really.
We hung out at 1620 the OBV that once or
We did.
twice.
We
was
did.
that hanging out or was that us interviewing you?
Oh, I guess. I mean, I brought you guys stuff a couple of times,
found
and
him-
we also went to that tailgate with Kelly.
Matt
I-
got in trouble with one of those things you brought us.
Yeah, I did. I was wearing the
did you have-
glasses on the air, and I
the
wasn't
air.
allowed.
Yeah.
That's very funny.
But also use your brain next time, bud.
I was just putting on glasses. Don't bud me.
What's wrong with branded content? Why can't we wear things on camera?
I
that
wear
are
those when I
branded?
walk banks, but I would never wear them
I
on
tried meeting
camera.
Austin out for a drink at Rocco's, and then Austin stumbled out of Rocco's.
That was very funny.
yeah,
Yeah,
it was so funny.
Yeah.
Wow.
Proceeded to get home safely.
I was a little. I was like, Josh was like, "Oh, I thought you were boys with Austin. You only ever hung out with him once."
I thought you guys were best pals. Like I really did.
No,
Because
I
how
think
he's
we're-
talked about
I
you in the
think-
past, it seemed like you guys were friends.
Well, I think very highly of Austin.
Yeah.
Broadcast.
Truthfully, our schedules just don't line up because
Morning,
yeah.
midday.
I think Austin and I have a natural chemistry, and we are a budding friendship.
We're a budding incel together.
We are. We are budding incels.
Yep.
That's very exciting.
It
But the
is.
problem is that we get into these moments where I talk to Austin like he's been a friend for 2 years, and then I say really inappropriate jokes, and he's like, "All right, Buckaroo,
Wow.
we gotta
Let's slow your roll.
We gotta
Because
calm
what
down a
what
little
usually
bit."
happens is we are like having a good time, and then you try to steer it into something about like my relationship with my future wife. and
That's
I'm
not
like, hey, Matt,
true.
maybe
You
that's
don't know
maybe
her. You can't
that's the
talk
line.
about her that way yet.
I don't talk about her anyway.
You're not allowed to do that. That's
I
the
didn't
future
talk
mother
about
of
her
his
in any
children.
way.
if
Well,
they
what was that
decide to
thing
have
you brought up
children.
about
Thank
the
you.
book that one time?
Okay, but that was a joke at Austin, not at her.
What was this again?
This is when we talked about how Dave Canales like wrote a book about cheating on his wife because he was like,
Oh yeah, Matt,
that.
that's inappropriate.
and then
man.
Matt,
You don't even know what I said.
but then Matt said something along the lines of, "Oh, so you're not like pleasing your future wife in bed?"
That's not what I said.
And then
I
he-
said that I wouldn't like if my girlfriend was reading that because then I would be self-conscious.
Oh yeah,
of that
I
I'm
remember
not
that.
But
getting
it's
it
okay
done.
for him to watch porn.
Whoa,
I don't watch porn.
You're the big P guy.
I know. I don't.
Is that
What's
what you do when you go
little?
back to Chicago since you can't get it here? Thanks, Jim.
First off, totally can't.
Bang! Can we get the bang? Can we get the Mike Breen bang for that one? That was funny. That's the double bang. Bang! Bang!
What do you
Yep.
want me to? I'm like, okay. So then
It's a weird
what
conversation.
is
Let's just
my-
eject.
what
We're
is-
ejecting
wait,
out
wait,
of
wait. What
porn.
is my response to that
We're
joke? Like,
ejecting.
no, bro, I have so much sex. Everyone's gonna be like, oh yeah, cool. All right, bro, you're so cool. I can't win.
Thank
I
you, Nick.
cannot win. Same thing when he puts the monster in the bathroom. You know, you would think
That
that,
was
putting
so
a monster
funny.
in the bathroom, framing me, and then making me pay my co-host at the time $25 would be worse than some book joke I apparently made that was taken out of context.
That was so funny. That is an all-timer, Austin.
Matt, if it's any consolation, later that day I peed myself on Unsportsmanlike conduct, so
He
it's all
did.
good.
He was
he was
triggered.
pee
so
himself.
mad because he wanted to do his. I think at one point you were like, "This is about me."
Yeah, I was because I was so mad because I was like, I framed Matt McMaster perfectly, and then I ended up being pee pants boy later on in that day, and I felt so bad about it.
Tay brings up a great point. She says, that's okay, McMaster. Cindelar would tell you to rip the naughty ones off first so you set the tone for your friendship. Yeah, you don't want to get like 3 years in and suddenly you're like, all right, I finally feel comfortable, and you're firing off inappropriate jokes. And he's like, this isn't the person that I thought I was friends with.
That actually is a great staple of like a good relationship is you never start off like scorching hot with like your bros, right? You always like work your way into it.
Yeah.
And then you find the line.
Yeah.
Naturally.
Yeah.
Naturally.
I haven't been good at that.
Yeah. Do you cross it a lot?
Not a lot.
A good amount, though.
Yo, guys, this is such a good game. So, what do you feel about the death penalty?
No, not like that.
Oh, you're saying slurs?
I have been told to.
Hey, guys, you want to hear this song that I know every word to? I love Kanye West.
Hey, he's a troubled individual. All right? You're anti-mental health, Nick?
I have been told
He
to add
apologized.
Austin to a roster. So
What kind
Hold
of
on. I
roster?
don't like that sentence. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, that is a tough sentence.
there's a super secret society that you would qualify.
No, I have heard of the Super Secret Society, and I have
You want nothing to do with
I
it?
have reminded the Super Secret Society that I don't stay out later than 10 p.m. on weekdays. So I'm not.
Why?
Why do you think?
Well, you work in the morning.
And I'm also like 4 years older than you.
Than me?
I'm older. I'm old.
No, everybody there is 4 years older than
I was going to say everybody is 4 years
I know,
older
but
than McMaster.
all of those people also are missing, a big chunk of their life, which is like a healthy relationship with another individual. And so I choose to spend my nights with someone I love while all these people hang out in a super secret society at public bars. All right. That's the difference. That is the difference.
Wow, we just got we just got absolutely roasted. All right, I guess according to sources, Austin Jacobson doesn't want anything to do.
Yeah, hit that again, Nick. We got to have that one again. Thank you. We need
What
to
is
get the
that?
double bang. Let's. I'm
What?
gonna send.
You can't steal my bit.
No, you
That's
only
my
have the
bit.
regular bang.
No,
though.
you can't do that.
No, you only have the regular
we
bang.
get the double bang too. Stop it. You
Nope.
guys suck.
I'm gonna send it to you, Nick.
Okay.
Yeah, mark it, Nick. So who never put it on the block?
Do you remember that Oklahoma City game winner? Were you watching that game live when he did that? Oh my gosh, I lost my mind.
That was really cool.
Dude, that was really cool. Here's a take for you. I know that the crossover is not usually for sports, Nick. I'm going to DM it to you.
Thank you.
Man, I miss when the NBA mattered. That was a fun time.
That was good.
I loved that Warriors team was so much fun.
The NBA kind of died after
the
what,
Kevin Durant years.
LeBron going to the Lakers probably.
Kevin
was-
Durant, the Kevin Durant Warriors
Was
is like
no,
the last vestige
I
of
actually
people
think it was.
really
I think it
caring.
was post COVID. I really do. Like I think post COVID, I just couldn't care about
Just
it.
went,
anymore.
Or,
it just
or-
kind of.
wait, are you saying Kevin Durant joined the Warriors or left the Warriors?
the end of his Warriors.
Listen,
run.
when
I agree.
when Katie was on the Warriors, though, they were the ultimate villain. They were the evil
It's perfect.
empire. They were the Death Star. They were
And
everything
like,
that was wrong in basketball. And so everyone, if you weren't a Warriors fan, were rooting against them and everything possible and how to beat them. And when they won, you were like, duh, they should. They're the super team.
Yeah.
The NBA was better when they had the super team.
And here's the thing:
yeah.
people forget, and I know we often say that, and it's about things people don't forget, but people actually forget that after their first title with KD, where they went 16-1 in the playoffs, the other playoffs were like way more interesting than people remember.
Yeah.
The 2018 group,
They only lost to Houston.
they won the conference finals 4-3, and then the next year, of course, they lost in the finals to the Raptors because Durant and Klay Thompson's Achilles
I actually
exploded.
would argue. I think it's
Those
a
were
little
fun
bit to
years,
do
man.
with COVID, but I think the real nail in the coffin was the Lakers with LeBron and Anthony Davis.
Even though they only won one title.
Mickey Mouse. Making the wrong decisions as a franchise.
Trading
So,
for Luka. You're an anti-Luka guy.
No, like
Mm.
getting rid of Contavious Caldwell-Pope. Like,
You think that's what got people to turn
because
away?
because
I can't tell you who Contavious Caldwell-Pope is.
they traded KCP for Russell Westbrook,
Yeah,
and then they
that was
decided to go and like get Mark Gasol instead of having McGee and Dwight Howard.
Okay.
McGee and Dwight Howard and Contavious Caldwell-Pope were all very big parts of them winning a championship. They tweaked a roster they didn't need to tweak, and then they became bad. And then we got to like the Suns, being in the finals, and the Bucks being in the finals.
Tough look
And
for
like,
Padilla.
if like the Lakers were able to like actually manage a franchise correctly and continue winning and continue going to the finals and like
Like a villain?
LeBron competing and then like Anthony Davis actually taking over that franchise, if that happened, that would have been the new cycle of like, oh, LeBron and the Lakers are cool. Like they're the villain. But that didn't happen because the Lakers are incompetent.
Now,
And
I
I
would
think
say,
that
like,
was the nail on the coffin.
so I would say that's almost like too NBA pilled of a reason why.
sure.
Because Josh don't know ball. I'm just gonna be like, no, it's because of load management. And it's just like, why would I watch the games? It doesn't
Yeah.
matter.
That's probably
Yeah,
fair.
Jeff says happened when they normalized players not playing games. That and I was talking about this with somebody the other day. It's that everybody looks the same. They jack up 1,000 threes, and so it
Yeah,
just comes
except
down
for
to a
the Heat.
3-point shooting contest. It's not fun. I hate that I've turned into the old guy. What is it about being a child
Well,
and
you are
loving
old.
the NBA? I know. child and you love the NBA, and then you always get older and you just don't like it anymore.
I do like how quickly it changes, though, because we are pretty much a month away from where the games actually matter.
Oh,
when
I love the
everyone's fighting
playoffs.
to get in playoffs and play-ins and all that
And
stuff.
you'll get me in.
Yeah.
You'll get
I'll
me
be
in the
watching
door.
every night.
An NBA crowd for some of those, like I remember the Timberwolves that first year they were doing the play-in games, and oh gosh, who did
Ant?
they have? Yeah, but they had who's like the defensive guy that's like
For the Jazz now, Rudy Gobert. Wasn't he on
He's
the
on the
Timberwolves?
Timberwolves.
He was on the
yeah,
Timberwolves, though.
it's something like that. And
Isn't he still on Timberwolves?
No, he's on the Jazz now, isn't he?
No, he's on.
I have no idea.
Rudy Gobert?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Almost possible.
We're big NBA folks.
Yeah, obviously we love him.
Huge.
No, he doesn't even play anymore.
Yes, he does.
Big
Oh, he
retired.
plays for the Timberwolves.
Yes,
He played for the Jazz.
He
He
did.
got traded to Timberwolves. I knew that.
No, you didn't. You just told me he played for the Jazz, and I told you played for the Timberwolves.
You
and
got
then
it. You
had
know
to
ball.
Look it up.
You know ball.
Thank
Yeah,
you,
he got
NBA,
dunked
Matt.
on the other night.
I just got
Watch
dunked on.
Yeah,
But you,
By you.
nice job,
Get
Matt.
in line.
You should make an AI version of that.
Congratulations on having one dunk this whole crossover.
No, I'm saying I get
Never.
dunked on a lot.
Yeah. Oh,
I like getting dunked on though. I'm a masochist. McMasochist.
McMasochist.
That's a good way. That's a good thought.
All right.
You're like, that's a good spin zone.
That's a very good
Hmm.
spin.
All right. Anything else, Matt, before we let you go?
I'm gonna work out today.
Okay.
And then
You gonna fill out that hoodie even more?
I'm trying to do the opposite ass hat.
Oh, okay.
I thought that was getting very close to needing an old dump button.
No, I'm a professional. I've only ever.
You've never Connor Happered yourself.
No, I've never.
King.
Dump.
You've never done it?
No,
No, you did it that one time. I remember.
No, I did it
watching-
one. I called Zach Hampel an a-hole,
Yeah, you didn't realize.
which was a really good.
Because he was like,
take.
my co-host did it, and Happer was like, that doesn't mean you can too.
But God, it did happen.
Yep, indeed it did.
Does
All right, Matt. Well, sorry about your center retiring.
oh man, I'm heartbroken for you.
Yeah,
It
we're-
actually is a pretty big loss. Like the interior of our offensive line was pretty. What do you mean? Oh Jesus, are you all Jesus?
Why
no,
don't
that's
you-
why I said I'm sorry. I feel bad. I like the Bears. I'm fine with them.
Why don't you do a trade for Cameron Jurgens? Bring a local flair.
Yes,
I'm okay.
Trade away a good player.
Yeah,
I'm-
there you go.
Everyone is
What up?
always like talking trash about the Bears. I'm on your side against Joey and against Schaefer.
Bang.
I'm here for you.
You know what's on my side? Results.
Yeah,
NFC
you won the
North
division.
champions.
Mm.
Yeah. Schaefer's always trying to talk junk about Bears people
You
because
know, I
of their
gave Joey
quarterback.
Colbert a hoodie, and then he went on Twitter and made fun of me about it.
Oh, Joey made fun of someone on Twitter. Whoa.
Well, I know. I have the same
you see-
reaction, but it's the principle of it all.
You see him
I'm
this
like,
morning. He was triggered. He almost got T-boned, and he used kind of the F word on Twitter, but he
Oh.
had stars.
Oh,
Is
good
it, what
for
is
him.
he eating sausage and potatoes again with some rancid beer?
No, he almost got murdered. I think.
What?
Yeah,
He did?
a truck almost.
Semi almost hit him.
What?
The semi almost hit me a few weeks ago too. Semi drivers have gotten worse.
Oh
was,
wow.
was he using his dash cam again?
I don't know.
He's
That
the
was
dash
my
cam?
that was my I don't think it's a dash cam. I think during the snowstorm
Oh
of
yeah,
a few weeks ago.
he has a mount.
Yeah,
so he just
it
puts
was
his phone
very
up.
funny that he was using his phone telling people how bad the roads were while he was driving on his phone. I found that very, very amusing.
That's fine.
I love
Very
Joey.
Joey.
I
Real
love
quick
Joey.
before you leave, how about this? The Colts are the second team ever to use the transition tag on a quarterback.
Yeah, this is
The
just like,
first team to do so was the Falcons, who used it on Jeff George in 1996.
Big one.
this is like the qualifying offer for the NFL.
What do you know about Jeff George?
Nothing.
All right, he played for the Bears.
Jeff George
Did he get
and
drafted by the Bears? He might have.
Jeff George and Daniel Jones transitioning. Who would have thought?
Wow, you know.
2026.
NFL's a different time these days.
Yeah,
he
you
did
know.
get drafted by. No, he got drafted by the.
So I
Colts.
should know
Damn it.
every player that ever got drafted by the Bears.
No, he got drafted by the Colts. No, I was talking to myself there. I
But
wasn't-
also yes.
yeah, he was from Illinois though. He went to Illinois.
cool.
Is your favorite receiver Kevin White?
No, I hate.
Oh, okay.
I don't like Kevin.
Gotcha.
I'm very disappointed with how Kevin White's.
Who is your
career-
favorite Bears receiver?
Johnny Knox.
Oh, I like that. That's a good pull. That's a good one.
Johnny Knox, and then he broke his back.
Ouch.
And he was
Oh,
out
wow.
for forever.
Mm.
Never came back. And now I think he runs a gym in Illinois, like a training program that's actually pretty cool. Johnny Knox.
Is it called Hard Knocks
Maybe that'd be.
or Fort Knox? Those would also go hard.
My actual favorite receiver that played in the state of Illinois was probably Ben Skoranek.
That's insane.
Ben Skoranek.
Yeah, former
Interesting.
Northwestern.
That's tough for the
Wildcat.
state of Illinois if that's your favorite.
I think
I
Jordan
could have
Western
gone
came from
Brandon
Illinois.
Marshall, even though that probably would have been controversial. Alshon Jeffrey, but he won with the Eagles. So like, whatever, And then
He was good in college.
I don't know what you want me to say. Josh Bellamy? Or
Yeah, I was going to
Cameron
say. I mean,
Meredith?
honestly, I'm going through
I do
the
love Cameron
Rolodex.
Why do you like Cameron? Meredith?
Muhammad is probably the guy that I would pick.
Musa Muhammad.
Yeah, I liked him.
I love Musa Muhammad.
Yeah, I was going to say
Former
Panther.
Panther. Yep.
I mean, do you
Didn't he have the
count-
longest catch in the Super Bowl?
He does.
Do you
Or
count
did,
like
yes.
Matt Forte's 80 reception a year? You know,
He's a
like
receiver?
is he a
No.
receiver?
Oh, hey, Kenneth brings up Notre Dame. What about Jeff Samardzija?
What about?
I guess he played in Indiana.
What about Jeff Samardzija?
I thought he played in Illinois, but he played in Indiana.
What
so
about
never mind.
Jordan Westerkamp, Illinois native?
Oh,
He is from Chicago. Did he? I don't know.
He went
he
to
played-
Nebraska.
Yeah, he played in Nebraska.
I know
Matt.
Jordan Westerkamp. I think he went to Simeon, if I'm not mistaken.
Trevor?
Wouldn't know.
No, Simeon is like one of the national power. Used to be one of the national powerhouses of basketball.
So will you not be able to accept Trey Taylor as a Chicago native when he moves?
Oh, no. Yeah, he's a Millard South boy.
from
Mhm.
Mundelein.
Mundelein.
Is that the Skokie of Skokie?
No, it's West.
West?
West Skokie.
I mean, he played at Carmel though. Like that's very Chicago.
Very.
A lot of studs came out of Carmel. More so though, like, Carmel in the '90s was Studville.
I call
Carmel.
it caramel.
Carmel,
Bang. That was a good one. I was trying to think of one.
Give me the double bang, Nick.
Carmel in the 2010s is more so, oof. not great.
Caramel or fudge?
Dude, I went to Shields
Fudge.
yesterday.
Yeah.
Those pecans.
Did you get some fudge?
Those pecans, man.
Pecans is correct.
Pecan.
I don't
Pecans.
like pecans.
You don't like sugary pecans?
You don't like pecan pie?
I'd rather I don't like pie.
Wow.
You don't like pie?
Suck
God, you're
on that.
such a beta. It's crazy.
Oh,
Such
wow.
a beta?
We're using
Such a beta.
beta.
You and your secret society of alphas.
I'm
Oh my
Jester
God.
maxing.
These are the alphas I want to hang out
Please
with.
don't.
Oh man, okay.
Unframe all, get
And that's where the crossover ends.
Yes,
I don't
we've
even
gotta
know
get
what
over
maxing
this.
is, and I don't
Get
want to
over
talk
this.
about it. All right, that was a crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. Austin is here, which we all remembered.
Yes, everyone remembered, including me.
Well, you definitely did, thankfully. So did Nick,
Yeah, it's on the tweet.
and so did Matt. Matt, have a great day.
Thank you.
All right.
Bye,
Grum
Matt.
starts next on 1620 The Zone.
Weather from KETV Newswatch 7 is brought to you on 1620 The Zone by Certified Transmission.
K-O-Z-N. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and
Austin. Yeah.
John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Austin is here.
Yes.
The sun is not out,
No.
but there are sports to talk about.
Oh, and look, it's another new school for Harley Gilmore. Just kidding.
What?
He's back at Kentucky.
What?
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Welcome, everybody, on this Tuesday. On a Tuesday.
Nice.
It's Josh Peterson,
Good
Austin
bit.
Jacobson, and Nick Grimm. It's a very modern bit. It's very modern. We appreciate everybody joining us.
By the way, Nebraska baseball up 7-2.
Wow. Wow. Weren't they down when we started the crossover?
Well, it was because it was the top of the first, but yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay. That makes a little more sense.
Yeah.
Wow, they're up by a lot, though.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to put it on the board, Nick. They will not lose.
Uh-oh.
Nebraska will win today.
Congrats, Mavericks.
What are you
Oh.
saying?
He's saying you're cursing them.
Is that what you're saying, Nick?
Yes.
Interesting. Well, welcome in. It's good to be here. It's good to have Austin in the building. John on his way east for the final game of the basketball season for the Creighton Blue Jays as they get ready to finish up the regular season tomorrow in Indianapolis against Butler. A 5 o'clock tip, which means we'll be off at 4:30.
Yes, it does.
Very sad news.
Wow.
I'm very sad.
You will just have to keep all those takes in and,
I know,
and
and-
translate them to the next day.
And after an extra hour and a half of takes that I will not be able to give to anybody.
Do you ever have carryover where the next day you're like, this take doesn't hit the same way it would have yesterday?
Oh, yeah. Like
Mm.
when I go out of town for like a week, I come back and there's usually something that I wanted to discuss. So we always work it in. And by we, I mean, when I write half of the content questions I send to John, it's like, hey, Josh, you were gone. Anything you want to opine about? It's like there's a couple things that I want to hit on that I missed out on. You know, it's tough in football season. If you take off the Monday and then you come back on like Tuesday or Wednesday and it's like, hey, but there was something about that Northwestern game that I wanted. It's like, but we're not on Northwestern anymore. We're getting ready for Illinois now.
By the way,
Can I tell you about that third down in the fourth quarter, please? But it is not football season right now, famously. But have no fear. It'll be back before you know it.
I mean, it is the spring season.
That's true. Plattcat writes, no shoot around sad face. What do you think?
know.
Should we end the show tomorrow, Nick, at 3:30 and then Austin could do an hour-long shoot around?
Do we even do the show?
Excellent. Why don't you just we'll go from Middays with Matt into an extended Blue
Wow.
Jays shoot around.
Does
starting
anyone
at-
want
It's
to
the
hear
last one of the
2.5
season.
hours of Blue Jay shoot
It is
around?
the last game because you're not going to do one next week, most
Yeah.
likely for the conference tournament. If
That
they're
is
the
true.
7th seed,
It's important.
they're the 7th seed, they're playing at like 5:30 or something like
Yeah,
that.
you're right. Yeah.
Yeah.
People are yearning for more Blue Jay
Mm.
shoot around. They say, man, that is my favorite program.
Stibbs says yes. Wait, sad. Yeah, Stibbs will be in tomorrow, not today.
Sorry,
be,
Stibbs.
He'll be in tomorrow,
Yes.
and indeed we'll be off at 4:30. But it is not tomorrow; it is today. Now, Nick, as we get to the Grum Down, I've made some alterations. I added a little texture to it.
Whoa.
Everyone always yells, "Is this purple or is this blue?"
It's
purple.
indigo.
It is because
Yeah.
I changed the
Indigo's
color
purple.
a little bit too.
Indigo's like a blue purple.
All right, I tried to make it like a little less harsh because everybody always yells at me for this. So I was like, you know what? Let's make it a little easier on the eyesies.
Make it neon orange next
Yeah.
time.
Okay, you know what?
Really
That's
upset them.
That's okay. That's a great idea. Maybe I'll do orange and then like green font.
Exactly.
Highlighter yellow and blue
Oh,
font.
these are great
Man,
ideas.
the colorblind will love that one.
Well, I'm colorblind. This is already triggering me because I
Are you
can't tell.
really?
Oh yeah, blue
Oh,
and
no.
purple.
What?
Yeah, orange and red sometimes, brown and green.
I'm sorry you've had to live this
One
life so
time I
long.
mixed up gray and pink.
Do you
yeah.
get to park in handicap spots because of
I
it?
should get one of those stickers. I want to be closer to the movie theater.
I want half off my tickets.
Austin is here, which of course is great because it's a Tuesday. And what do we do on Tuesday, Nick?
Hot take market.
We do.
Why'd you have to think about that so
That
long?
was a
That
lot of
stretch.
it was a lot of breathing. A lot of breathing. We are indeed doing hot
1620
take
the
market.
ASMR.
I love it. Whenever I text Austin on a Tuesday, it's like you forget that it's Tuesday.
I
You're
do.
like, no, not again. I can't wait.
What's funny is and I'm sure this is how other people would prepare for a show like this, but when it comes to the super hot take market, right away I get a panic attack and I'm like, I don't have any hot takes.
Yeah.
And then as the day progresses, I go, that's a good one, but I forget to write it down.
And you usually then use one in the first segment. You're like, we never went to the moon. And then it's like, no, Austin, save that for later.
That's a great hot take.
Save that for the 4 o'clock hour. Here's a question that might make people mad, but I'm genuinely curious. This is not a troll question.
Ooh.
Creighton fans, do you want Greg McDermott back for one more season? We will unpack this in our
Good
next
question.
segment. Thank you. Nebraska basketball prepares for a late night in Los Angeles.
It is late.
Nick, famously, they're playing tonight at
UCLA. 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock. Good job, Nick.
Central Standard Time.
Wow.
Yeah.
Only for a few more days.
Yeah, that's very
People
nice.
forget. Next week, you got to write CDT. It is not CST anymore. It's Central Daylight Time.
People do forget that a lot.
Even though, shouldn't we reverse it? Because daylight time lasts 8 months. I feel like that is the standard time.
Yeah.
We need to refer to this as
Savings
Central
time.
or nighttime time because
The
it's not
CNT.
daylight. Yeah.
I just always say CT, Central Time. You figure it out.
That's a great hack.
Bang.
That's what I do.
Nice
as well.
job.
Let's see. Michael Brunts joins us. Nick hopes that we ask about baseball.
And you know what,
do.
Nick? We will ask about baseball.
Wait, is Brunts joining us? There's a game right now.
I'll ask.
Okay, excellent. We'll figure that out.
Brunts, are you in the press box currently?
He has joined us before. It is
Fire Matt Rule.
week.
Wow.
There's an email. I was trying to figure out what angle to do for Fire Matt Rule Week today, and I got an email from one of our great listeners, and I thought that is the topic.
Can't
It's a
wait.
little time travel. We're going to go back in time, but not that far.
All right.
Not that far. Everyone's like, oh, classic Nebraska. You talking about the 90s? No, we're not talking about the 90s.
Mm-hmm.
So stay tuned for that. Morning versus afternoon practices. Austin has done a study for us.
I did. I got to use my exercise science degree for once.
Wow. This is
Huge.
very exciting.
This will be riveting radio, I promise.
I'm looking forward to it. We'll talk about that in the 4 o'clock hour. Steve Sipple will join us. Is he going to stay up late? That's the question you got to ask everybody. Are you staying up for the game tonight? But especially if it's a morning show person, Steve Sipple is. You are as well. Are you staying up late, Austin?
I'm doing the classic going to record, watch in the morning.
Look at you. So you're going to wake up early so you can watch the game?
I woke up at the same time every day.
What time is that?
4. So I'll
That'll
be able to
plenty
watch
of
it,
time. Because what time do you leave your home?
yeah. To get to the work, but 6:30. So
6:30. Oh, you're going to have plenty of
Yeah.
time. Plenty of time.
We'll be good. I'll watch it on the early morning walk with Ava.
Look at that. Shout out.
Down,
Yeah.
head down on the ground.
No, I don't care. That was supposed to be hot take market.
Dang it.
I made a mistake.
That would have been really embarrassing. for
Hot
me.
take market. We will do that. Doug in Idaho writes, will Sipple actually show up today? Excellent question.
Will he be in nap mode for that?
Oh man, see if he is staying up late and watching the game tonight, he's probably going to take an extended nap.
Mhm.
So I'm a little concerned.
What do you think the percentage of Nebraskans today had to schedule a nap into their
Wow.
daily planning?
That's an excellent question. I woke up earlier today because I needed to knock out a couple of things. And as I woke up, I literally thought to myself, wow, because I woke up 6:30ish. It's like, wow, in 18 hours, I'll be going to bed. And it kind of hits you a very particular way when you wake up and you have a long day and you woke up early.
Days like this always make me wonder about Happer and Schaefer, the morning show on 1620 The Zone.
Schaefer.
Famously,
Yeah.
they start at 6, exactly 6:01 a.m.
That's
Yeah.
crazy.
But if the game starts at 10,
Then it's
be a
gonna be
little
late.
sleepy.
Yeah, I often wake up at 6 o'clock to go to the bathroom. And every time I do, I think
Is that because you're old?
probably, I think, wow, they're starting a show. And then I get back into bed for just a little bit longer. Though this morning I woke up and I was so tired that I didn't want to look at my phone because I was thinking,
Wow.
because I had to go pee really
That's
bad.
tired.
And so I woke up and I was like, if it's like 6:15, I'm going to be really pissed. And so I went to the bathroom and I came back and I was like, I should check what time it is. It was 2:30. I was like, whoa,
That
life
is
hack.
one
This
of the
is
best.
such a great feeling.
It's one of the best feelings in the world.
That
It really is.
It is one of those feelings where you're like, I biohacked myself. I get like 2 nights of sleep.
All right,
now.
let me throw an idea by you guys that I used to do in college.
All
My
right.
roommate made fun of me. He thought it was the dumbest thing ever. And perhaps it was. You guys can be the judges on this. I would set an alarm for like 4 and I would wake up and I would pee and then I would go back to bed because then I got like an extra like 3 or 4 because I had to wake up. I had German class every day at 8, which
Designated Hitler.
in college, having an 8 o'clock anything is like the earliest time in the world.
Yeah,
Whereas now it's like normal.
My first class in college didn't start until 10. It was awesome.
Yeah.
And
And
I
so
had an 8 a.m. lab once, and I was like, I can't function right
Except
now. There's
when
no
I-
way. My
when I-
brain doesn't work.
When I did the morning show in college, I had to be there at 5.
I think I woke up at 7:30, and for me, that was like the worst time of ever. And so I would wake up and I would just go straight to class. But I would wake up at 4:30 to pee, and then be like, but I got 3 hours of sleep. Thoughts on that idea as I had an alarm that woke me up, and I did this every day.
I think that's actually, again, it's
Life hack?
biohacking. Yeah,
All right,
because you
sweet.
get 2 nights of sleep in one night. It's pretty impressive.
Wow. Shout out to me. Sometimes my roommate was still awake.
I had
He was
that
playing
same,
video games.
I had that
Nice.
same problem my freshman year.
Like, I love FIFA. Shout out to Rob.
Sometimes I do think back on like my college years when I would stay up just regular. I wasn't even like going out or doing anything. I'd just be like at home. I'd be up until 2, and I wouldn't have a class until like 10 or 9 or whatever, depending on the day. And I would wake up then at like 8:30, and I was like, there was no part of that that's like healthy or like
No,
a
that's
regular
terrible.
routine, right?
That's 6.5 hours.
Yeah,
That's awful.
it's not good.
Yeah.
Not good at all.
I would never do that.
College completely ruined my biological sleep clock because
Oh,
I was
no.
really good about it in high school because I had to get on the bus or be at school by 8.
Mhm.
And then I went to college. My first class wasn't until like 11. I'm like, I could just stay up until 3 and still be okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
That was actually what I remember when I was in we did this like mental health presentation thing that they wanted a bunch of like students to go to. You get like extra credit if you went. I remember the presenter told us that, 8 hours of sleep is very, very good for you, especially in college, all this other stuff. And they were like, I don't know if you know this, but if you go to bed at midnight and you wake up at 8, that's 8 hours of sleep. And I was shocked at how the room reacted because it was like the first time they'd ever heard that. And they were like, that is true.
Yeah.
That
that's
is
math.
8 hours of sleep. You're right. And so all of us were like, well, if we go to bed at 2 and we wake up at 10, that's still 8 hours of sleep. And so all of us, like the rest of the night, were like, I'm not kidding. We were doing math in our heads. We were like, if we went to bed at 5 and woke up at 1, that's 8 hours of sleep. And we like kept doing it over and over again. And it wasn't a bit. We weren't trying to be funny. We were like, holy cow, like this 8 hours of sleep thing's really easy when you do it that way.
It
Like,
really is. What do you who knew if you go to bed at 5 a.m. and wake up at 1 p.m., that's still, Nick,
8 hours of sleep.
8 hours of sleep.
People
That's
forget.
the dream. Every night, that's the dream. 402-951-1620. You can call us. You can text us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Many takes about Matt McMaster coming in during the crossover. Wow. I'm not going to read LSD Will's text because it is a text about a current event that is happening around the world. You know, there's this whole war situation going on.
is that why the gas prices rose?
Yeah. Dude, wow.
I got
sticker shock.
gas at the perfect time yesterday. I went yesterday morning. It was $2.69 where I get gas.
Nice.
It took 15 minutes to go from the gas station to another gas station, and it was already $2.99.
Is that when the war started? Those 15 minutes?
Yeah, I
of-
thought the
must
war
have been.
started on Saturday. That's
I-
pretty interesting that the
it's-
gas prices didn't hit until Monday.
It's just when they decided to do
Yeah,
it,
I drove home
guess.
yesterday. I was like, "Oh,
Yep.
But sadly, I did not fill up yesterday, so
Should've filled
that'll have to happen.
I know.
Within the next few
And
days.
that's the worst part is when you don't fill up pre-war and then you start and looking at new gas stations. You're just like, man, maybe it'll go down. Maybe the war will end in the next
No.
day. It won't.
That's why it's called a forever war. You can also email us, Equitable Bank Inbox, Josh at 1620thezone.com. John wants us to have you do a shoot around tomorrow. He says, why don't you kick Matt off the air at noon, do a full grum, and then let Austin do shoot around, win. Wow, what are your thoughts about that?
I'll have to do it live from Girls State Basketball in Lincoln. But listen, anything for all of the Blue Jay shoot-around honks. I'll do
Awesome.
it.
Nick, what do you think about a 12-4 grum tomorrow?
Sure.
No.
Well, no, you'll be sleeping because you go to bed at 5. You
Yeah,
need 8 hours of sleep.
You need to wake up at 1 o'clock, Nick.
That's why it doesn't affect me.
You can also find us on Twitter at USC1620, at Josh Tweederson, at Grim and M, and at Austin, the number 2 Jacobson, and it's an EN, not an ON.
Thank you.
At the very end there.
Like kale.
Like kale. El Scorcho tweeted a half hour ago, Happy New Year. You know, we didn't say that. Was that a Happy New Year?
I didn't think
A lot
so.
of yelling.
Yeah.
There was. And it was a
lot of
little too
yelling.
convoluted. We didn't have like an overarching story or narrative other than dunking on Matt.
Yeah.
Which,
It was like a novella of short
But we've
stories.
got like 3 Happy New Years already just dunking on Matt.
That is
Yeah.
true.
And it's a little better content.
Well, hey, let's see what happens tomorrow. Stibbs will be in. I imagine he'll make fun of McMaster.
Yeah, no,
We'll
there's
have-
always hope.
I'm
Love
very
great
excited. Stibbs is like the best to just listen to him agitate others. And what's funny is that sometimes I will get agitated and how he's agitating others.
Yeah.
Because I wish that I could agitate the way that he is agitating.
Well, so you're not agitated because he's agitating you. You're agitated because you're like, damn, that's the professional.
It's
that's
jealous
the Hall of
agitation.
Famer.
It is. It's like watching someone, like, you're like, man, I'm really good at my craft. Like, you're like going to the gym. You're like, I just nailed that lift. That's the best I've ever done. And then someone immediately takes what you were doing and adds 2 times the weight. That's what I feel like when Stibbs does the Matt McMaster crossover right after I do.
He writes in the YouTube chat, which you can go hang out in today. Thank you, Austin.
Thank you, Austin.
Thank you,
Very
Austin.
cool.
Thank you,
Indeed.
Stibbs, for your service.
All right. So when we return, a serious question about Greg McDermott. Do Jays fans want Mac back? There's been a lot of conversation since this weekend. There's a tweet that I have saved here from Matt DeMarinis, but there was also a comment yesterday from one of our listeners, Pesky Blues. And so I wanted to read that to you and unpack it and figure out what the future of Creighton is. We will do that when we return. Michael Bruns joins us at the bottom of the 3 o'clock hour. We'll get ready for Nebraska, UCLA as well. It is a Tuesday. Happy to have you here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct 1620 The Zone. Josh Peterson, Austin Jacobson, and Nick Grimm. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct here on 1620 The Zone and 1620thezone.com. Also hanging out on the 1620 The Zone YouTube channel. We will be there until
World Star. Remember World Star?
end of the show.
Remember when people would shout World Star and then a fight would break out? Those were simpler times.
They were.
Wow. Go back to those times, says Austin.
Yeah.
Well,
Go back to fighting in the streets.
That really is just a smaller scale version of our Coliseum idea.
coming soon to a
It's not a
YouTube
bad
channel
idea.
near you.
By the way, Nebraska up 8-2, top of the fourth.
So there's an Austin Jacobson baseball update. By the way, it wasn't in the Grum Down, but it is a Tuesday, which means
A slice of college baseball.
we'll talk
Thank
some
God.
college baseball. Thank God.
Thank God.
He likes the slice.
I love
Although he keeps calling it the slice of baseball, which isn't accurate.
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah.
I can
It's
call it whatever I
technically
want.
right, I guess.
What do you want? A slice? Is that what it is? Or what am I missing here?
College. You're missing college.
So why can't it just be baseball?
Because it's about college
It's
baseball.
Alright, that's
college
fine. We can do that.
baseball. Wow. So that reminds me that in like a month when we have Farron as a regular again, it's going to be so much baseball. on
Tuesday is
Tuesday.
baseball day.
Baseball Tuesdays. Gross. Basketball is the topic du jour of this segment. So Creighton basketball has not been very good this year. Honestly, Nick, play that again. This is what it sounded like in a lot of games. They keep missing shots, and then they lose the game. All right, you don't have to play it anymore now. That was perfect. And so I've been thinking about the future of the Jays a lot, and really the future of Greg McDermott, mainly because it doesn't seem like anybody knows what is going to happen. I was discussing this yesterday with a couple of different people, and the amazement about how locked down any information is. I think so. I'm going to throw a theory at you. First of all, before we dive into the actual meat of the discussion, I think two people know what's going to happen. And when I say people, I mean like involved in the program. I'm not talking about family members, because then I think the number would climb just a little bit. Maybe it only doubles. I think two people know. And I think that those are the current head coach and the next head coach of Creighton. I think those are the only two people that know. I guess you could talk me into a third and Marcus Blossom. I mean, that would make sense, right? That the athletic director would know. See, that's kind of where I'm at, though, too.
But see, the thing is that so to go, and obviously, like we'll get to the point here.
Yeah.
But if we go back, because weirdly enough, we were actually on that show for that day when that was all announced and everything went down.
Oh,
do you remember?
When was that? Was that April?
April.
Okay.
Do you remember? Was there any inkling of this coming out? Because I remember it like coming out and it being very abrupt. And now I'm not like as in tune and in touch with like the Creighton sources and such.
Yeah.
But I remember like being in the offices at Hurrdat Sports and like kind of seeing it come through our chats, if I remember the moment correctly. And it really was kind of like a shock that Huss was coming back, that the announcement was like it as like a dual sport of it all and everything else. And if you do remember some of the other things that have happened, and I don't want to make this like a Creighton pilled or a Creighton versus like the athletic department type of thing, but like some of the announcements that have come out over the past year for Creighton athletics specifically, if you go back to Kirsten Bernthal Booth, like moving on from the program, Brian Rosen then being the name of the next volleyball coach, and you go to this move with Greg McDermott, and then obviously Alan Huss. All of these have felt like they have been kind of seismic shifts that have been somewhat of a surprise. So either, you know, the war chests are completely closed and tightened down and there are no, you know, holes in the ship or anything like that, and they're good at keeping these secrets, or they do come as abrupt as like these decisions have kind of arrived.
So I just went back through, I guess I'll describe it as my notes. And so I was talking with a source at the beginning of April who told me that they are working to bring Huss back as head coach in waiting. So that was at the beginning of April. And then I had heard from a separate person that something is about to happen. And this was Thursday, April 10th. And so that's the day that everything goes down. And sure enough, that was announced. And there's a Jeff Goodman tweet here. So, I mean, to answer your question, I guess, I would say there was way more out there a year ago than there is today.
Yes.
You know, in terms of at least who I was hearing from at the time, at least two people knew, like, hey, something's about to happen with the program. And then obviously something very much did happen with the program. Jasker Todd texts in, and I guess this can be a nice entry into what we wanted to talk about. Anyone that doesn't want Greg back on the bench is 100% crazy. All right, so here's why this is on mind. I think part of it is it does seem like now that the season is one game away from ending in terms of the regular season. I mean, Matt, Austin, there's a world where there are 2 games left this year. Tomorrow and next Wednesday.
Yep.
And then the year is done.
Yep.
And
is this all coming up because of the Matt DeMarinis tweet? Is this what you're...
I do have that one written down. So Matt tweeted, that's why I said Matt, because I was reading the word
Yes,
Matt.
that's what I figured.
He
Not
tweeted,
because he thought you were McMaster.
No,
I appreciate that.
He
Matt McAustin?
tweeted on Saturday night. I believe. Let's see, what time was the game? 4:30.
Yeah.
Is that what the game? So this is probably right as the game comes to a close. This might be a sentimental and regrettable opinion, but I've said how I felt for 15 years. So here goes. That can't be Greg McDermott's last home game as Creighton's head coach. If a power school makes Alan Huss an offer, he can't refuse. So be it. Matt can't go out like that. And that has been I think the sentiment from the majority of Creighton people over the last month, I would say, as this season obviously went in the direction of, oh man, they're not going to be able to pull the nose up. They are not going to go to the NCAA tournament. Maybe they will go to the Crown, but otherwise this is going to be a forgettable season. And it's kind of so what do you want? I have a vivid memory of a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, shoveling snow as Happer and Schaefer of Happer and Schaefer with the theme song and everything, as they discussed this, as they discussed what do you want to happen. And that was like the first time that had bubbled up on that show. And I think now, again, as the season comes to a close, that has been the overriding kind of question that surrounds the program. And so I read this from Pesky Blues. He says yesterday, coming back and having another poor year would be very bad. Unlikely that happens, but the possibility is there. And so that's why I asked the question, what do you want to happen? Because I think what Jay Todd says is 100% a fair opinion. If you're like, why on earth wouldn't you want him back? Why on earth would you not want to bring back the greatest coach in program history to try to finish up on a better note? I understand that. On the other hand, I think what Pesky Blue said yesterday, what if he comes back and they have another bad year? And it's like, yikes, like, because then does he want a third year? Does that set the program back? And so I guess I am trying to figure out the purpose of this maybe is I want to know what people want. Because oh, wow, interesting. Adam Schefter is reporting that the Cardinals plan to release Kyler Murray. Not a surprise there. Let's see where he goes. I know Vikings chatter has been out there a little bit as they don't have a good quarterback.
He's a Jet.
He's a Jet?
He's a Jet.
Yikes. What do Creighton fans want? And for the purpose of you and me, it's what should they want?
You want to role play a little bit?
Sure.
I think that there's two different types of Creighton fans that you could be in this scenario, right?
Okay.
There's the Creighton fan that's maybe the traditionalist, one that's been going to CHI to, before then, you're at the Quest Center, you're at Sokol, you're at all these different locations and venues, and Creighton basketball, you've been through all the different years and different iterations to how popular it has become, and you appreciate everything that it has grown from Dana Altman to Greg McDermott, and hopefully to Alan Huss into the future. You are holding on to the Greg McDermott of past that you want to say, no, it's, this season was the anomaly, all that other stuff, which, to be frank, I actually firmly believe Greg McDermott has given you plenty of other opportunity to believe in what he is as a coach and what he has sustained outside of this one bad year. It sucks that this is the year, of course, of all the years to have this 1 year, but it is more an anomaly than any of the seasons he's had in the past, right? Then I think the second Creighton fan that you could be is one that's terrified of what Creighton's future may look like.
No, nothing is guaranteed in sports.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So if you hold on a little bit longer and you're trying to relive the past just a little bit more, and you're trying to maybe rekindle that spark and magic that was the preseason of this year of how high the expectations go, that Creighton was supposed to be an Elite Eight, if not Final Four team, with all of the poker chips pushed to the middle of the table, with every NIL deal that they made, with every single transfer that they brought in. What if all that momentum passes you by because you stick with the unfortunately termed dinosaur that is your coach at this point and aren't able to move on to the next coach that's waiting to take over? What if you miss that jump and you put your program back significantly where you're not where the standard of the program was supposed to be that you had been building for the past 5-10 years? I think that is where your concern is. So if you are okay with saying, you know what, we ride, we see what happens for the next season, I think you're Creighton fan A, which is basically, I'm good with whatever happens on Mac because Mac deserves it.
Yeah.
But if you're Creighton fan B, I think you are fearful and you are hoping that Alan Huss takes that mantle and just says, hey, Greg, we appreciate everything that you've done. You've been a great, builder of this program, but we got to keep moving forward. And maybe the game has passed you by.
You said something there, and that is like nothing is guaranteed. And I've been thinking about that a lot because in sports, like, if you're a fan of a great program, and I don't know if I'd call Creighton a great program, right? Like they've been very good though. They haven't won a championship, but they've been very, very good. And the level that they have reached for essentially, 30 years now, right? Since Altman arrived. And I would say of those 30 years, probably 20 of them were the new era of Creighton basketball. And by that, I mean consistently competing for the NCAA tournament. Of course, it was different in the Mo Valley because There was not a guaranteed spot. You finish top 3 in the Mo Valley, there's nothing guaranteed. You finish top 3 in the Big East, there's something guaranteed. I mean, this has basically been an NCAA tournament team for the last decade.
And to be fair, McDermott, kind of got them into not only to
they are a regular
part of the Big
participant,
East, but also to be one of those teams in the top 3 of the Big East every single season.
Which is why the rub of this is so interesting, because the end of the Dana Altman era was different in that it was obvious that they had plateaued a little bit, and then he left and he came back, and things just weren't the same anymore. And so it was when he left, it was this makes sense. This is 1 year. This is one bad year. But it is one bad year with the backdrop of his time is coming to an end and everybody knows it. And that's the part, I guess, that I am trying to square. And sometimes I've asked John about it. Sometimes I've asked just Creighton people about it. And that is, he has openly talked about retirement. He knows he is going to do it. How is that affecting the job? And I don't know.
It's so weird. It's like the question being asked, do you want to know how you die? Sort of thing, right? Because but it's almost hey, we can tell you when you die, but we don't tell you how it happens, right? So then if McDermott puts that limit on himself, is that what he's afraid of? That he's okay, well, I know what happens if I retire at the end of this year. This is the last that it goes out. But next year, there's always the possibility that we go on a run, we do all this stuff, but there's also the possibility that this whole thing falls away, again.
For sure. And then beyond that, there's no guarantee of anything continuing. Nailing 2 coaches in a row like this is hard. To have a guy who,
some would argue, having Huss on your essentially roster right now, and some people would say you nail 3. That's hard to do.
At the very least, in terms of who they have coming next, people are sweet, this is going to be great. Now there's
succession plans famously are not very not very particular when it comes to sports. And so especially having this already in your wings is very difficult to do.
A couple comments and we'll get to a call from Jesse. Mustache Adam says, Mac has earned the right to call it when he wants to. My guess is he doesn't come back if he doesn't have things in place from this year's team that he wants to try and makes another run at next season. Whopper writes, Mac retiring next week would be so strange. Going from the best 6-year stretch in program history to this team to retiring when everyone assumed it was a 2, maybe 3-year window is just strange. It's a great way to describe it. And I think that's partly why I wanted to have this discussion is they have been so awesome. If Altman was a floor raiser, and he was a ceiling raiser, he was a program raiser. Mac has done that and then some, because they have gone from, wow, they are a mainstay in the tournament if they, are basically a top 2 team in the Mo Valley, which they essentially turned into, especially at the end under Greg McDermott. Then they joined the Big East, and after that one dip a decade ago, immediately shot back up. They were in the NIT, and then they've been mainstays in the NCAA tournament ever since. They break through. I remember, dude, as a kid, reading the World Herald's college basketball preview, and this would have been probably 06, 07, somewhere in there, and it was the Nate Funk team. This is fine. Chattel wrote, this is a team that's finally going to break through to the Sweet 16. And it took 15 years, but then they did it. And then they broke through even further, and they get, in the eyes of some, one bad call away from going to the Final Four.
I'd agree.
And so it's wow, the program has changed, but there's no guarantee about that. There's no guarantee that with new leadership, in the athletic department, with a new head coach, that everybody, and by everybody I mean donors and fans, are they always going to stick around? Are they always going to be willing to do that? And so in the end, it's not just the end of a coaching era. I continue to wonder, is this about to be the end of an era? And we're going to look back and say, yeah, and then everything changed after that.
Yeah, right.
402-951-1620. Let's go to the phones and get to Jesse on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Jesse, what's going on?
Hey, yeah, great take there at the end, in terms of a fear of being the end of an era. I grew up in the shadow of the Carrier Dome in Syracuse. And I've sat there and I've watched what has happened to that program since Boeheim walked out the door. And it's the unthinkable. There was a screenshot the other day of 400 people in the crowd for a game. That scares me. As far as what we want, there's 3 options, and none of them are guaranteed to have any success. The one option is Mac comes back because he's earned it. If that happens, that's great. Whatever. One more year, just give it one more shot. As a fan, I appreciate everything Mac's done for the program. I also, and I've been vocal about this over the years, I understand that his system has a ceiling, and it would be kind of exciting to see a different kind of a system in terms of a system that cares more about second chance baskets, that's not live and die by the 3. So that intrigues me. I know Huss is a good developer of players. He's probably a pretty good X's and O's guy, given his record going to High Point and being great for 2 years. What scares me there is the recruiting part of it. I don't know what kind of weight Huss's name carries on a national recruiting level.
Good point.
That's very scary to me. But I also know that this program's at its best when it has a big man who can both protect and rattle the rim, which every time Huss has been around, Huss has been the driver of that. So all of that's going. Now, let's just say it's not Mac or it's not Huss. It has to be a guy whose system doesn't have a ceiling, which I know is hard to find. It also has to be a guy who fans want to root for and players want to play for, which ties all into recruiting and boosters. I've seen it as a Notre Dame football fan, what happens when you have a coach who's good, but fans don't want to root for him, and Brian Kelly. The whole program becomes toxic. You don't want that. So asking what we want as fans, I guess somewhere in all of that, if you can figure that out, that's kind of where I'm looking at right now, where the feeling's at.
Jesse, appreciate the call, man, at 402-951-1620. That's like kind of, I was honestly hoping to hear from Jesse because I was wondering what a fan like him who has, been supporting him for so long would be thinking about this program and what's next. This is funny from Tay. She says, I'm just glad Creighton fans aren't Nebraska football fans. That's a joke. We're trending towards that, and it's awful. Like, there is this part, and I know, and so I'm going to do the thing that everybody hates. I'm going to compare Creighton basketball to Nebraska football.
I think
but it's fair, right? Because
it's the only comparison you can make.
Because like I follow on Twitter, I follow a good deal of Creighton basketball fans, and so like I have seen the kind of frustration with this year, where some of them are like, "Well, this sucks. We're at the end of the road, and it's a different time." Others are like, "Why aren't the media asking tougher questions?" And there's like this kind of malaise of hit a ceiling, and it does remind me in a much different way, but in similar ways, of the end of the Bo Pelini era. Now, again, Greg McDermott, infinitely more likable than Bo Pelini, right? Yes. So, like, to go back to what Jesse just said about rooting for a coach, though I know obviously a lot of people like rooting for Bo around here. That's what's different. But I remember, and I was in the throes of it, the debate about, like, should they move on from him? Can they ask for more? And this isn't about, like, should they fire him? This is will he retire or will he not retire, right? So that all that is different in there. But that was a huge piece to the puzzle of should they and can they get better? Now, we know the answer. They were unable to. I thought they made the right decision in firing him. I thought they made the wrong decision in everything that followed. And like, that's it. But both of those things go together. And so if you fire him and you get it wrong, then maybe you actually made the wrong decision in firing him. And with this, it is, can you get whatever is next correct? Like, I would venture to guess that Creighton will not match the level of success that they had from, let's see, they made the Sweet 16 to 2021 through 2024. So that's a 4-year stretch. They went to 3 Sweet 16s and an Elite 8. I would venture to guess that Al Huss never matches that, or whomever the next coach is never matches that. And so like this push and pull of some wanting to move on or are ready to move on because they're like, I just want to see what else is out there. It's a dangerous game because like you could actually find your own version of Mike Riley out there. Yeah. Or maybe you don't. I would venture to guess, again, just given that no coach around here had ever done it, and then he did, that's going to be really hard for them to match.
Okay, so here's one phrase that we've heard. You've said it a bunch of times. We actually hear it from Jesse right there, too, in that call. You talked about it in text. It's in the YouTube chat. It's everywhere. Yeah. The phrase that Mac deserves, whatever. Yeah. I think that that's a very interesting phrase because we as like this conversation, this collective, as this conversation grows, it implies that Mac has the final say in all of this. Truthfully, the person who has to make this decision is your athletic director.
See, but I don't think he is.
I think he should, because Marcus Blossom is being paid a certain amount of money to make decisions like this. And regardless of whatever timeline or anything else that was put on, if Marcus Blossom does not like the product that was out there and thinks that Alan Huss could do a better job of it, he should step in and just say, Mac, we appreciate everything that you've done to get us to this point. It's time for you to go. We need to move on to the Alan Huss era. See, now, if he doesn't believe that, then he should allow Mac to then make the decision if that's the case, right? Yeah. But if it does come down and the big boys that are in the room have that type of conversation, I mean, did we not just do this whole entire diatribe with the entire Nebraska football of it all when it came to Bill Moose and having to pick between one coach that he didn't like and, the ether of other coaches that maybe he would have preferred, right? And he can write whatever narrative that he wants now. But is that not kind of the same discretion that we have now? Oh, Marcus Blossom would be, he would be well hated by a lot of people if he forced out Greg McDermott and McDermott wanted to come back for another year. But if you are the leader of an athletic department and you feel that it is time to move on from a coach, it's up to you to make that determination. Now, I'm not in those walls. I am not the person who's going to be like, oh, Blossom needs to be the person who makes this type of, forte, whatever. But the truth of the matter is he actually has a lot more power in the situation than I think anybody's giving him credit for. And if that's the decision that comes down to
I think
he
has less power than you're giving him credit for.
Well, you can say that, but at the end of the day, he does have the power to just be like, it's Allen Hus time.
In theory, he does, but man, I mean, Mac has a lot of people around here on his side, and
see, your point on that is that he would lose the court of public opinion,
by
which
far.
I know
McDermott would play the game, and I think he'd lose
1,000,000%,
It'd be game over.
100%, and that is a part of this entire conversation. But that is the part of being a Division I college athletic director. Is you have to make these decisions. You're never going to be super well liked, and if you are, you're probably being boosted up by a lot of great coaches.
Brian Wright said, Mac not named a coach in waiting, we wouldn't be having this discussion. That's a great point. That's a really interesting part of this is like the succession plan in a way. It's not working against Creighton, but it's like this. It is allowed for the elephant to be in the room.
Well, to be fair, this was never supposed to be the season that it was.
Yeah, so that's true. That's true.
That is the complete difference because we, in a different world, we are talking about Creighton on their usual, stampede where they're going into an NCAA tournament. Now we're fighting about what seed they are, all this other stuff. And we aren't talking about, okay, what's Mac going to be? But because of the way the season has went, it is turned into this because now it's like, okay, well, is Mac ready to give it all up? Like you're reading all the tea leaves. You're seeing how he comments in postgame pressers. You notice how he acts on the sideline. Is he soaking in more moments than what we're used to seeing? These all became the narrative because the season is not what it was supposed to be, which was the intention when they were hiring Hus and naming the coach in waiting and everything else.
A lot of other responses that we can get to. Some people disagree. I'll explain myself just a little bit more, I guess, on what I expect next with the program. Also, there was a comment that we got from a Wisconsin fan a little bit earlier about the end of their time with some historical coaches and what that fan would have wanted to have happen as well. So we can get into all that and more when we return. We're also going to have Michael Bruntz at the bottom of the hour on this Tuesday. Thank you for joining us here on 1620 The Zone.
my natural instinct was like, don't hire him. To be quite honest with you, like, I'm being completely honest. I brought Eck in to interview with him, though, because of what he's done. I couldn't get him out of my brain.
It's Fire Matt Rule Week on Unsportsmanlike Conduct, 1620 The Zone.
Oh my God!
It is indeed Fire Matt Rule Week. Stay tuned for
Matt Rule
for our discussion today. This is not Fire Greg McDermott Week. We're just wondering what's going to happen with Creighton moving forward. Also, Brunt is not joining us today.
Dang it!
Very sad. So we'll get to a slice of college baseball at the bottom of the hour.
8-2 top of the 6th, Nebraska.
Nebraska's rolling. All right. So I said that I don't think Creighton will have a 4-year stretch like they just had under Greg McDermott at all under Al Huss or whomever is the next coach. And there's certainly some pushback coming in, which I think surprises me, though maybe it shouldn't, because I mean, if you're a fan of the Jays, you're not thinking like, yeah, of course our best days are behind us. Like it's never fun to think that.
Right.
Maybe I've just been beaten down by all my fandom over the years. Kenneth writes, disagree, Josh. And Pesky Blue says, how can you say that when their recruiting profile keeps getting better? My main argument would just be like, I think Greg McDermott's that good of a coach.
Yeah.
You know, it's a program like, and that's the best argument against what I'm saying, right? Is the profile is actually getting better and they will continue to be a better program. Like I totally hear that, but mine would be like every year before that. And I know they were in lesser leagues, but like it never happened. They had the best player in college basketball for at least one season. And at the very least, he was a top 10 player for another 2. They didn't really sniff the Sweet 16, let alone the Elite 8, because they got dominated in those games. Like, I just think it's really hard. Kentucky doesn't go to 3 Sweet 16s in 4 years anymore. North Carolina is like in the midst of like, they're in a weird spot, I think, in the post Roy Williams era. Like they made it to a natty, but also like there's some years where it's like, yeah, and maybe they're going to get bounced out in round number 1. I just think it's really, really hard. And this is, I guess, the part where in a way I feel like I stand for Greg McDermott a little bit, where I'm like, he is actually underrated, I think, a little bit.
1,000,000%.
Certainly, like,
100%.
you know, with
Yes.
like some hardcore Nebraska basketball honks, I think he's underrated. But I think generally, like, if you think, yeah, they're going to be able to match that level of success in the next 5 years, I'd say, wow, I think you might think, or maybe you don't appreciate Greg McDermott. I don't want to say that. That sounds really harsh, but
I don't appreciate Greg McDermott.
No, that like if somebody's like, I think that they're going to be able to match that in the next 5 years,
Right.
I would say, I don't know if you've appreciated it enough, because it's really, really difficult to do what he did,
well,
and
and
what
also,
they have done.
To be fair, I can give you a little bit of a different perspective from this, because I know that the audience for Creighton, the audience for Blue Jay basketball specifically too, is very Omaha centered, right? Because like it is the more local team that you can root for in terms of, hey, this team like got better as I continue to watch them. I grew up with them, like all that sort of stuff, right? Like I have friends that are from this side of the state that I met in college, either at UNK or, you know, my post-grad life or whatever, that are from Fremont or from Omaha or from these other places. And they love Creighton basketball because like that's the story, right? Like I watched it when Mac was in his first year, when Doug was there, and I was like in elementary school or I was in middle school, and then they got so good and they've had all these years and all that other stuff. When I grew up on the opposite side of the state, and this isn't, you know, I'm not going to go into full Western Nebraska bit mode on this, but I did not understand anything about Creighton basketball. Like, truthfully, did not. There was no part of it. The first I had ever heard of Creighton basketball was the Doug McDermott years. And it truthfully was Doug McDermott in the NCAA tournament when he had like whatever 30-point performance or whatever it was in that first round.
Yeah.
That was my first experience with Creighton basketball. So you kind of have to understand that, yes, I'm from this state, not from this area. But that's like Denver Metro. Creighton was not on the national radar. It's not a usual sports thing, right?
Yeah.
And as they continue to get better and better, they became obviously a bigger thorn in the side of the local Nebraska side of it, the in-state rivalry. They made it a bigger deal. All that stuff made sense. Then Creighton became more of like a national blip on the radar. I'm not sure that it's, you know, exactly a mecca of college basketball right now, but it does speak to why people have this sentiment and this value towards McDermott and towards the program, because it has not necessarily been built from ashes, but it has definitely been built on cornerstones that they have continued to build on this, you know, continuing block of what they hope the program to eventually end up becoming.
Yeah.
But college basketball is weird, man. It's hard.
It is. It's so hard. Yeah.
It's unlike any other major sport.
And that's the thing, because the tournament's so weird too.
Yes.
So it's like you almost have to like add that caveat every time, where you just never acknowledge it because it's so obvious. Like, why would you say it? But it's like college basketball is wonky. The best teams don't often, you know, make it to round 2 or 3 each and every year. We're going to see that this year. Pesky Blue says next year could have 4 or 4 stars and a McDonald's All-American 5-star. Can you blame us for thinking the success will continue? No, I'm not blaming it. Again, I'm not blaming you. I'm just saying I personally am hard-pressed to believe that they are going to be able to match the level of success for an extended period of time, I think that the ceiling certainly continues to rise for this program. I also think that a coach in Al Huss, who had the success that he did at High Point, and now he's going to be coaching at Creighton. I mean, it in a way, dude, it's just like the same things we wondered about with Mac when he got hired 15 years ago. Is he going to be able to raise this level or coach at this level? Now, he had been in the Big 12 at Iowa State. He was fine, if not below fine. He came here, and so it was a little bit different. But we don't know. I mean, how many times have you been burned over the years for thinking a coach was a sure thing, and then he obviously wasn't? And so, like, that's where maybe some of this is just my age, where I'm just like, it's hard for me to guarantee anything with anybody anymore. And so Al Huss, like, it seems like from everything I've heard and everyone I talked to, especially those inside of the program, they're like, yep, they got the guy. It would be a tire fire if he left. Like, they, in a way, to go back to the original, impetus for this discussion, the Matt DiMarino tweet, people are like, no way in hell you let him get out the door. It's like, that's how people that I trust feel about him. On the other hand, I felt that way about coaches in the past, and they've ended up just being kind of fine, if not bad. And so there's never a guarantee. And so I'm not going to feel that way when I know under Greg McDermott, he did something that I had never seen before.
Yeah.
And he did it like after Doug, I was like, wow, it's going to be really hard for them to ever match that level. And then they were actually better.
Right. And they've done it. They've done it in different ways, or they had guys that came up through the program and got better. Ryan Kalkbrenner, one of them. They brought in different recruits that were very good at different places, got extremely better when they came to Omaha and played at Creighton, namely one Baylor Shireman, maybe a Trey Alexander. Some of these guys that like came through. I think it's just such a unique perspective too. And we talk about the national radar and stuff. I remember, I think it was last year even. I remember Greg McDermott made an appearance on Pardon My Take, which was just so like it didn't for me.
That was like a little contract negotiation podcasting, if I remember
exactly right. But it was funny because it was one of those things that you're just like, wow, like why would Pardon My Take want the Creighton basketball head coach? But like I didn't at the time, I didn't really think about anything of it. But it's coming back to me now because
I forgot about that.
Even Jesse had mentioned a little bit ago about like the national radar and like how Creighton's perceived and walking into the room and all that other sort of stuff too. But if you look at the external, how bigger that logo has gotten in terms of Omaha and college basketball and whatnot, McDermott has for sure done that. Like he's gotten good players. They have had great teams. They have had teams that have gotten far. We've talked about all that.
Yeah.
I would argue that Alan Huss right now is actually doing a little bit more inroads to keep that logo as big as it is by making Creighton a bigger factor in recruitment. I mean, how many years in a row has it been now that Creighton has their highest rated target ever signed with the program? It's been 2 years now and a potential third that's coming up here soon.
Yeah.
So they have this potential to keep getting better and better in terms of their program standards and recruitment, which generally speaking is how you get better in college basketball. This year was the anomaly where they actually didn't do it the way that Creighton had normally done it, but yet everybody was fine with it going in because they were like, this is such an anomaly. It has to work because Mac is, that coach and all that stuff. So, I don't know. I feel like Creighton, the brand, would be fine, but then Creighton, the program after that, whether it's Huss or McDermott after that next year, does feel like very teeter-tottery on like, okay, if they don't have the success next year with Huss or with McDermott, where does it go? How does that translate?
Couple comments. Connor writes rather.
Hi, Connor.
The difference between what Coach Altman inherited compared to what Coach Mack inherited at CU is huge. The difference between what Coach Huss inherits compared to what Coach Mack inherited at the start of his career at CU is also huge. Recruiting at CU in 2026 is night and day, and that goes back to something that you just said a moment ago. Alan writes that I just tuned into the Creighton fan anxiety crisis hour. I think depending on who you talk to, it certainly has a little bit of that vibe. I mentioned going to break a Wisconsin fan. So Kyle tweeted at us. He says, I know I wanted one more year of Alvarez, talking about Barry, and Bo Ryan when they retired. I always want to see the legends, and McDermott is a Creighton legend. And so that goes back to the original conversation. What do you want? And so he says, I want one more year. As a Wisconsin fan, I wish that I would have had one more year. Now, in fairness to each of them, I guess I barely remember Barry Alvarez's last year because that was like 20 years ago. Bo Ryan's last full year was it the Final Four team or the team that lost in the Natty, or maybe that was his penultimate season? Either way, because he left at the beginning of a season when he handed the job off, which was so interesting. And so I don't really know exactly a one-to-one comparison. But there was a comment a few minutes ago. this season, or maybe it was you said it, this season being like it is the reason why we're having this conversation. Another one from Whopper.
Great name.
Right. I think
every time I hear that,
I think Creighton in their current form is able to produce a top 20 to 30 roster in college basketball each year. Inevitable sports landscape changes pending. Then it's just a mixture of getting results above expectations from players and coaching that gets you in position to be a second weekend and beyond team. I think with Mac, you had better coaching than your opponent more often than not. The big variable with Huss is how often that will be the case. I think that is an awesome way to describe it.
Can I ask you this?
Yeah.
What if I put it this way? If they announce, they being Creighton, and they say next year is Mac's last year, right? And, we're gearing up, we're setting non-conference sites, all that sort of stuff. What does that first game attendance look like? Or maybe crowd, all that other stuff. What does that first game look like comparative to if Creighton comes out and says, Mac is retiring, Alan Huss is the first-year coach? Is there a stark difference?
I bet it's pretty much the same. I bet both of those it's the same. Now, part of this is it's always like a bye game, right, to start, so it's not like it's going to be like a Nebraska coming in.
It's at CHI next year, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
Probably, yeah.
Nebraska. How do you think they feel?
I think it's in terms of like the level of attendance. Like I think it's the same. It's full. It's
I'm not saying like attendance. Maybe more just like atmosphere, like that sort of stuff. Do you think people are like a little more geared up and all that sort of stuff? Like, are they more excited for an Alan Huss, or are they more excited because it's Mac's last chance to beat Nebraska?
I think like Pesky Blue says, the anxiety is born of the uncertainty, and that was about something. I think it's just more like maybe anxiousness. I think no matter what happens, if it's his last year, if they say it's his last year, if he's just returning again and we don't know, or if it's Al Huss, I think there's this level of like anxious excitement. I'm guessing that it's probably a little bit more excitement if it's Huss because it's like a new thing. To go back to what Jesse said a little bit earlier, like, what's it going to be like? What are they going to look like? Because you just have questions that you don't. I feel like right now, 15 years in or so, like kind of know what Creighton basketball is, for better and for worse.
Mm-hmm.
There will be unknown with whatever is next.
Yeah,
it's going to be super interesting. I have changed my tune. I think for the longest time he's going to come back. I don't think he's going to come back anymore. I think he is, and I think part of it is to go back to one of the another original comments that we said, that was if he comes back and has another rough year, what it would mean.
Yeah.
I think that is the reason he is not going to come back.
I think
he's going to retire.
I think Mac is a great competitor, and I don't think he wants to go out this way. I think he wants to go out in a shield, and I think he's comfortable with whatever happens. I think he would hate if he has another season that's like this, but I think there's a part of him that is the ultimate competitor and is like, it's just not going to happen.
So so I think he retires. You think he comes back? Do you think he comes back with the announcement of this is going to be it?
Yes.
Okay. Nick, what do you think?
I'm kind of split on it. I could see him wanting to come back just for one more because, I mean, the pieces are there and he just hasn't. What?
No, not you.
Okay.
No, I read a comment.
What did I say? What was wrong?
No, I read a
he
comment.
did. I saw
sorry.
exactly what you were going with, Nick. That the reaction at the moment in which you said that did feel a bit.
No, sorry.
Anyway, the pieces are there, and I can't imagine how frustrating it is to know you have the pieces, but they haven't fallen into place the way that they should have. You thought they should have. So I could see him coming back for one more.
So I don't want to like pick on Mike, but Mike says, I know you guys need to make it a sports talk topic, but see, you'll be okay either way, putting way too much thought into this. First of all, like if you're a big boy program, like this is what you do. Yeah. You have conversations like this. Also, like, maybe I'm getting too defensive here. This is a normal conversation. Are you not wondering what's next with your favorite basketball team? And
it is also fair too, and we've said it before that there is no guarantee that they are fine after this.
Maybe I think about sports in a way different way, but I'm always like, what's going to happen with my favorite team? What are they doing? Are they making the right decision? If you're like, whatever happens, bro, I'm good with it, then I guess we are way different. But like, this is what you do with a program that has elevated in the way that Creighton basketball, like it's a compliment to them. I think that we're having this discussion. This isn't trolly. Like, I hope that none of this discussion has come off as, oh man, they're like poking fun. No, like I'm very curious. I am super interested in what's happening.
And to be fair, if they don't get it right, and whether if the Mac season goes away and whatever, and maybe the scenario that Matt DiMaria has tweeted about that Huss walks away from it, is not the coach in waiting anymore. They hire a different coach and that doesn't work out. Rebuilding from a losing coach is much harder for Creighton than it is for a lot of other programs that are at Creighton's level right now.
Absolutely. Yeah, he says, listen to all the CU fans here. We were telling you this, Josh. That's fine. But like, have fans ever been wrong before? Like, well, I mean, just because some people are feeling really good about it doesn't mean everybody is, which is why, again, I started this in the first place, because there has been a lot of debate about it over the last few weeks.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm the idiot. I mean, maybe everything's going to be fine.
No, not you.
I'd be surprised, though. I'd be surprised if everything just continued rolling like it has. We could be very surprised. All right, when we return, Nick gives us a slice of college baseball.
Yes.
Now, we said this is not a trolley topic. Oh, we do have Fire Matt Rule week to get back to, so we'll do that.
Fire Matt Rule.
But a serious email that we got from somebody that made me look. I'm being very introspective today, and so we'll get to that at the near the top of the 4 o'clock hour and more. Hopefully, our other guest doesn't cancel. It was a no guest Tuesday last week.
It was.
Hopefully, it's not a no guest Tuesday this week. Steve Sipple will join us in the happy hour later on today. More to come. Slice of college baseball next on 1620 The Zone.
It's time to enjoy a nice hot slice of college baseball.
Cerna is on deck. The pitch ripped into left center field and gathered by the center fielder. And this game is over. The Tigers rally in the back half of the game, but come up short. And Northeastern come down south and beaten LSU 13-10 after losing 3-1 in the first time these teams played. Ronnie, we saw a lot of everything tonight.
College baseball.
We have hit Tuesday, which means it is time for Nick to let us know what is going on in the world of stick and ball. But when the stick goes ping, ping,
people
Nick,
have been saying that this is the segment of the week every week.
Okay,
I
no,
hear
they
it in
have
the
not.
streets.
No,
Those are
they
great
don't.
people.
No,
It's
they-
on
Well, how often are you in the streets,
Yeah.
Mr. Ivory Tower?
I walk around
was-
120th and Center, and they go, "Have you heard a slice of baseball?"
So your wife-to-be is hanging out at 120th and Center talking about how much she loves slice of baseball. Is that what's going on?
Mm-hmm.
Nick, take it away.
Josh, Austin,
Thank you.
today I want to do my first team spotlight of 2026. I do this from time to time when
Okay.
I just want to spotlight a team. This is a team that has slain both SEC and Big East Dragons, a team that I believe will bounce back and continue to have an incredible season. Obviously, I'm talking about your Arizona State Sun Devils.
Oh, I thought this was Nebraska.
Barry Bonds went there.
Currently, they are 8-4, but their 4-game losing streak not only started but 6 days ago, but it has come at the hands of 1, Oklahoma, after splitting that series, by the way.
Notably.
2, Mississippi State. 3, Tennessee. And finally, Texas ass and more ass.
Got him.
Those aren't bad losses. If anything, if it takes the combined forces of the SEC to finally kill the devil, that's saying something.
The devil.
Let's look at some of their leaders, shall we? Center fielder Donamic Longo and second base Nuu Contreras are both juniors and both tied as home run leaders with 4 apiece. Their slash lines are 323, 462, 806, and 341, 420, nice, and 659 respectively. Those are some sluggers.
That is.
Contreras also leads Arizona State in stolen bases at 8. That's a lot of stolen bases.
Very nice.
Especially over 11 games. You like triples?
I love triples.
Well, PJ Mountzuridis and Matthew Polk both lead the team at 1 triple apiece.
Woo.
And you know what one of my favorite things are in baseball?
Ping.
A catcher that can also hit the ball. And the Sun Devils have 2 of those. Sophomore starter Brody Briggs, which is a great baseball name, has a line of 421, 500, 579 in 9 games, and freshman Cooper Klauser sits at 500, 667, 500 in 3 games. Wowzers. Of course, pitching also matters. Junior Cole Carlton has a record of 2-1, an ERA of 2.87 through 3 starts, 15.2 innings, and 19 strikeouts. Senior Cole Klecker isn't far behind with a 2-0 record, 3.60 ERA through 2 starts, 10 innings, and 12 Ks. All of this to say, I'm buying in early on Arizona State.
Whoa.
I don't know how far they'll go, but I do have a feeling, a tingle, if you will, that they will go a pretty decently long way. Also, really quick, our Oppenheimer of the week goes to George Washington for clobbering St. Peter's 17-0 on February 27th. Baseball.
Very nice, Nick.
What do you think about the Oppenheimer bit?
The Oppenheimer's very funny. I do like that. So that's basically just like
I don't think they were saying that over in Japan.
Wow, so you don't like the Oppenheimer bit?
No, I was just asking him.
No, I do. I think it's fun. Are you putting a future in Arizona State then?
Yeah.
Oh, whoa. You that confident?
Yeah, cautiously.
To make CWS?
Nah,
or
that's
what?
not confident. That's just being cautious.
Like, how far is this future going? Win the Big 12 or what?
For sure postseason.
Okay. All right. For sure
postseason. Back to the phones we go. Thank you, Nick, for that intel on baseball.
Thank you, Nick.
Baseball.
The College World Series is 3.5 months away. Andrew wants to chime in on our Greg McDermott discussion. Hello, Andrew. Uh-oh. Andrew said, baseball, I'm hanging up. All
Sorry,
right.
Andy.
Bye, Andrew. No more Andrew.
RIP. Also, Nebraska baseball up 8-3 over Omaha, bottom of the 6th.
Things are going great. Oh, yeah. Speaking of baseball, John wants to
Omaha's
know, will
dating.
Nick take suggestions of teams to spotlight?
Ooh.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Nebraska, you never talk about our local teams.
I talked about them a couple weeks ago.
You don't talk about Nebraska?
I talked about them when John hated when I talked about how the Big Ten was upsetting other teams.
Platcat points out that they are favorites to win the Big 12. That was like an Austin hot take.
That's mean, Platcat. I've been your friend this whole time. He's supposed to be my defender in chat.
Speaking of hot take market, we will get to that in the 4 o'clock hour. What will Austin say this time?
Won't go well, I can tell you that.
KD quotes Nick, I like catching balls.
Oh, nice.
Shout out to Nick, the ball catcher.
Who doesn't love balls?
I like catchers that hit balls.
Indeed.
Oh, look at that. Whopper has now followed me. Very nice.
Whoa,
Thank
shout
you,
out. I met
Whopper.
Nice.
It was this month a year ago where I met Whopper. He won a contest to go to Prairie Flower Casino, play longer or win more, and watch the first round of the tournament. I don't remember if it was on Thursday or Friday. We had a great time.
Nice.
Great time.
Like that.
Speaking of meeting listeners in person, we will be at the T-Box, located at 718 North 114th Street on Friday. We would love to see you there. Golf simulator. Can't wait to find out how terrible my swing is because I haven't swung a golf club in a few years.
Ooh.
It's going to be very
Bachelor party was
exciting.
your last time?
Bachelor, yes. I think it was the last time I played golf. Wow, that was 2023.
It's usually how they get you.
Wow, that's crazy. So
I hate
stop
a bachelor
by.
party golf.
Stop by. Yeah, because it's like I'm going to be terrible.
Yeah, and I don't want to pay to be terrible.
Yeah, thankfully my friends bought my round.
Yeah.
Very much appreciate it. After I'd won $1,000, and then they were kind of mad at me. They were like, I don't know if we should be buying you stuff. You just won $1,000 at the craps table, which I said, thank you, friends. I very much appreciate you. All right, when we return, it is time, Nick, for the segment we have all been waiting for today.
Nice. Oh, it's a super hot take market.
No, not that
No,
segment.
the
The
other
other one, Nick. Okay, it's Fire Matt Rule League.
Oh.
I thought I was.
I thought you were just playing
I was
along,
setting
Nick.
you up, Nick. It was setting you up.
I mean, to be fair, I am looking forward to the hot take market.
And also, to be fair, a slice of baseball just happened, and I was very much looking
what
forward
else do
to
I
it.
have to look forward to, Josh?
Yeah, I can't keep looking back. That's on Sunday when we turn our clocks the other direction.
Nice.
So we're gonna do a little time travel in the next segment because I got an email that I woke up to this morning from one of our listeners about a game last year, and is that like a fork in the road type moment? So we will unpack that when we return. Also, in the 4:00 hour, we will have the super hot take market. We have to also talk about Nebraska and UCLA, so we still have that on the docket. We're gonna have Steve Sipple coming up as well, and your research.
Hey.
Austin has been doing his own research.
That's right.
We call him the Aaron Rodgers of the Grum.
That's right.
About
I've got toe COVID.
he has toe COVID.
Oh, not COVID.
Look at my feet. About morning to afternoon practices.
That's right. It's a big deal, folks.
Nick, we've reached the part of the show where we're already running out of time.
Oh,
and people would say,
no.
but it's only 3:48, but we are running out of time.
You didn't set a line for the Grum down this time.
No,
I
I didn't, Nick,
It's a
with my
shame.
new graphic and new color and all of those things. All right, let's read this email and more. When we return, it is the segment Nick has been waiting for, but he also forgot it. It arrives next on 1620 The Zone.
Fire Matt Rule.
It's the Plum Ride Time Saving Traffic Report. On South 144th and Q Street, we're seeing some minor congestion. Spread out minor slow traffic on West Center Road. 72nd and L is slowing down, and 72nd and Dodge is not looking much better. I'm John Stanton.
Colon cancer, second leading cause of cancer-related deaths in the United States. But it's highly preventable, and with regular screenings and early detection, it is something that you can survive. I am a colon cancer survivor. My name is Crash Davis, and I want you to get screened. If you are an Omaha area resident between the ages of 45 and 74, get a free colon cancer screening kit by visiting omahacolonkit.com. It's free, and you can do it at home. omahacolonkit.com.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm
You better have guys who are in the foxhole with you. And if someone's 1 foot in, 1 foot out, that's not my issue. That's their issue.
It's Fire Mat Rule Week on Unsportsmanlike Conduct, 1620 The Zone.
It is indeed. People were wondering yesterday as they came into the YouTube comment sections, what's going on here? Why are you firing him?
Why did that happen?
Fire Mat Rule.
Can you give me the lore behind this? Because I'm also confused.
John made a segment and Nick and I took it in a different direction and John didn't like it. And here we are.
Oh, okay.
I think that's kind of the
that's
long and
more or
short
less
of it.
what it is.
Okay.
Fire Mat Rule.
Okay, if nothing else, for all of the production side of it, Nick, that is incredible. Just
It's
for
the
that.
finest work
Thank
Nick
you.
has ever done.
Thank
Good
you.
job by you, Nick. By the way, going back to the bachelor party in golf,
Mhm.
Aaron texts in, who was at the bachelor party.
Hi,
Yeah,
Aaron.
I lost like $200. F you, buddy. And then he adds very good golf course. The golf course was really good. But yeah, so it was like a weird one. Now they still paid for everything, but it was also this like, that's not fair. You won $1,000. You did your bachelor party already, right, Nick? Or have you not done it?
Yeah, I
yet?
already
forget.
did it.
Okay, did your friends pay for everything?
They did.
See, that's what happens. That's maybe the best part about getting married. Some would say, I wouldn't say it, but that's the best part that some would say.
I think the best part about getting married
Is
is being
getting
with
married.
somebody who you want to spend
I
the
agree.
rest
I'm
of
just
your
saying
life
some
with.
would say that, Nick. I would not say that.
You
Have
only
had
do
your-
it once.
Have you had your bachelor party yet? I
I have not. I'm trying to figure out. We do have a date set, by the way. So we did get all that figured out. We have a date and a venue.
Nice.
All right, announce it in 3, 2, 1.
I'm not giving away that
I'm gonna-
public information.
I'm going to ask you off
That's
the air.
crazy. Yeah, that'd
I
be
will
great.
ask
Don't
you off the
dox
air.
his batch party.
I will ask.
Yeah.
No, he hadn't locked that down yet. He's had his wedding venue.
Oh,
you gotta
wedding,
listen. You
sorry.
got to listen, Nick. So you're
Yeah.
trying to figure out, are you going to be one of those Gen Z boys that's like, we're going to Antarctica?
No, I don't.
Boys get $10,000 each, please.
I don't want to fly anywhere. I want to drive. And truthfully, the one thing that I want to do is
Gamble.
One of two things.
Oh.
I want to either have like a 2-day beer Olympics where we're all just like in a big Airbnb and it's just
Nice.
like me and all of my friends that we can all drink just for the last time, just like ridiculous. Or I want to do like a bar, like multi-town bar crawl where we just take like a party bus to like a bunch of like desolate towns and just go to different bars.
Austin, you
That's
are the
awesome.
friend that we should all hope to have in our life. You're not asking to gallivant around America.
No.
So
I am thankful that I am the age I am because I missed all of the dumb let's go everywhere bachelor
Yeah.
parties.
Mhm.
All of
Do
mine.
you want to
ex-
come to one of these? Which one excites you more?
Which one would I rather do?
I like the Airbnb just drink-a-thon.
That's what I
That
thought,
sounds
right?
awesome.
And because is there nothing more exhilarating to a group of like 10 to 12, whatever aged men, that just stacks of 30 racks of beer, and you're
That does
like,
sound fun.
We got to eliminate
I am
those."
someone who like games are fine when drinking. I just want to drink though. So the
Fair.
other one, I would lean slightly the other one. But if it was, all my best pals hanging out like at Airbnb, that also sounds great.
Okay.
Yeah.
This,
So-
this
I'm
is where
happy I
stuck at,
did
yeah.
not grow up in the era though of travel.
So going back to the whole traveling during a wedding thing,
Mhm.
a friend of mine that I invited to my wedding had to decline because they are in a wedding in Hawaii and their flight gets back the day before my wedding.
Yeah, that's
the day of. There was something with flights. They couldn't make the flights work.
I'm running a marathon and then going to Nick's wedding the next day. I mean, if that's not
your marathon's not in Hawaii.
Yeah, but I'll be really.
You're not organizing part of the.
Be really sore, and I'm gonna have to drive back. Nick, my legs are gonna be sore that day.
See, that's the tough part is if you have to drive back the same day you run.
Thankfully, I'm gonna wait the next day.
Okay,
so I will thus
good
be
move.
missing a family wedding. I will be missing a wedding on the side of Riss's family because that is the night of my marathon. And she was like, I was like, is this okay? And she said yes, and I said thank you because yes, driving back on those legs would be awful. And so I'll just do it the next day, which will also be awful, but a different version.
And you got to get your dance on.
Mustache Adam, wedding in Hawaii, real original. Exactly. Great line, good quote.
From, oh God.
I just rewatched it. Forgetting Sarah Marshall.
Yeah, Forgetting
I've
Sarah
never
Marshall's
seen the
very
full movie.
funny.
I've only seen clips, and then I see
very
Russell
funny.
Brand, and I get sad.
By the way, one of my favorite things is watching movies these days and hopping on to Letterboxd and often finding Austin has already seen that movie. We rewatched Crazy Stupid Love the other night, to which you have also watched, and you have logged on Letterboxd, and you had a take about the teenage girl in the end in the photos. Very funny take. All right. Anyway, it's Fire Matt Rule week. We had buried the lead. Nick's getting married. Austin's getting married. Congratulations to all.
Matt Rule.
All right, so got an email last night from Al in Minneapolis, and I thought he had some awesome questions that we could use as a jumping off point for today's edition of Fire Matt Rule Week.
Fire Matt Rule.
He writes, Josh, if memory serves, you were of the mind things were about to take off heading into the Minnesota game. Talking about the Pee Pants game. You remember, Austin, you saw us at CrossFit.
Things did take off.
They do.
Dylan's love of looking at the stars.
Oh, he's a star man looking at the sky. How much different?
Because of all the sacks.
How much different would the entire tone and belief in Matt Rule be? He's saying he said, what if that one game were flipped to a win last year? How much different would the entire tone and belief in Matt Rule be? One thing I'm curious is if you could define a bit more is what do you / the fans think Matt Rule is incapable of doing? Is it winning a national title? Is it making it to the playoffs? Is it making it to the playoff in back-to-back years? Is it beating a ranked team? Regards, Al in Minneapolis.
These are all great questions.
So there's I feel like there's two separate parts of this discussion. There's the second one, which I think is maybe the more enjoyable one, and that is if we could define what he is doing or what is he is incapable of doing. So let's put that off for just a moment. We'll put a pin in that one. The first part, though, what if that game were flipped to a win last year? How much different would the entire tone and belief in Matt Rule be? So, I will now ask another question on top of his question.
On top of a mountain.
If, does winning that game change everything? Is kind of the obvious one to kind of take a bite out of this, right? They go to 6-1, so they lock up a bowl berth already in mid-October. It's not just that they lost. Stop me if you've heard this before. It's how they lost. That was a terrible defeat.
That was the worst performance I had all year. I mean, even in the 40-16 losses, the Minnesota one hurts me the most.
Yeah, that one is really bad. That's Groin Kick Chronicles. Where would that one rank? I wonder. Yeah, I mean, it was bad. It was bad.
Well, you got to remember that going into that week, it was.
I know everyone was so hyped.
Well, you have to remember too that Monday was Matt Rule's leaving for Penn State week too, and so I remember because I hosted for Happer that day too because he was on bachelor party duty. That I had asked Brian Christopherson during Happer's show at that time if Rule won on Friday night, would he have a contract extension Saturday morning? And Brian was like, probably.
There was a lot of chatter that week. And actually, I didn't hear about it until the next week. But apparently, there had been a lot of chatter that something's about to break. Yeah. A lot of folks who had sources inside the program were like, something's about to happen. Something's about to happen. It's not my story to tell, which is why I didn't tell it until 2 weeks later. But you're right. That was very much, it felt like that was very much in the cards. Do you think that the season is different? Noticeably different. Basically, if they win that game,
that's
do they
the
finish?
Only thing we're changing.
Yeah. Are they an 8-4 team, or do you think that was the catalyst to them really crapping down their legs or peeing in their pants, as it were, to finish up the 2025 season? Or was that just one game? What do you where do you lean more on one side than the other?
That game always sits wrong with me just because of how it was. And there's been, I don't know, maybe you can actually justify this too. There was they all got sick before the day, and there was a team-wide flu or stomach bug or something.
Wait, which game are you talking about?
The Minnesota game that everyone
This one?
Yes.
Who said? I've never heard that before.
You haven't heard this?
No.
This has been like an underlying narrative that I've
What?
heard of. Yes.
This was the game that I mean, the thing that came out of it was one of the coaches didn't take the game seriously.
Yes, there was that too.
And apparently
Yes.
that was again,
More than one coach.
I don't know if interesting. I don't know if this is my story to tell, and I assume people know this by now, but the coach that I was told after the fact, after he was gone, was Brady. Terry
Yes,
Brady.
that's also what
That
I've
was
heard
one
too.
of the
Yes,
coaches.
yes,
Or
yes.
there's another coach out there. Interesting.
Potentially, yeah. But yes, man, that one just always sits wrong with me too. And it was just for everything about it too. Like it was the distractions, it was everything with the Penn State stuff, it was all that. But it was just like such a lack of effort. It looked like it just didn't look like they had any reason to be out there at all. Like, and it wasn't. You could tell that Minnesota
That game sucked.
Minnesota was not the more talented team. They didn't have the better players or anything. It just looked like Nebraska just didn't care to be out there.
And from like drive one,
Yeah,
they
and
went 3 and out. And it was like, well, this sucks.
And it just sucked so much to watch that because you just watch the entirety of the drive and you were almost like begging, can this game go on 2x speed so we can get it over with? Because it looked like it was over from the very beginning without any reason for it being that way. That one has always sat with me kind of in just different ways more than any of the other losses. Probably one because Dylan got hurt, obviously, for the last leg stretch. But again, if you do look at it differently too, they end the regular season 8-4 instead of 7-5.
If you just change that result, they're 8-4.
So they're 8-4. So you don't play Utah in the bowl game. I guess like you get a different matchup. Maybe the bowl game goes a little bit differently because you probably get a better matchup that way, I suppose. But regardless, everything probably stays the same. That Minnesota game is just always. It's been the rotten taste in your mouth. You just can't get out. Like it just never goes away.
So is that you saying? I don't think it changes that much except for one game.
Yeah, I think it kind of keeps everything the same. Like, I don't feel any differently about this season, whether they win that or lose that. Like, I feel like if they lose the bowl game the way they did against whoever opponent, if they lose those last two, I think you still have the same sentiment this way. I don't think the Minnesota game to me felt like an anomaly of like what they were up to that point. But then the next game that they come back and they beat Northwestern and then they lose to USC, Dylan gets hurt. That team to me feels like a separate section of like a season that we can't. Like the real, I mean, you could two-part it. We could say like they beat Minnesota and Dylan doesn't get hurt. I don't want to play in like that.
Yeah, it's such a weird,
there's
butterfly effect is what it is.
Yeah,
and so it's like,
right.
I don't want to guarantee anything, but I bet he doesn't get hurt if they beat Minnesota. Why? I don't know, because that's how life works. It's just very strange.
Yeah,
But maybe he gets hurt in a
fair.
different game. You really never know. Yeah, as you explained what you just did, there's a part of me now that wonders in hindsight if this game is going to become this odd, like Akron kind of matchup, and not like the Akron game that never was holds this like special place in everyone's heart because they really want Scott Frost to have been the guy.
Yeah.
And I've always been like, honestly, now we know they might have lost that game. Like, that was very much on the table. But I definitely don't think if they would have played that game, everything would be fine and he'd be at Nebraska winning national championships. And I don't know. Like, there's a part of me that's like, yeah, I don't know. Maybe they win that game and then they lose to Northwestern. Like, that stuff is all very much on the table. I do think, and now to fold this into the second part of the email, I do think that was the moment. You know what? I'm going to find my Husker Max story because I think the column that I wrote after that game was basically, and I don't want to like step on my own toes because I think that the headline was pretty solid.
Yeah.
Let's see. All right, I'm almost there. This was mid-October. Oh, yeah, here it is. I'm done trusting Husker football. That was the game that changed my view of everything.
Yeah.
I went into that game because the emailer was right. If memory serves, you were in the mind things were about to take off. We did the show from Cross Train. We had a great time talking to you, and we didn't make fun of you at all.
No, I don't know.
And
you guys were not worried that you hurt my feelings.
I don't know what my prediction was. I'm sure that I could find it somewhere. It was a lot to a little.
Yeah.
I thought Nebraska was going to beat their asses.
I agree. And that was a complete confidence train vibe, like going into that. Like it felt like it was like a done deal.
Yeah, because
and it was supposed to be that, okay, Rule gets another narrative off the back that like, okay, we can't beat Minnesota. You beat the inferior teams. It was all that stuff.
I thought last year was supposed to be the, if it wasn't going to be the breakthrough that people were hoping for, that at the very least it could be the floor is a lot higher.
Mm-hmm.
And if anything, I think last year made me say, never mind, the floor is the same, if not actually maybe a little bit lower.
But also, to be fair, like if you go back to where you were at that point in the season, yes, they had lost to Michigan, so you don't get the ranked monkey off your back, but technically a one-score loss, right?
Yeah.
Like it felt like they were kind of in the game except for a couple of big explosive runs. They had won the late close game and the opening game on a big stage on a national television.
They had the Michigan
Arrowhead.
State game. Like they played that garbage against Michigan State, but still pulled away. And and this is where I started drinking a little bit of the Kool-Aid.
I gave way too much credit for the Maryland
game.
too.
Dude, that game, I was like, whoa, look at that, because they did not play very well in that
Yep.
game. Dylan had 3 interceptions in that game. They were down. At the end of it, I remember it was like they had to get a stop. They had to get a score. They had to get a stop. They had to get a score. They did all of those things. And it was like, wow. Like, that was complimentary football. Special teams made some plays. And I remember leaving that game because, again, and we still have the records, I was a 7-5 guy going into the year. I thought that they would lose to Minnesota going into the year. I thought they would lose to Michigan going into the year. And yet the week of each of those games, I was like, they're going to beat Michigan and they're going to beat Minnesota. Because I thought, and maybe as I wanted things to change. And so to now hit the second part of the email, could you define a bit what it is that you and the fans think he is incapable of doing? And see, he asks, is it winning a natty? Like, obviously, I don't think that he's going to do that. Is it making the playoff? I don't think that he is going to do that.
I think the simplest answer is that the fear is I'm torn, but on like how I actually feel about this, because I don't know where I sit. I know that's a very lame duck answer and everything, but the real answer is that the fear right now for Nebraska fans and why they lash out in anger and why the fire Matt Rule week bit and all that other stuff, right? It's because
fire Matt Rule.
It's because you are fearful that where he has elevated the program to, which you can't argue. I mean, he's gotten them to back-to-back bowl games, 2 7-win seasons, all that stuff, is the peak of Matt Rule. That's the concern.
Yeah, there's a comment a moment ago in the YouTube comments from a Sicilian. Is it crazy to think the 24 Colorado game is and probably will be the peak of Matt Rule at Nebraska? Like that's a huge bummer if it is, because also like maybe if it is, like that's kind of a weird representation of it, because it's like so much excitement and so much flair and like such a great start, and then just kind of this like Peter to the finish. Yeah. Which is honestly
Matt Rule.
Wow. I mean, dude, that
fire Matt Rule.
Column idea. The Colorado game in 24 kind of explains the Matt Rule era so far.
It's a microcosm.
Nick, it is. Every year has started strong. They were 5-3 in year 1. They were 5-1 in year 2. They were 5-1 in year 3. What is the record of them in November in each of the, or in totality? What is it? 2-10 over the course of November in the 3 seasons. Like the Colorado game kind of is a microcosm of it, where they get off to such a strong start. Everybody's having a good time. Everybody wants to believe. And even though they win in the second half, I mean, they get outscored 10-0, and it's just like a boring slog of a finish, which honestly kind of describes Nebraska football in the second half of each of these seasons. Patrick writing, or Platcat rather, being TD favorites and winning being your highlight is very low if it's 24 Colorado. Yeah, and again, like that night was supposed to be like
magical.
It was, and the first half was.
To be fair, it was.
And then the second half was just like, again, a slog is what the second half was.
I don't know. It's a great question too, but I just like, I can't get past the point too that I think that has to be just like the concern that it's not, it's the fear that you're stuck and you're still spinning the tires when you're told that like progress is being made, that changes are being made. And I'll give credit to like after that Minnesota game, everything that we've talked about, the Terry Braden of it, like the conversation of like, didn't take the opponent seriously, that the defense wasn't set up to be able to stop like certain schemes.
John Butler, gross.
They weren't able to get off the field at different times, that the offense wasn't in rhythm. That
remember when Dylan Riley got sacked 1,000 times?
That their quarterback may have been taking too many sacks, that the offensive line wasn't good. If you take the Minnesota game as a microcosm, and this is going to be a terrible part of your guys' Fire Matt Rule week.
Oh, hire Matt Rule week.
Fire Matt Rule.
But what if the Minnesota microcosm was the initial stance of Matt Rule being like, wow, this isn't going to work this season, so I got to blow everything up to get ready for 2026.
Hey, if they turn it around, you know, I went to negative town a few minutes ago with the Minnesota game. You go to positive town and say they learned something in that moment that they couldn't do again.
Yeah.
That, I mean, of course, that's the dream.
I mean, really, for all we know, too, like, and obviously he didn't do it in season, but that could have been the point, too, where I've always thought it was very interesting, too, when we got to the end of the season and Rule talked about why, you know, Butler and Braden and some of these other guys, like, we kind of moved on from the program. And when he had said, you know, I don't like my assistant coaches saying that a player's not good enough. That's always stuck with me. And I wonder if after that Minnesota game that there was a lot of finger pointing and blaming of like, hey, it's because of this person or these people that like that wasn't good enough. Like we as coaches did what we were supposed to. And I just, as Rule speaks about it, I wonder if that was the initial, like that he started to feel that and hear that from within his own walls. And he's like, oh, these guys they're not with the train that I'm trying to like roll down the tracks.
Yeah. We're going to find out, obviously.
Yeah.
You know,
because it sounds like he's got those guys now. So if he believes that those are the guys that whether or not like they're going to say all the right things and maybe do the right things, and then it turns out maybe they, you know, no one is good enough, whatever, and we find out this season, then it'll come to a head.
Kyle writes, it's been 3 years. I think we know what we have at this point. I want him to succeed. Unfortunately, it seems pretty obvious at this point what their ceiling is. Yeah, we had Severe filling in a couple weeks ago, and the idea from him was like, you know, the end of the book I think we all know at least I feel like I know where the end of the book is going. I don't want to speak for everybody else. KD writes in on the Twitter feed. What is Matt Rule incapable of? Not sniffing his own farts for 5 minutes, that's for sure.
Although he has been relatively quiet. You do have to give him some credit there.
I can't wait to talk to Sipple in a half hour if he answers. # No Guest Tuesday.
Or now.
Because there has been zero media availability from the practice stuff. And this is all media fart sniffing on our own. Who cares in the end? But not even the usual B-roll. Hey, let's get this for the local news.
Yes, great point, because that's something too.
Or the local TikToks.
Well, what we get with Herd at Sports and stuff. They give you and granted you past 2 years different windows into spring practice.
20 minutes.
Where you just get to record anything you want except for individual whatever.
It's usually stretching and drills. And so sometimes you see who's first team and second team. You see, and how much weight guys have gained and those types of things. We haven't gotten that this year.
I don't know.
That's pretty interesting. By the way, Katie also adds, going back to the very beginning of this segment, bachelor parties with 18 guys and 50 cases of beer are elite. Do not undersell these.
Okay. I think I'm glad.
So that's an argument for the house.
You know what? Honestly,
or an argument for doing the bar and then still coming back to the house for more debauchery.
Maybe we could do a little bit of both. Maybe that's the goal. But see, then I still face the problem of when do I do it? Because I'll give this away. It's a May wedding next year. But that's the tough part.
There was a bachelor party I was at years ago.
Dungeons and Dragons?
No. Where we had all, it was a LAN party, but there was a lot of drinking. But also at one point, I had D&D and LAN parties are two different things. At one point, I had put on a Twitch channel called Salty Bet, where it's just they have two pop culture characters fighting against each other, just computer on computer.
Is this AI?
It's not AI because it was before AI was a thing. It's just computer.
Did your dad invent those two?
He did not.
Okay.
But we still talk about that day. We were all just drunk, and then we wanted Mega Man to beat the crap out of Simba, and we were just yelling about it the whole time.
Whoa.
It was awesome.
That's brazy.
It's brazy.
Wow. Maybe you could do that.
We did that between games of Overwatch.
There's a lot to do here.
Baymon writes, not the same as D&D, Josh, you hater.
LAN parties are very different.
It all sounds the same to me. Stibbs writes, I hate this. Stibbs handshake meme. Thank you.
Stibbs anti-bachelor party. Sorry.
No, he's
Stibbs
not
anti-drinking with your friends.
He's anti, let's all sit on computers while we're doing a bachelor party.
Yeah. I like to face-to-face interaction.
Back in my day, we went to casino and won $1,000.
See, I'm not super into gambling. I like sports betting. I'm not into just losing money at a craps table.
I don't know what this means. Pesky Blue says, I got 15 guys who are doing a giant house on Table Rock. What is that? What is that sentence?
I've got
I don't know what that
15
is.
guys. We're doing a giant house on Table Rock. Oh, Table Rock must
They're
be...
building a house?
No,
wow, that's tight.
I assume he's talking about what or a bachelor party that he is going to. I'm assuming so. Yeah.
Kenneth writes, Stibbs is not anti-drinking with his friends. I do it every Thursday with him.
Very nice.
Shout out.
Oh, is that part of the Thursday gang that Matt Messer was talking about?
The
secret society.
Very, very interesting.
Sad secret single guys. Is that what that's called?
Wow. Wow. Oh, Table
one.
Rock is a lake. Okay, cool. All right. That sounds fun.
But if it's a lake, why is it called Table Rock? Two things that aren't lakes.
Yeah, it should be called Lake Rock.
It's Ozarks adjacent, so just go to the Ozarks.
Oh,
it's probably cheaper.
Whopper writes,
Hey, Whopper.
Buddy had a bachelor party during the first weekend of March Madness in Denver. Worked out Creighton got placed there, and it was a blast. Bachelor party sport event is a great time.
Okay.
I'm trying to remember all the bachelor parties that we did.
I've seen bachelor parties at CWS, which I always find interesting.
Oh, wow. Hot, sweaty. We did one surrounding a Nebraska football game. It was Nebraska-Wisconsin, Mike Riley's last year. Kind of a bummer, obviously. Had a good time, though. Lots of drinking. God, bachelor parties. I hope you have fun.
Thank you.
And I hope you had fun.
I did have fun. It was
all
great.
right. We still have the hot take market to get to. Let's see. What else do we have? We got Sipple coming up.
That's right.
We have the hot take market. We have your study. So here's what we're going to do.
Study.
Hot take market when we return. Austin's doing his own research segment coming up at 4:30. Steve Sipple. We will get to Nebraska and UCLA. We'll talk about it a little bit with Sip. We'll hit on that in the 5 o'clock hour as well. So many things. So many things, Abed. So many things.
Nice.
We roll on next on 1620 The Zone. Get to Hot Take Market in just a moment. A reminder that you can go to 1620thezone.com for your chance to win a year's supply of Girl Scout cookies. Brought to you by Girl Scouts Spirit of Nebraska. Enter before Sunday night for your chance to win Girl Scout cookies for a year. Woo. All right, it is Austin's favorite segment when he fills in. The Hot Take Market. He has never failed at this segment before.
No, notably at the very beginning I did, but I've gotten better, I think.
You have gotten better.
Which inevitably means I will Minnesota this thing and crash horribly.
I don't think you've had any hot takes on today's show that
cool.
I would have said, why didn't you save it? Would you like to start it off, or do you want me to do so?
I'll start it off because usually this leads into you having a better one than me, which always makes me feel better about it.
Awesome.
Yeah. Okay, so I have two, and I don't think that they're actually super flaming hot, but I do think that they are like middle of the cast.
The pan is heating up still.
It's heating up.
Less Cheeto, more Cholula.
Thank you. Yes, very good. I do like that. All right, so one or two. What do you want? One or two? You take
one.
You want one?
Yeah.
The Fire Mat Rule Week bit sucks. I hate this.
Whoa! Screw you, Austin.
What's wrong with you?
I thought John was gone for the week. Or at least for the next 2 days.
No, honestly,
Fire Mat Rule.
I saw the thumbnail yesterday.
Did you get triggered?
No, I immediately went, what a fun bit.
Oh,
but then I read literally the fifth word and it said week, and I was like, ugh, I have to be a part of this tomorrow. This is brutal.
But we had a good topic out of it.
It was a good topic. I'm glad you guys. I thought this was just going to be negative Nancy mode. I understand it's a little bit more conversational. The reason why I have like a little bit more beef with it is because I'm just so.
Because you're jealous that you didn't come up with it first.
No, I'm more just so middle of the pack with it that I don't even know how to feel, and I think that's actually worse than having like a take on one side or the other that I fully support him or I'm super against it. That's the hardest part of this Fire Mat Rule Week.
Don't worry. When they
but
go
the production, this is growing on me.
When they're 5 and 7 this season, I imagine you'll.
You think they're going to get up to that?
Wow,
I think you'll have a take or two. Hot take, I believe.
Yep,
we're getting a 24-team college football playoff sooner rather than later. Have you seen this? Have you heard about this? It's not great news, Nick. Kirby Smart, head coach of the 2-time national champions of this era, Georgia Bulldogs, is now open to things changing. The SEC has 2 coaches going on record with him and Josh Heupel being open to conversation. If the SEC is on board, it is only a matter of time. Hot take on top of the hot take.
Whoa,
this is good, though, because now John will have to acknowledge that the SEC is also a huge problem in the future of college football instead of just blaming the Big Ten for everything.
No.
Yeah, it's going to happen. Don't like it, but, just prepare yourself. Prepare your body. 24-team college football playoff. It's coming here soon.
Okay, very nice. I do have. Okay, so
what else do you want to crap on the show? I think the hot take market's also a bad segment. Hot take.
Oh, what am I going to say? What's for dinner is the worst segment of the day. I would never say that. I love what's for dinner.
Josh is going to start barking at you.
Anywho,
oh no!
Here's a bit that I do believe in. Not a bit. This is a take I believe in.
Okay.
And I don't think it has to do with Fire Mat Rule Week, but you guys can spin this if you would like.
Keep crapping on the zone.
I don't think Nebraska football has an all Big Ten caliber player on their roster.
Ooh,
and I'm talking
spicy.
at first, second, or third.
Whoa, they're a bunch of. And you think their things are moving in maybe the right direction?
I actually listen. I know that this may be a little like give or take, but I don't think that the success of an individual player necessarily parlays into how good Nebraska season will be adjusted to. Because if their record is one thing, I don't think that necessarily says how good or bad we perceive the season. Because a lot of things can change. Maybe some certain wins come, maybe some different losses come. But I just looked through the roster, and I know like Owen Chambliss is a returning Mountain West all-conference player. You've got a couple of other guys that people are excited about. The only one that I would, if you were to say, okay, you have to put money on one guy to make an all-Big Ten team next year, probably Williams Nwaneri, but that's even with a new defensive line coach and bringing in more numbers than what he did a year ago. I'm concerned that the talent level is not there, but I do think that the coaching staff that they have in place may be able to push them past maybe what their current ceiling is.
But the sum is greater than the individual parts. It's like a great book.
Yes.
Justin Evans writes Mr. Mac. Thoughts on Justin Evans?
Justin Evans. Okay.
Center.
I could go with Justin Evans. Yeah, too. I think the offensive line is like an easy place to look to, but again,
what about the wide receivers?
But why weren't any of the wide receivers there this last year?
Because they're all average.
Yeah.
Yikes. Tough look for Nebraska.
It also depends if the receivers can get the football.
That's true. Yeah, the quarterback's not throwing it to the other team. Hot take I could be talked into. Nebraska's playing UCLA tonight. 10 o'clock tip.
Whoa, what a hot take.
One of these a year.
Nice, Nick.
Kind of fun. Come on.
Late night.
Don't tell me you're not a little excited to wake up sleepy tomorrow and tell your coworkers, like, man, I'm so tired because I stayed up late. Like, my group chats have been sending memes about this game all day. Like, hey, here's me at 10:30. You know, I'm sleepy. It's like
some old people stuff.
You know what? Yeah, exactly. You young hipsters, you know what's going on. Like, it's kind of fun to all be miserable together because the game is at 10.
Great point, because last year, remember the Ohio State overtime game? I stayed up for that entire thing. And then the next day I was at state basketball. I told every single person, yeah, I stayed up. I watched that.
See, it's like a badge of honor. Like, I don't know how many people have asked me over the last 24 hours, like, are you watching the game? Are you staying up? Are you watching the game? And it's like, yeah, of course I am.
Yeah.
That's my job.
You also don't want to be late to the Mick Cronin bit market.
Oh my gosh.
You have to be able to watch it live.
What if something happens tonight? He like takes out a shovel and hits a UCLA student in the head with it. Nice game, buddy. Oh,
what if he takes a nosedive into rink mass knee?
This is on camera. They can hear you.
They can hear. That's what I'd say to him. Mick, you just hit a guy with a shovel. They can see you. This is on camera right now.
Are you raising your voice at me?
And then I'd say, nice game, buddy. Seriously, there are going to be memes tonight. And meanwhile, you're trading memes for like an extra hour of sleep. Congratulations.
Wow.
You'll get it back tomorrow.
Do you want to live forever, or do you want to get impressions? Come on, folks. Think of the numbies.
Impression man. It's me, Austin. I get 1 million impressions from my tweets.
People forget.
All right, so that's the hot take market.
Nick, do you have any?
Hot take I could be talked into.
Uh-oh.
The Colorado Rockies are going to beat Team USA tomorrow. The Rockies are in spring training mode, which famously, they're always really good in the Cactus League.
Very nice.
Don't know why.
Famously.
They just are.
Everybody knows this.
I think it's because they actually try and no one else in the Cactus League does. Tomorrow is an exhibition game against Team USA. They're still in spring training mode. I think they're going to beat Team USA.
Okay. I'm trying to find like a line on this game, but sadly there is not one.
It's because it's an exhibition
Yeah, I was
game
gonna
with
say,
the
can you bet
Colorado
on the
Rockies and
exhibition?
Team
You
USA.
can bet on pretend baseball games. Chinese Taipei versus Australia tomorrow. Chinese Taipei, minus 160 favorite, Nick, if you want a little action on that.
Mm.
You want a little action on that. All right, there you go. That is the hot take market. Wow, there's a lot of baseball in here.
Hell yeah, there is. You know why, Josh? It's baseball season.
Man, that's such a bummer. You know, you think you know a year, and then the year turns into baseball, and it's like, rats.
It's tough. And then the sun doesn't come out. It's brutal.
Oh, here's a tweet from Connor Sejan, who's staying up till midnight to watch some Husker hoops. See, everybody is doing it. You don't want to miss out on the fun.
And also, if you stay up late enough, you may even get Connor Sejan's vlog after the game. Who knows?
Wow, that sounds awesome.
You're not big into the Siege's vlogs?
I cannot say that I've watched a single second. I cannot say that. Baymon points out about the Rockies, Nick. Maybe they should start trying in the regular season.
So the thing is,
interesting.
They do try in the regular season. It's just that I think they're trying the same amount in spring training as they are in the regular season, and everybody else tries more.
They up their try.
Yeah.
Fair.
Well, it's not even upping their try. They're just actually, other teams are actually
They should follow
playing.
Yoda's plan, Nick. Do or do not. There is no try.
That's right. Rockies better just do.
All right, when we return, Austin used his degree for good.
Finally.
We hope. Nebraska is has changed their practice structure in football. What does that mean? Austin will tell us. He's done some research. Could it involve sleep studies? We find out when we return. We'll also talk some Nebraska UCLA in our final half hour or so. Steve Sipple is going to join us in about 20 minutes. Hopefully, hashtag no guest Tuesday for the second straight week. That'd be a long hashtag. All that and more as we rock and roll here on 1620 The Zone. Josh Peterson, Austin Jacobson with you on this Tuesday. Nick Grimm producing. We got Stibbsy in tomorrow. We're off at 4:30, so we'll have an early Dumb Debates. Do that at 3:45.
Turn your mic on, Austin. Jeez.
Is important to have a
Amateur hour over
microphone.
here.
No, that's tough. I've done that twice today. I'm
Why
usually
don't-
pretty good about it.
Why don't we start Dumb Debates at 2:50 and take that until 4:26ish?
Oh, wow. Interesting.
That's a big one.
Without any commercials.
We could sprinkle some in as a treat.
Sprinkle commercials in as a treat. I mean,
Nice.
honestly, it's going to be Stibbs, so it probably will be a Dumb Debates kind of a day. We'll see what actual topics we get to tomorrow.
Depends on when you get out of the crossover after making fun of Matt.
That's true. Yeah. We just got a tweet from KD who said, "Can tomorrow's crossover be you guys making making Matt answer for how stupid his fan base is? It seems like the Bears are struggling with the retirement of their center." So Drew Dolman informed the team earlier today that he's retiring, and apparently Bears fans are losing their mind.
Has there ever been
So
a fan
we
base?
we can bully Matt.
Has there ever been another fan base to crash out so hard over a center retiring?
Interesting.
Didn't the Lions lose their center last offseason too, and they were all sad, and then the guy tried to come back?
Dominic Raiola?
No.
Oh,
Nice, good joke. Was it a center or was it a?
No, it was Ragnow.
Ragnow.
Like
So he was a guard.
And then he came back and was
Guard.
like, "Oh, my knee is like actually blown up."
Yeah, they were like, we put him through his physical, and he actually doesn't have a knee anymore. And
Yeah.
how
Oh,
did
my
he-
knee, ouchie.
Yeah, well, and that's the wild part. It's like, bro, what did you think was going on with that knee? I guess football players are tough. So yes, we'll do those things and more tomorrow with Stibbs. A reminder, you can enter online at 1620thezone.com for a variety of contests. Journey coming to Lincoln. Joe Coy is in the Metro at the Holland Center next month because famously April is indeed next month. Young the Giant, Black Keys, and so much more. Go to 1620thezone.com for more information. Also, we have entered into the month of March, and we have yet again the Omaha Food Fight presented by Union Bank and Trust. Nominations are open now through March the 12th. Then the bracket will drop on Sunday, March 15th. That's when voting begins. Visit 1620thezone.com, nominate, and let us know which local restaurants deserve a shot at the culinary crown. All right, Austin.
Yeah.
You went to school for
exercise science.
What do you do with that degree?
Radio.
Excellent.
And digital sports.
TikTok is what
Yes.
you do. Mom and Dad, I do TikTok. But
Don't worry.
today you got to use that and apply it to our radio show.
Yes. So I've actually, part of this was because I was curious how the spring practices and everything were going. And I was listening to other shows, other podcasts and stuff just in general. And it kind of hit my ear during one of the, and I can't remember exactly which press conference it was, but it was with one of the assistant coaches. And they were talking about the intensity and how, not necessarily how it's been different because it was one of the new coaches, but they had talked about how they're able to push the players a certain way.
Was it Orich?
I think so. Maybe
Yeah.
it was a couple weeks ago then.
Yeah.
And they were talking about like, not necessarily the mat drills that we've heard so much about, but just the practices themselves and how they've kind of upped the intensity and they've been able to kind of take it to a different level, that the nutrition and all this other stuff, all the things that we hear about kind of the extracurriculars outside of Nebraska football have been affected. So I remember when I was in college, I had actually been a part of a research study that was looking for essentially the most beneficial times for a student athlete to be in like working out and that sort of stuff, right?
Yeah.
And it was more based around, okay, training regimens in their off season, not necessarily their practices, which it hasn't been studied as much for practices, but there have been different studies that have been done for athletes on their best outputs for specific times of day, specifically for male athletes and non-specifically for football.
Yeah, so we're trying to figure out when is the best time to work out, when is the best time to do things, which is oddly something, I run. I don't talk about it very much anymore. I run from time to time. I have thought about that a lot, right? Like because of my job, I am a morning runner. There are people that I know that are afternoon runners, that are evening runners. I have some friends who are 3:45 in the morning runners, like kind of covers the gamut, right? But one of the beliefs, I guess, that I have always had is I want to be able to wake up. I am someone who does drink coffee before I run. I want to get the body moving in a variety of ways.
I was going to say, you got a couple of movements.
I always eat. I don't eat very much, but I always eat. I have a banana every day, and I don't run. My goal every day is to be up for at least an hour before I do any movement of any kind like that. Often it is 2 hours is what my goal is. And so I notice, man, like catch me on a holiday morning when we got something going on. We got to be out of town, by whatever. and it's a holiday weekend, so I'm probably up late having fun the night before. I am often a wake up and get out the door, and I always notice my heart rate is higher. I am way more sluggish. The run is not going as enjoyable. And so, oddly, not that I'm going to be able to speak to this like a college football player can, but I do have like a strong opinion on it, so I'm curious as to what your numbers show.
Yeah, so there's a couple of different topics, and I just kind of want to parlay. I didn't know how this was going to go, but I want to parlay like exactly off of what you said. So before, this was from what I can tell, and maybe you can help me out here too from what you know as well, but the Nebraska football player timeline for what their practices were prior to this change. And this is actually starting with the Scott Frost
I was going to say, this was a Frost change in his first or second year. I think they got spring ball moved his first year, and then like maybe it was his first full season, but he was a morning practice guy because that's what they did at Oregon. That's what they did at UCF. And it was a whole thing. Like because it
was about getting up. It was about getting your movement in. It was about getting it done and having the rest of your day.
Yeah,
That's
then of course in college football this is an issue because there are classes in theory.
Yes.
And so they had to change the whole day after that. It was a really big project that they had to go through.
And so this is what I have for the estimated timeline is that essentially players would either report or begin practices at 6:30 a.m.
Yeah.
That's insane. Like to be able to have that. Then you would have essentially a 3-hour block. And you would have a meeting or some sort of like position group, something that followed after. That does not include your recovery. That does not include any weightlifting or training sessions that you may have. That doesn't include your classes. So by 9, or let's just be generous and say 10, you've done recovery, training room, you've eaten, all that sort of stuff. You've been up. If you wake up at, like you said, an appropriate amount of time, you woke up at about 5:30 as a college student.
At least.
To be able to get ready and practice and all this other stuff. And then you have the rest of your day ahead of you.
Yeah.
A couple of different studies, and I'll say this is coming from the Public Med back in 2013. Training at specific times of different days, the highest testosterone level rated in a general group of males, again, from this study, I believe it was back in 2014, 2015, for ages 19 to 25, which would be most of college football these days, reported that the highest rated T that they had, testosterone, was between 3 and 6 p.m. So if you are missing your highest window of basically when you can output the most of your physical activity and not an endurance sport, like you had said, aerobic activity, I actually have something on that as well. But if you were doing like physically demanding, and it specifically listed weightlifting or some type of sport that requires resistance, you will want to be participating in activity during that time window.
AKA the afternoon, and football certainly would fall under that umbrella.
So I want to tie this into it because I know someone listening right now is just like, okay, that's great. They changed the time. Now they are going to practice better. What does that actually have to do with this? Remember that Scott Frost during those early years, and this was kind of a topic and a narrative, they played a lot of 11 a.m. games. So it actually made sense. They didn't control the schedules, but it did make sense that if their body was in routine of working out at that time of day, they were actually well positioned to play well at 11 a.m. games because that's what they were doing. That's what they were training their bodies to get ready for. They were resetting their T levels, probably had them getting up at certain times, all that sort of stuff. Probably didn't because they didn't take that seriously. But that's the difference. Take that into the past 3 years of the rule era. There have been less and less 11 a.m. kickoffs. And even if you
like more kickoff times now.
Yeah. And if you look back at this past year, 8 p.m., 6:30, 11 a.m., 2:40 p.m., 3 p.m., 2:40, 7, 11 a.m., 6:30, 8:15, 6 p.m., 11 a.m., and 2:30 p.m. So out of the 13 games you played, you had 3 11 a.m. kickoffs, and the rest are either past that window or evening. So when do you want your body to be, like you mentioned, peaking in its regular response of peaking for physical contact, for physical exertion? Afternoon and especially late evening, because you can set that clock back. You can tell your guys, nutrition people at Nebraska know this, hey, we got to sleep in a little bit. But instead of adjusting this a year ago when they had all these night kickoffs, which again, they didn't know all of them at the time.
Yeah, and you never will, right? You're never going to know all that stuff in April or May.
But instead of doing that, they stuck with these morning routines. Could you imagine if every single, and I know that you've dealt with this before in, Boston Marathon training and stuff, every single day, you get up and you run at 6:30 in the morning. You've been up for an hour. You do all that, but then they tell you the Boston Marathon's at 8 o'clock at night. How are you going to perform?
I would change how I train.
Yeah,
I literally would. I mean, you feel like you would have to because like that's one of the benefits of for me. Like I've always felt that way. If I run in the morning, my races are going to be at the morning. I am going to know how to do a morning. If running was like football, where it was like some races are going to be at this time and some are going to be at this time, you would almost need to practice what that looks like and feels like because man. Running after a day of work is way different for me in terms of how it feels than running in the morning, as my day is first starting to begin. And so if these players are used to practicing in the morning, but then they're playing, a West Coast game, let's say 8 o'clock at night, there's already going to be the body clock issues of playing on the West Coast, of travel. But seriously, if you're used to footballing in the morning and
Yes.
then you're doing it at night. That's going to be way different.
And then
your
on
body.
top of that, too, this was interesting. This came from the Journal of Men's Health, the effects of conditioning activities and time of day on male elite football players. Now, football in this sense was indeed soccer.
Yeah.
But it still applies because soccer, notably not obviously as physical, but high endurance and a lot of kind of physical movement and movement that way. They reported in morning sessions for training and in versus contests against similar opponents. So basically saying like teams that they were playing that had similar like age groups and such that they were playing against.
Yeah.
They were in morning sessions, so games that performed before noon or 1 p.m. at whatever standard time that they were at. There was less response to hand-eye coordination tests that they had conducted, and that the players had reported that they had also suggested that they had higher levels of anxiety and also a less attentiveness. So not only are they reacting differently, like hand-eye coordination and such, but they're also reporting that, hey, I just don't feel right. Like something's not right about that. Comparative to afternoon and evening sessions, contests that started after 3 p.m. and between 8 p.m., they had a higher score on hand-eye coordination tests prior to the match. And then they also reported that they felt like basically more fine. I find this very interesting and intriguing because we talk so much about Rule taking a lot of the NFL practices to where he is now.
Mm-hmm.
This is an NFL model. The NFL practice model is 10 a.m. to 3 p.m., really. And you do a lot of training before that 10 a.m. window. You'll do your meetings and such. And then you will do your window after. That's anything basically extracurricular that you want to do, extra film session, all that sort of stuff. I was talking with some people about that know a little bit more of the schedule, and they had said that Nebraska now does their meetings before they go into their workouts.
Okay.
I mean, how much different is that too? If you had to run and then come and do this show, how would you perform?
Yeah.
Probably not
and
as
if
well,
you're doing
right?
it, right afterwards, like
Mm-hmm.
I've had to work my schedule around occasionally where I'm doing like a long run and, on a weekday. And I notice, it's a much different vibe.
Yeah.
When you're doing that. And so you flip those things around where you're working the mind and then you're working the body.
So I think that all of this to me makes sense. And the reason I bring all of this up during Fire Matt Rule Week of all things, Nick, I'll let you play.
Fire Matt Rule.
Is because, and we talked about this with Mac, with Creighton, I've used this phrase many times, but there's only so many little things that you can correct until there's like, hey, this just isn't working, right? I feel like Matt Rule has literally turned over every single stone possible. He's fired coaches. He's moved on from different like position groups. He has changed his habits. He's changed everything.
He put his hat backwards.
He put his hat backwards, notably different. This to me is actually a significant thing that is a small stone to uncover that I think could yield maybe better results.
Well, the other thing that I remember when he mentioned this at some point in time, I think it was at his first press conference before this,
Yes.
Was that they would get home late after traveling and then they'd have to turn around. And it was like, this makes so much sense. Like, you looking just at the science of it alone, I think it makes sense. But when you also think about it from, if you are a morning team and you get home and have to turn around because they are a Sunday practice team, right? Like they do that. They doing things on Sundays.
Mhm.
If you're always like in that 6:30 mode, that's hard.
Yep,
man. Especially when you're coming home from the West Coast, which they're always going to do now, given that there are 4 West Coast teams in the league. You're right. I mean, you can't say that he's not trying or that he's not looking for avenues and ways in which to make them better.
Yeah.
And
then
you give this a big old thumbs up.
I give it a huge thumbs up from the exercise science perspective of it. And in fact, it's not just me. The last little bit of research that came from it was the National Library of Medicine and their conclusion on athlete participation in sports and activity timelines. In their conclusion of their research back in 2014, they had said of the 70 different exercise types, times, and hormonal adaptations, it is in our recommendation that these factors should be considered by scientists, coaches, and athletes in terms of their physical performance for exercise performed in the evening. So they are even suggesting from the National Medical Institute essentially saying like, listen, if you're going to perform at any time, the best time to do it is later in the day. And obviously this changes sleep cycles, patterns. You can't control what these guys do in between that time. Yeah. That's obviously a huge factor that could, affect a lot of this research and stuff. But I will say this, if you're a night owl, if you're an early morning riser, whatever, if you have morning practice, you're not going to change what you do at night. Right. And I think it's better that you move these calls. I mean, we talked about it in the crossover and like earlier about like what all the different times that we'd go to bed and all that other stuff. You have guys that are working out in the afternoon. They might skip their classes, whatever. That's what they choose to do. That's what they do. They'll make it to afternoon practices. But if they're a night owl and they sleep in, they miss practice, you can't make excuses for afternoon practices, right?
No,
Very
correct.
hard to.
Yeah, it certainly is. A couple things. We'll go to break. Talk to Steve Sipple. Andy says before Signetti, Indiana always practiced in the morning. David says, is this the same model Indiana uses? So I don't know. Like I didn't realize that Indiana was an afternoon practice team. I do know.
Are they? Do we know that?
Well, see, I'll say this. One of the things that I know Signetti has talked about is they don't practice very much.
Yeah.
They're a lot more of a meeting room team, and I didn't realize that until near the end of the season because Signetti started doing a couple interviews and he was talking about it. He was on the Urban Meyer podcast and he mentioned it. Like, we barely. He was like, I don't even know if we're going to use all of our spring practices, which is like, wow, that's wild. He is much more into keeping the team fresh and kind of building everything out through meetings, which is way different, of course, than the idea that we have. Andy says, I have no idea.
Yeah, in a quick search, Indiana in 2024, when Signetti first arrived, they would do practices around noon on Tuesday, Thursdays. I'm assuming this is just like whatever the regular schedule or spring schedule. And then Saturday, they would also go around noon at that time. So they would do 3 days, the shortened practice interims, but they would do it in the middle of the day, not first thing in the morning.
Yeah, very interesting. That's good stuff, man.
Thanks. I like using my my ability to look up research every once in a while.
All right, so in a couple of years, we'll see what else we can use your degree for.
Yeah, I know.
Another topic.
The unfortunate part is, again, this is just like me just saying, like, leave no stone unturned. But again, it doesn't lead to wins. You know, it doesn't necessarily, but it gives you.
Can it be an edge? That's the question, right?
Just need inches.
Can it be an edge?
Just need inches.
Fire.
That's what she said. All right, when we return, Steve Sipple will join us, Husker Online. We'll ask him the question that he has probably been asked 800 times. Hey, Sip, are you staying up and watching the whole game tonight? We'll do that. We'll talk some football, talk some hoops, and more. Plus, we will preview Nebraska and UCLA a little bit later on. Oh, David writes, congratulations, UNK. Thank you to UNK.
Bang, UNK. Thanks, Dr. Brown. Appreciate you.
That great segment. We get to the happy hour when we return on 1620 The Zone.
Zipple the snowflake is one old triggered soul with reading glasses sitting on his nose and takes that really blow. Zipple the snowflake deserves a mouthpiece to the face. He says LeBron's the GOAT and Steph will choke. Then he runs to his safe space. Hey, we gotta be careful here. He tells us when we speak. But when 10 games air in a day, he thinks that's too many. Oh, Zipple the snowflake says words like mature. He's a blogger now and an honor too, and also really old.
Joins us on Tuesdays. He's Steve Sipple, Husker Online, part of the On3 network. Sip, we were talking in the crossover today about when we last loved the NBA. Do you remember like a decade ago when we were always arguing about LeBron and Steph? Those were the good old days, man.
Josh, is it Josh and Austin?
It's Josh and Austin today.
Austin, Sip.
Hi, Austin. Josh. Yeah, I do. Yeah, we did have some times.
Oh yeah,
some good
times.
Yeah, some good times actually talking about it.
Yeah,
it's not there right now.
No,
it's just not there.
No, is it because of all the threes? They just shoot too many threes.
They should get rid of it.
Yeah, less threes.
Yeah, no more 3-line.
I don't know that I don't dissect it quite the way you do. In fact, I don't necessarily agree with that. I think that's part of the issue. I don't follow it closely to identify the principal issues. Although I did, as you know, maybe don't know.
You went to a game recently, right?
Yeah, I went to Milwaukee. In fact,
yeah, we didn't have you last week because you were at a basketball game.
Yeah, I was just talking to Alex on the phone, one of my grandsons, and we were waiting at the hotel right at this point last week to go to Milwaukee, the Milwaukee-Miami game. So, I mean, I'm very familiar with the product, and if you go live, it's great. I love it. I mean, I really enjoy it, but it's not what it was 10 years ago.
No, certainly not. All right, Sip, we're going to ask you to kick off the interview today. The question that I'm guessing you've been asked 100 times this week, and so we will be 101. Okay. Are you staying up to watch the entire game tonight?
Nice.
No, I'm not going to lie. No, I'm not. This is a controversial subject, but
I bet Jake is triggered by that fact.
No, he's not. He's not. I'd say Bill Bush is a little, maybe. I don't think he's triggered either. I just do it for health reasons. If I stay up that late and then get up at 5, it wipes me out for 2 days. Like, I'm not going to do that.
So it's like a hangover almost.
Yeah, dang.
Yeah, so I can talk about it. Here's why. I can talk about it competently and confidently based on reports. I'll get up, I'll read what happened. And I've seen this team a lot. If this was early in the year, it'd be different. But I know what I've seen both teams, So it's not like I'm unfamiliar with these teams, unfamiliar with Nebraska in particular. So no, I'm not gonna pretend I'm gonna watch it.
So is it dangerous to play basketball that late and you're that worried that it's going to be so early? I heard this debate earlier today from you guys.
Oh, say that again.
That is it going to be too dangerous to play basketball this late? I know that Bush was making an argument that 9 a.m. basketball is way too dangerous or too early to be playing sports.
Well, I don't think it's a danger thing with him at the 9 a.m. tip. I think he just doesn't think it's great for the kids. Like this trip to state. And by the way, you're playing at 9 a.m. Now they've been doing that since the dawn of time, and I don't think I think one answer was kind of we'll play a game at 10 p.m. Move it back. So yeah, that was sort of a hot button topic.
Steve Sipple joining us, Husker Online 93.7 The Ticket. What would a win against the Bruins mean in terms of how you personally are viewing them going into the regular season finale and the postseason? Or, given what you said a couple of minutes ago, you know who this team is. you're not really putting that kind of weight on this game. Even though, and so now I'll speak for myself. Like, it's a team that's only lost one time at home this year, and it took double OT versus Indiana to do so.
Right. It would just enhance them in my eyes. There's room for enhancement. They have 2 tough games left, and if I believe the Iowa game will be difficult. I do. I understand that it's swung, that Iowa has a couple of losses and didn't play well. Obviously didn't play very well at Penn State, and they didn't play defense like they did against Nebraska. But if they play that defense again, that'll be a tough game. So the answer to your question is they can enhance what's already been, a uniquely incredible season. So that's the way I kind of look at it. And, there's seeding implications. If they would, the seed I think about more than the Big Ten seed is the national seed. If they would beat UCLA on the road, beat Iowa, and then how about get to the final of the Big Ten tournament? Are you in line for a 2 seed in the tournament at that point? Can you work your way into it? Of course, you're going to say appropriately that it depends on what happens with other teams, but I still think that would mean a lot. And also playing well in these next games, if you can get that Oklahoma City bid, it means a lot.
All right, Sib. So, looking at down the line too? Obviously, you mentioned the Iowa game, the UCLA game tonight. The NCAA tournament is just a few weeks ahead, but this is one of the first times that I've heard more people starting to talk about like the Big Ten tournament, its seeding and such. I don't want to suggest that Nebraska is looking past the Big Ten tournament because they still have regular season games to go. But do you think that there's a chance that Nebraska just is like, okay, we're kind of into the NCAA tournament. Our seeding is somewhat set. We obviously can gain some momentum, but this Big Ten tournament thing, like we're focused on what we need to do later in March more than this conference tournament.
Really mature team though, Austin. So I don't think it would be an issue. I think it's possible that they have thoughts like that. And I know, and you know what? I know it's possible because I heard Sam Hoiberg and Price Sanford speak at a event here in Lincoln last Thursday night. It was a Husker event, and they were part of the guest list. And Sam said at the podium, it wasn't a podium, there was a stage, he was being interviewed, and he said that he and Rink, who are the roommates, they talk about it all the time. Winning the first ever NCAA tournament game, in program history. That's a discussion they have a lot. It's their last chance. Those are seniors that they don't have another chance. So, yeah, they're thinking about it. It's monumental. We all know that, and they don't. That's not their focus, but that's something they talk about.
Steve Sipple joining us. Sipple, let's turn to football. I asked this question not so much out of like pearl clutching or whiny media guy, but are you surprised at all that? And I just want I don't want it to come across like I'm complaining because I'll be honest. If there was media availability, I would not go because of the time of day that it usually is. But are you surprised that there hasn't been anything to go to? Like we were talking about it earlier, and like it's a little inside baseball, right? Because it's like 20 minutes that are open with stretching, and people are like, "Hey, look, the first team offensive line is this guy, this guy, this guy, this guy, and this guy." But in a 2-month span that has been as quiet as it ever has been under Matt Rule around here, that kind of fits into what it's been, and so maybe I shouldn't be surprised that that's been the case. But a fellow media member pointed it out to me the other day, and I was like, "Oh wow, that's right. We haven't had any of those types of things just yet."
Am I surprised?
Yeah.
And yeah, I am. And I don't think there's one scheduled this week. And now that's another part of the conversation. And again, inside baseball, but we don't, it's not as laid out as it usually is. It all is in keeping with that low key spring conversation. And when I say low key, I'm talking about media access. They're not low key in it. I wouldn't think the team is low key in anything. But the head coach is tamping down. In some ways, I would say he's tamping down discussion because he is dialed back. And yeah, we haven't seen a thing. And if you do see 30 minutes, a lot comes out of that. There's a lot of photos, for instance. You get a series of photos of those new offensive linemen. You'd see Tree Babalod.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you'd see Calandria. You get a look at Jamal Rule, and that would cause a discussion, probably some stir. So, yeah, I don't know. I guess we could ask Rule on Saturday. It'd be, I don't know. It almost seems like an off to the side question where I just say, hey, is there a reason why you don't want us to see anything?
Yeah, because my comment would almost be like, I think that this is maybe the proof of like, it really is a cognizant decision to be a little different right now in terms of how they are presenting the program. Or is that like, you wouldn't think that would be overthinking things, would you?
No, I don't. I mean, I don't think that was the kind of things that crossed my mind. So yeah, it does. It's just in keeping with the sort of this overall theme, which I'm sure Matt Rule has heard a lot of backlash, right?
Mm-hmm.
About, and what the conversation is about Matt Rule. It's he's so good at the podium, but they haven't done anything big. Now there's balance in that conversation, which again, I refer to the Husker night at St. Michael's in Lincoln, where they think a little differently than us, Josh. Cam Linhart, part of his talk was, the old, I want to leave this place better than I found it. And when I found it, it was a 4-win team, and we've won 7 games in back-to-back seasons. So we've made progress. So there's that conversation. And I'm glad you said it, because I need to remind myself of that sometimes.
All right, Sib. So you just got my mind spinning here too. Just with this has been part of the conversation this offseason about if Rule is going to be quieter, a little bit, less in the public eye and everything. Do you think that was an internal decision by him just making that choice because of the perception that he's maybe noticed about that conversation around him? Or do you think that came from somewhere else, that maybe someone had suggested, hey, why don't we pump the brakes a little bit on this?
That strikes me as a Matt Rule decision. He's very, now I don't have any evidence, but it's I think it's informed speculation that Matt Rule is a clear, he's a CEO type coach, and he makes decisions. I doubt I don't know if you're suggesting that maybe it was the AD. No, I wouldn't. I'd be shocked. I'd be shocked if Dan had anything to do with it. Would it be a player type thing that they went to Rule? I think he maybe would have told us that. Maybe not. I doubt that anyway. Players like attention. I think it's a Matt Rule. I think it's very much, it has just to me, it has his stamp all over it. It's just the way he is. Not the way he is to do this. I'm not saying that. It's the way he is to make that sort of decision unilaterally. It's kind of like when he was asked about, I thought it was really telling when he was asked about, hey, what do the players think about practicing in the afternoon instead of the morning? And he said, I don't know. Well, I didn't ask him. I like that. That's what I like to hear from a head coach. I didn't ask him. We're doing it. That's it.
Steve Sipple joins us. Sip, Tom Fornelli of CBS Sports put out a list yesterday, Big Ten quarterback rankings entering the 26th season. I'm sure you saw it. Dante Moore was number 1, Julian Sayin number 2, Jaden Mayava number 3. Anthony Calandria was down at number 11 overall in the league. Of course, the conference is now 18 teams. If Nebraska is going to have a good year, and define good however you'd like, where does he need to rank, in your opinion, by the end of the season on a list like this?
No lower than 5 or 6.
Upper third quarterback.
Yeah. I mean, now, hold on. No, I didn't see the list. Who's 4?
Okay. I can just read you real quick then. So number 4 was Josh Hoover, the transfer from TCU who's going to Indiana. Damon Williams, number 5 from Washington. Rocco Becht, formerly of Iowa State, now Penn State, number 6. Bryce Underwood, number 7 from Michigan. Caden Hauser, number 8 at Illinois. Malik Washington, who Nebraska saw last year at Maryland, number 9. And then Colton Joseph from Wisconsin was 10. Nico Iamaliava was right behind him at 12. Drake Lindsay, Aiden Childs through 14.
Good group. First of all, it's a good group of quarterbacks. So I understand. Not my aim is way too high in my opinion, but that's fine. That's okay for him to be there. I've bumped him up a couple. I would have bumped him a couple spots probably, but no big deal. He needs to be better than 11th, and I'd say 5th. They need him bad, and that picture needs to look really good. I think when I think about the season to come, the Calandria element is huge to me because this program. Come on, what are we talking about right now? It needs excitement. I mean, it needs an injection of energy. It needs something that. What are we talking about? I mean, it needs something to draw people to the stadium. It needs all of that, and a quarterback like Calandria can do it as long as he keeps his ratio in good shape, his touchdown interception ratio in good shape. So that's an example of, I would have loved to see him at this point of spring. Just watch him throw, watch the way he operates around the team. I'd love to see it. I hear a lot about it, but I haven't seen it myself. I don't know that I'd know Calandria if he walked up to my truck right now and tried to get in. I'll be interested in that when I first lay eyes on him.
Well, hopefully he doesn't walk up to your truck and try to get in.
Unless he's trying to introduce himself, Sip.
Yeah.
Maybe he just wants to go,
Yeah,
hi.
you haven't really had a whole lot of availability just yet, so you'll get a chance to shake his hand.
I would love to talk with you a little more, Sip. My name's Anthony Calandria.
Terrible call recently.
That would be amazing if he did that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just sitting in Northeast High School Park. You walk up here, I'd freak me out.
Yeah, that would be quite interesting. Steve Sipple, Husker Online, 93.7 The Ticket. Well, Sip, enjoy whatever amount of basketball you end up watching tonight. Good luck on your prep tomorrow as you read up on what happened. Hopefully nothing too crazy. Because then
you guys staying up?
I'm staying up. Yeah. Austin?
I'm up in the air. Probably not.
Probably not.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now you guys are both morning show guys, so I understand why you feel like you can't, but I will make it to the end of the game.
Here's the thing, Austin and Josh. You asked me the question. I'd almost say I don't have really a say in it. I'll be out. I can't make it that. There's no way I'd make it that to 11. I mean, so it's not really even
It's not your choice. Your body is going to force you to fall asleep.
Well, this isn't one of those fun nights you sleep on the couch and just have like a hangout out there or anything?
I would just fall asleep on the couch.
Yeah. Nothing wrong with that. I like a good night on the couch every once in a while.
Here's a fun maybe game you could play tonight, Sip. You just stand, and you just see how long you'll stay awake while you stand.
Now, don't concuss yourself if you're about to fall over.
Yeah, maybe put pads around you, though.
Yeah.
That's not a bad idea. I don't want to, though. I don't want to be wiped out the rest of the week. I got a lot going on.
Yeah, again, if you have a 2-day hangover from this, that's a bad idea.
Sip, you should do the stand-up and watch party, and then you can live stream it on the Husker Online chat. I'm sure people would love to watch you fall asleep.
No.
Get some super chats.
And I'd never do that. So it's not, Austin. No, it's not happening.
Well, if Sean's listening, an idea for the future,
there
perhaps.
you go. Yeah, just think about it. Think about it.
Some super. Sip, thank you as always for joining us. We will talk to you next week.
All right, bye.
Bye-bye. That is Steve Sipple, Husker Online, 93.7 The Ticket. That's the only life hack I can think of. I mean, obviously, people would say coffee. Just drink some coffee.
Yeah, but I don't want to, he's right, though. You don't want to mess up your system for, the rest of the week. It is Tuesday night.
Yeah.
If it was Thursday, I can go for one day at work and just be like, today's going to be a rough day.
Yeah.
I
but
can
you still have
that.
3 days of work after that. I mean, you got, brazy days. It's state tournament time.
Yep, girls' state basketball starts on Wednesday.
That's what you got the next couple of weeks. Wow. Yeah. Are you still doing the regular job too?
No, pass off the responsibility for that too.
Good.
But we also have the Big Ten Women's Tournament, so our other producer is out too. So we're just down to one.
Wow, quite the busy time.
So I'm gonna say the most advantageous producer has got it.
Oh wow, interesting, fascinating. All right, when we return, we'll talk a little bit more about Nebraska and UCLA as this game is now 5 hours away from tip. So we're nearing the tip. Woo! Think of it if we were saying a football game was 5 hours away, like the Friday game between Nebraska and Minnesota when everything fell apart. 5 hours away would have been when the show literally started at 2 o'clock. Instead, this game is at 10. But my hot take earlier, not the worst thing in the world. Kind of like it. We'll talk about Nebraska going to Pauley Pavilion when we return. Also coming up at the bottom of the hour, Nick doles out some content questions for us.
We love content.
He's been typing away over there using ChatGPT, it looks like, to help him rewrite some of those questions. Good job, Nick.
They do look like TikTok fingers.
I never need AI
Oh, my bad. I apologize.
to do
Nick.
anything that I learned how to do in school because I paid attention.
Okay.
Or that your dad taught you from the internet.
Yep.
Or that your dad taught you from the internet. My bad,
You
Nick.
invented.
I misunderstood what you were doing over there. I misunderstood. Just kidding. Nick's not using ChatGPT.
Mm.
All right. More to come. Talk Nebraska, UCLA next on 1620 The Zone.
That is what it is. I think this is a special place. I think this is a great place.
It's Fire Mat Rule Week on Unsportsmanlike Conduct. 1620 The Zone.
Josh Peterson, Austin Jacobson, and Nick Grimm on this Tuesday. Back at it tomorrow with Stibbsy.
Whoa.
Off at 4:30.
Whoa. Are you more excited about that, or does that we talked about like the no takes ability.
Oh, I'm pumped. But don't tell my coworkers.
Whoa, getting off work early is tough.
See, it sucks that the sun isn't up. It's cloudy. Like,
is it supposed to be cloudy tomorrow?
Yeah.
Dang it.
But then the weather's going to be better at the end of this week.
What's the temp tomorrow?
It's going to be the same as today, but it's like, I don't know.
But a day like today with the sun out, much different.
So tomorrow it's going to be 54 as a high, which is, again, awesome. Like, all the snow is basically melting, which is nice. But, dude, if we had sunlight tomorrow, it would be shorts weather.
Is there any snow left? I see a little bit down here in this satellite.
Not really out here. Not really out here. By the way, T-minus 4 nights until we move those clocks forward.
Woo!
Not that I'm counting.
You excited about that?
Yeah.
You love daylight?
Oh yeah. Well,
I love leaving the
cloud.
I like leaving the front door open with the screen door. You just be able to look outside.
I'm really excited
for
to tickle chains.
Yeah, that's right.
It's easier to tickle chains after work when it's light outside.
Yeah, that's what he was talking about.
I didn't like the word tickle.
You don't like tickle chains?
No, I just
You've
don't like
never
the word tickle.
Tickled some chains?
Yeah,
I did back in my college days, but I matured. I moved on.
Yeah, that's a
we should tickle sometime.
A child sport.
Would you like to tickle with me?
I don't have any discs to tickle with.
I have plenty you could borrow.
Okay. All right.
Except for that one that's in Las Vegas.
There's also there's a part of me that also doesn't want there to be a possibility where Nick Grimm's a better athlete than me. So maybe
I promise you I'm not.
Go for a run afterwards and see who wins.
Dang, that'll teach him.
You would kill me.
Nebraska.
What if we run on our way there?
Oh wow, there you go.
There are people that do speed rounds of disc golf where they just run the whole time.
That's crazy.
It is insane.
That
Or
defeats
is
the
it-
purpose. Brazy.
Yep, that's the word I was looking
He's
for.
using his own our word against us.
Did I tell you earlier that I explained Brazy to Riss? And
Yes,
she was
you
like,
did say
I
that.
don't understand this at all. What we do understand, though, is basketball. Nebraska going to Pauley Pavilion tonight for their final road game of the season. The Skurs will do so as an underdog.
This line has moved a lot, though.
Has it? So I got it at +1.5 right now.
It went even earlier today, and then it moved back to UCLA later on. But it was, I think it was 2.5 this morning, if I remember right.
So
I'd have
it's
to
just-
look at the line movement.
It's ping-ponging around. That's another sport, Nick, that maybe you could get into.
I'm not very good at ping pong.
Okay, me neither, actually. A lot has been made about UCLA's home record this year. I asked Sipple about something along those lines early in our interview a moment ago. They've only lost once. It took 2 overtimes to fall. That was against Indiana at the end of January. And it includes, because I wanted to remind myself who they have all beaten at home, because given the wonky schedule, that of course means that they did not play Michigan at home. Like, I knew that they didn't play Michigan at home, and famously they actually got rocked by Michigan on the road. But they did beat Illinois, which a game that I'd remembered. I'd forgotten that they beat Purdue earlier this year as well. So they beat 2 teams that are, in the top 5 of the league standings right now, and a team in Illinois that I think a lot of people are buying, though that loss maybe to UCLA was a reason to buy into them a little bit less. Meanwhile, Nebraska comes into this one. We talked about it, of course, yesterday. They outscored USC by 20 in the second half. They've already now set a program record for conference wins in a season. They're 1 win away from tying the 1991 team's record of 26 overall victories, and they've now stayed on the West Coast, of course, given that they played that one against the Trojans on Saturday, and now they're playing this game on Tuesday night. We've already talked a lot about the tip time. It's obviously going to be late, 4.5 hours or so away right now. How have you viewed this game in the lead up to it, let's say over the last few weeks? Because given the odd time of it, I think we've all kind of had our wonk eye on it, if you will. It's like, hey, there's that game coming up in a few weeks, and man, that game's going to be at 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
Some people have viewed this as like, this is going to be really, really difficult. Got to get a split on the West Coast, which in a way put a ton of pressure on the first game, because if you lose to USC, and of course you're hoping for a split, that means you have to win. Well, they are 1-0 right now on the trip, so you're feeling a little bit better. But how have you just been viewing this game overall, given that like UCLA is very good at home, not so much on the road, but of course this game is at Pauley Pavilion.
Well, I think that there's been a part of it that even coming into this weekend, it was never necessarily just the UCLA game, except for the late tip-off time for it. It was always about the West Coast weekend. Oh, you have to split the West Coast. Like that's what I always thought the perception of this weekend was.
For sure.
And I think everyone did predict that they were like, okay, well, the way Nebraska went and everything else, that if you will probably beat USC
and then lose tonight,
lose to UCLA. So I guess if you go in with that perception, like what really does change? Like nothing much. And I think Sip kind of talked a little bit about it too. A lot of things are kind of already set in place. A loss here for Nebraska doesn't really change a whole lot for them. But I will say that I think that there's something about Nebraska wanting to get the right wave of momentum into Iowa, feeling as good as they can, not having any of that. And also, I mean, notably too, you're going to be flying back late, getting into Lincoln early on Wednesday morning, if not, later on if they stay overnight again on Tuesday night. And then you gear up and get ready for your last game on Sunday. I think that this game has a lot more stakes in just terms of momentum Nebraska wants to be riding into. And man, Fred can fire those guys up. And they're probably going to have another sluggish first half. They probably will. It'll probably be a little bit back.
They pretty much always had last month.
But for some odd reason, they'll figure out a way to, I think, kind of carry it over into that second half. And I think they'll ride that momentum. And I feel confident in their ability to get a win. I don't think it'll be easy. I don't think we'll see like the score differential that we saw against USC, but this is a game I feel confident for Nebraska in, and I'm not really sure why there's so much leaning towards UCLA's favor.
Yeah, so like I understand what you're saying about like it's certainly a game you don't need to win. I think some of that is just viewed through the lens of they're going to the NCAA tournament,
Yes.
right? Like they're almost locked into where they're going to be in the Big Ten tournament, though not for sure. A win tonight and you're guaranteed the triple bye, and so you're feeling great about that. You're like really staring down the barrel at a 2 seed overall in the Big Ten tournament, which would be nice. I do think, and look, I'll be honest, part of this is selfish on my part because I'm traveling to the NCAA tournament. And so like, I want them to go to Oklahoma City because that's an easier trip. It's a cheaper trip. It's certainly better than going to, San Diego would be sweet for the weather, but it's going to be expensive. Going to Buffalo would be a pain in the ass. Also, the weather would suck. Like, I want them to go to Oklahoma City, but I also think that it's important for them to go to Oklahoma City. Like Dave Fife put out this poll question earlier this, maybe it was over the weekend. Like, what do you care more about?
Oh yeah,
like,
I saw this, yeah.
like Oklahoma City. I think he literally said Oklahoma City or St. Louis, I guess, or having a more advantageous path. And I think he maybe acknowledged this later. I think going to Oklahoma City helps having a more advantageous path. Like, I think that if like the ease of schedule is maybe a tiny bit easier in terms of the actual team, and let's say you're in Greenville, could like that be made up for with all the fans that you could have in Oklahoma City if the team is a little bit tougher?
I think Nebraska basketball has proved so far this season, especially in the last month of Big Ten play, that sometimes it's a lame narrative, but they have played kind of to the level of their opponent at different times.
Dude, they have.
So,
and
like,
I mean, go look at the bye games in December and November where it's like, every time they would play like, and I know Creighton hasn't turned out to be a good team this year, but they played Creighton, they played Wisconsin, they played Illinois. Like that stretch, it was like, whoa. And then they played like garbage against North Dakota for a little bit, like garbage against New Hampshire for a little bit. And then it was like, oh, maybe they're not the team. But then the conference play resumed, and it was like, nope, never mind, they are.
Yep.
And so you're right. Like pretty much everybody that they have played, they have, sometimes they have really exceeded expectations in the games. But I think that they've always been able to match that. I think that this game is huge from this standpoint. If you look around the country right now at the teams that are in Nebraska's kind of group in terms of seeding, I'm talking about like teams like Kansas, Gonzaga, etc. Not a lot of them had a 3-game finish like Nebraska did in terms of quad one possibilities. Kansas had, who did they have over the weekend? Arizona. They lost that game. Look at Kansas's final 2 games. They are not anything special. They're not games that can help them. They are only games that can hurt them.
Yeah.
Nebraska took care of business against USC. That's a quad 1 game. Tonight's game against UCLA is a quad 1A game if you're able to get that victory. Iowa, for now, is a quad 1 game. Like, they're able to stack up if they finish the season strong. Some really nice wins, which would set up for the best seeding possibility out there. Everybody says that they think that they could still get on the 2 line. I guess I will agree with them. Just like maybe they could. I find it hard pressed. But if they win tonight, and certainly if they win on Sunday, I think that they're going to be a 3 seed, and I think that they're going to be playing a few hours away in Oklahoma City. Like, that stuff is important. And before USC the other day, they had not beaten a team with an above 500 record since Indiana on on January 10th. Like, I think this stuff is super important for them. Just to momentum is the obviously the word to use, but also just like piling up wins against good teams, like USC bubble team, UCLA tournament team, Iowa tournament team. Like, those are good to have going into the tournament, given that after Indiana, they were unable to beat any tournament teams and they were still beating people, but it was just always slop. Like, this is good, in my opinion, for them to pick up these wins.
And also, this is a team, Sipa mentioned it a little bit ago, too, but this is a team that's, senior experience, all that other stuff. There's a reason why they've gotten to the spot in which they are right now, as, again, a top 10 team in the country by the AP poll. But you look at kind of where this team just, I think it understands how important every single game truthfully is. And I think they take it that way, because you don't respond the way you did against USC when you were playing poorly. You didn't respond the way that you did against Maryland. The Iowa game doesn't matter as much to you if you're just like, oh, it's a quad 1, loss, like whatever. It doesn't really matter all that much. But they came out and they some of the commentary, especially from like Sports Nightly and some of the Husker Radio Network stuff that they had coming out, they were like upset And they were upset after the Purdue loss and the way that one went down. They were like, man, we had these moments that we should have won this game, and we just didn't. And I think those are all good things. So all that taken into consideration, if you can mark it already and you can say, like we said before, okay, West Coast, you won one. If you lose this one, it doesn't really hurt you that much. I don't think they see it that way. I really think that the team is like, no, like anything we do is going to help us, so we have to win this game. Like they change the narrative in their own mind and in their own locker room to make it important rather than accepting like whatever the outcome is, it doesn't really hurt us.
2 weeks ago tonight, they played Iowa, and we were wondering, like, has this team like lost some of that edge? Like, I think you could ask afterwards, and we did on the show. In a vacuum, these are like all okay, right? Like losing to Michigan, especially knowing the circumstances, very much okay. Losing to Illinois, knowing the circumstances, very much okay. Like they showed a lot of fight against Purdue. Losing in a vacuum, again, very okay. Even Iowa, as frustrating as it was, like in a vacuum, losing on the road to a right, like it is okay in the grand scheme.
Yeah.
But when you pile them all up, 4 losses over the course of basically
it was like 3 weeks. Yeah.
And it's like, yikes, like because they're only beating bad teams, and when they play good teams, they're losing to them. Like, I was viewing this stretch, this final 3-game stretch of like, all right, if you want to start, I keep quoting it, Nick, what's his name from Inception, though you haven't seen the movie. You must dream a little bigger, darling. I think I do that every time that you're in here. Thank you. Like, if you want to dream bigger, which we were all doing a month ago, a month and a half ago, like, it's beating these types of teams that allows you to dream a little bigger, darling.
And also on that same note, too, and I made this reference when I was filling in for Matt on Friday, too. There is something about like you gain a lot of national notoriety because if you beat Mick Cronin, no matter what is, he will have some sort of excuse. That
He'll be triggered.
You get into a longer conversation, and that win actually carries a little bit further because he will talk about it tonight. It will be the news tomorrow morning. He will talk about it again in another press conference 2 days from now. You will get like a 4-day run out of this that Nebraska gets a lot of more national push. And let's say Nebraska blows them out. They win like 105 to like 60, right?
Yeah.
They just blow them out, just blow the doors off them. Mick Cronin, whines and complains about it
what
for
he'll
4
say?
straight days.
That's what he'll say about this was on camera. Yeah. They can see you to his own team, though,
exactly.
This time.
What if they do something like that that's so notable and everything, and then they handle Iowa, they win it against Iowa in whatever way, shape, or fashion or form, that tournament committee will have to look and just be like, this is a really good team. Yeah. This is a really good team because all we've done is sung their praises for the entirety of this last stretch of the year. And just like you said, you compare their final season stretch to other teams that are vying for the same spots. There's not a lot that can contend with what Nebraska has coming up. And truthfully, it's not because they have gaudy numbers or, top 25 wins or anything like that. It's just because
solid teams.
A lot of people, any team that had the schedule that Nebraska has for these final 3 games would say, that's a tough schedule. That's tough. And it's not because of the teams that they're playing. It's because of all of it combined.
Yeah,
it's the travel. It's everything. It's the rivalry. It's
All right. Well, when we return, we will get to content. Included in content our predictions on the game tonight. Will Nebraska win 105-60 as Austin just guaranteed? We will find out.
That would be sick.
When we return. Also coming up in content today, the Big 12, DJs, and toothpaste.
Whoa.
All of that and more in content next on 1620 The Zone.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
I like the interpretive dance.
Thank you. I love dancing on this stream. It's the best. You guys play the hippest of tunes.
That is our goal, the hippest of tunes.
That's me.
Also goals to see what type of sentences Nick will read today in content. Nick, take it away.
Famously, the Big 12 is bringing glass courts to their conference tournament.
Off to a great start.
As listener Sean asks, are these the future of basketball? He's talking about the LED courts.
Yeah. Have you seen these? Have you seen this? Have you heard about this?
I have seen these. Yeah. My buddy David made an edit of it of the tough pigeon doctor. If you've seen that meme across your Instagram.
This sounds like TikTok. I don't know what that means.
I'll show you the tough pigeon doctor in a minute. I actually don't hate it. I think it's actually quite fun, but this is almost like our NBA conversation earlier, is that when you try to appease to too many fans and you're saying, oh, the basketball's not good enough, you've lost me. So Big 12 basketball is good. I don't know why they need this gimmick to make it work. So I would have preferred if this was like the A10 or something like that.
Yeah.
You know,
Tough look for the A10.
Yeah.
Here's what I'm wondering about. Like, what is the purpose of this during the game? Like, during the game, nothing's going to happen, right? Is this like a timeout situation where it's
probably,
like, make some noise, fans?
I have a theory that it's for ads.
I would agree.
Definitely.
I think they're going to have a lot of like Viagra ads.
Oh, but like, if a guy makes a three, will it be like splash? You know, like, will that type of crap happen?
I do wonder like how distracting it will be on the floor itself.
That's my question. Yeah. Exactly.
Because
Also,
there is a difference between like you seeing it visually and being like, oh wow, there's a lot happening, or like playing on the floor and you're like, oh my god, it's like I'm in Space Jam 2.
by the way, all of the 12s is ugly as hell. And I'm not talking about Seattle Seahawks fans.
Thanks.
I hate that. Like, it reminded me, oh, that's right. That's what they do now at their games for the Big 12 tournament. It looks stupid.
What if the court is just green for the players and then they can superimpose green screen everything else on it?
That
for
would
the
be
TV?
crazy.
It would be brazy.
Tom Chattel writes,
Hi, Tom.
there have been popular Huskers over the years. Jack Moore, Dave Hoppin, Eric Pitkowski, Eric Strickland, Alex Merrick,
March.
But I don't remember any of them stirring the hearts or imaginations of Husker fans like Sam Hoiberg. Is he right?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I in a group chat the other day, Michael Severe accused me of recency bias about something. This feels a little too recency bias to me. Like,
old people love saying recency bias.
but I'm young. But yes, they do. You're not wrong.
Yeah.
But Tom is an old. I mean, maybe he's been covering the program for a long time, but like, people love Sam, but I don't know if he is stirring the hearts or imaginations like everybody
I know
has.
this is so incorrect because
Tom's wrong, writes Austin.
The truth of this is 2 years ago, Casey Tominaga like had the heart and soul of like the entire country, and he he barely played like as much as a significant a role as Sam Hoiberg is playing for this team. Sam Hoiberg is great. He's great for like all the local attitude and all that other stuff. People really appreciate his story. I do. I think he's a great player. But like Casey Tominaga was literally the person who put Nebraska basketball on a national scene, and he wasn't arguably maybe the best player on that roster. So, I mean, there's that narrative too. So I think all those great Huskers that you can like mention and stuff on the local scene, maybe. But I mean, come on. It was Casey Tominaga first, and Sam Hoiberg is benefiting from that too.
The Texans are acquiring running back David Montgomery.
Whoa.
In a trade with the Detroit Lions for offensive lineman Juice Scruggs and 2 draft picks. This is a good move for the Lions.
I do like the Lions when they have better running backs, because I really, really, really like when they are like biting kneecaps and doing all the fun stuff.
They got Jahmyr Gibbs still.
They do have Jahmyr Gibbs, but it seems like they do need like that secondary back too.
Could it be Emmett Johnson?
It could be. There is potential. Oh, Detroit drafting a running back in the second round that's from Nebraska? Could be a potential.
I'm always game for trading a running back away and getting 2 draft picks and an offensive lineman in this economy. Like, it's not 1982 anymore. So yeah, I think it's a good move. I mean, they were going to have to move on from one of the 2 guys. Gibbs is going to cost a crap ton of money. I don't hate. I mean, it's pretty good. I mean, like, looking at your future, and now I think that this gives them the ability to draft a running back. And I mean, I've seen a little Emmett Johnson. Like, oh, that'd be pretty interesting to see how he'd fit.
I do think that there's plenty of opportunity for Detroit to, and obviously they have to get healthy on the offensive line, because they just
healthy everywhere.
They have been decimated like more often than not. Maybe they should move their practices to the afternoon.
Have they thought about that? Hey, Dan. Get Dan Campbell on the phone.
Dan.
Here's a weird run-on sentence to read. Travis Steele, head coach of the undefeated Miami of Ohio basketball team, pointed to and chastised every referee on the floor after he picked up a technical foul Friday night and subsequently pushed the speaker of the most incredible DJ Chuck onto the floor and walked toward the locker room. Yeah, like I said, it's weird.
That is weird. Did you see this? Did you see the
Oh,
actual
there's
video
more.
of it? Okay, there's more.
He has since apologized and will replace the broken equipment of the most incredible DJ Chuck. Anything like this ever happened to either of you?
To answer your question, no, I've not seen the video.
Okay, the video is very funny. Yeah, he's like literally having a tirade, and he walks towards. It is the last thing, like getting to the locker room in which he can like actually have a fit over, and he pushes this over as he exits. And what's his name? The most incredible DJ? What?
Chuck.
Chuck. Why would he end it with Chuck? Change your name, brother.
I couldn't agree, brother.
Anyway,
maybe it's like a fun punchline thing. It's like the most incredible DJ
Chuck. Yeah, but it is very funny. I haven't really dealt with anything like this except one time I was really drunk at my friend's wedding, and I was like doing a dance, and I accidentally spun a little too hard, lost my control, and I fell into the wedding band. So that's about as close as I've gotten to that.
You're going to say into the cake, and I was getting a little concerned. Yeah, I don't think I've ever done anything too crazy like this. I don't think so. By the way, Miami of Ohio, they have Toledo tonight, then they have Ohio on Friday as they try to finish the regular season undefeated. People have a lot of takes about this team.
Yeah, it's interesting.
A lot of takes. I know Nick does. Oh, speaking of lots of takes.
Their AD, meanwhile, is going after Bruce Pearl on Twitter. Why do so many have such strong takes on Miami of Ohio?
Well, along those lines, so Bruce Pearl, who is the former Auburn coach, now he's on television, he told Barstool that they don't deserve, they being Miami of Ohio, don't deserve a spot in the NCAA men's tournament without an automatic bid, and they could not handle a Power 4 schedule. Their AD, David Salyer, wrote, "You are flat out wrong about Miami when you say we would finish last in the Big East." Oh, wow. Tough look for the Big East. The disrespect is awful and you should not be near a TV studio covering the sport when you show your true colors. I don't know how they do in the Big East. Honestly, I don't really care. I hate that a team can be this good, and the opinion that Pearl has is probably the common opinion from others in the sport. Like, there's a reason you play the games. You play them to win them. They keep winning the games. I hope they make the tournament, and if it takes them winning their conference tournament, obviously I'm going to be rooting for them to do so.
Yeah, and how many times, and regardless of what you're playing in like your field, and clearly the teams that they are playing are not all completely terrible, right? They're not all winless or anything like that. It's not like Miami is just like running amok across the conference. They're winning their games, but if you go undefeated, you deserve a chance to play for a national championship in any way. That's not like a novel take, I don't think. But I mean, you're beating the opponents that are in front of you, and also notably, I know this kind of gets carried under the water a little bit. Miami of Ohio did try to schedule some other opponents of like, Power 4 tiers or Power 5 tiers, however you want to calculate the conferences in college basketball. Those schools said no. They did not want to play Miami. So it's not their fault. It does go both ways.
By the way, I got a text from a friend who wrote, "One time you tried to drunkenly punch me in the face for touching your trash can." Don't recall this happening. Probably because I was drunk.
Was this last week?
No, it wasn't last week. It was 3 weeks ago, Austin. Come on.
My bad. Sorry.
Don't ask me.
Were you drinking Miller Lights with Matt McMaster?
That does sound like Matt, doesn't it?
It was him and his Thursday Night Society.
Someone call Bleachers, because a roller coaster will debut this summer at Funplex. Bleachers have a song called Roller Coaster.
Okay, very good.
Mammoth will be 2,000 feet long and rise 70 feet in the air. Funplex says the ride will be the biggest roller coaster ever in Nebraska. Another grum road trip?
Wow, speaking of drunk, Nick. Sounds great, first of all. Also, it's not a road trip, Nick. Funplex is in Omaha, you silly goose.
Still driving on the road to get there.
Also,
driving the car to get
there. Do we have any roller coasters in Nebraska?
I
I feel like the announcement should be, we have a roller coaster now.
There's a roller coaster at Valos.
Oh,
Is there?
Yeah. It's legally a roller coaster.
I know there's like more water parks than anything, right? Like there's no like roller coasters other than like the local county fairs that roll through, right? Those would be the only other roller coasters.
Yeah, county fair. That's some small town stuff right there.
Yeah, small town ball. People forget.
Nick, you skipped a question.
Uh-oh, Nick, you're in trouble.
I did skip a question.
Is it political? Is that why you wanted to skip?
Yeah, that's why. As we discussed earlier, Nebraska is a short road dog tonight at UCLA.
Short. What's
going down?
I mentioned how
100 to 65.
Listen,
or 105 to 60.
I'll take the over.
Nice.
No, I I haven't had a reason to doubt what Nebraska can do, especially in the second half. Regardless of what they do in the first 20 minutes, I'm still confident in their ability to win in the second half. So I'm gonna go with Nebraska.
Peony Park writes, Andy had a coaster. All right, there you go. And J-Man says 72nd and Q, dude. Exactly, 72nd and Q, dude. Give me UCLA. I apologize. I hope I'm wrong. I've just been chalking this game up as an L for weeks. Hope I'm wrong. Would love to see Mick Cronin all triggered.
Are you raising your voice at me?
Yes, Mick, I am raising my voice.
Good for him. He faces a coach who can't raise his voice.
That's true. Oh, along those lines.
Finally. Reese's is releasing a peanut butter cup flavored toothpaste for a limited time in Australia and New Zealand. Would you try this?
It's peanut butter flavored, not Reese's flavored. So just peanut butter?
It is
I assume it's a Reese's peanut
butter
flavored.
cup flavored toothpaste. It looks like chocolate on the toothbrush.
Oh, this is a children's book where the kid turns everything that he touches into chocolate. Have you read this book?
I'm
you know
not.
This book?
Gen Z.
Yeah. Anyway, no, I'm not doing this. When I want that minty fresh breath. That's what I want. I don't want chocolate breath.
I would not. Thank you. I would not want to go to bed like with that.
Yeah.
With like that in my mouth.
Yeah. Isn't the whole point of brushing your teeth trying to feel clean, like, or to like have a certain, like, I guess, attractiveness to it? Like, why would I? What point of me cleaning my mouth with chocolate makes me feel better about myself?
See, what concerns me about this, or makes me curious, not concerned, is when you're a kid and the dentist is like, have some bubblegum flavored toothpaste, and it tastes nothing like bubble. It's like a bastardized. It's the Jon Snow of bubblegum.
Yes.
What do you think the Jon Snow of peanut butter toothpaste would taste like? No way it's anywhere near peanut
Peter
butter.
Pan peanut butter, personally.
Peter Pan is actually the best nut to peanut butter ratio in peanut butter.
That's the first time that's ever been said.
By the way, we got a tweet. Someone is not happy with Nick Graham.
What did I do?
Now,
Sorry, Nick.
I don't understand the comment here. I'll read this from Justin.
Hi, Justin.
Okay.
Who, if I remember right, is a listener who stopped listening.
Oh, thanks for listening.
Appreciate Justin listening. Holy racism.
Whoa.
At USC 1620 from Nick Grimm on Tom Chattel.
Because I did an old guy voice?
Yeah, I don't understand the racism.
Or I just didn't know how to pronounce some of the names of
that's
players.
just Nick doesn't know how to read. And then he adds, this is my favorite part, do better at NRG Media. Well, some news for you, Justin.
That's funny.
They don't own us anymore. Also, I've been trying to figure it out. You didn't do a racism. That was an old voice. So if anything, it's ageism.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was making fun of old people.
Yeah, notable ageist.
Yeah, Nick doesn't say slurs, but he makes fun of old people.
If you were an ist of anything, would you be age or race?
Age. For
Oh,
sure.
good dumb debates.
Old
for
people have
tomorrow.
ruined the world.
That's a good Stibbs dumb debate.
That is a good. I mean, the answer is ageism. If
Yeah.
you say I'm into racism more than ageism, I'm very confused. Justin, I would love for you to follow up. Like, what did you think Nick did?
Yeah, I want specifics so I know how I can improve.
Because let's see. Let me reread. Tom
all
Chattel.
you can ask is to get better.
There have been popular Huskers over the years. Jack Moore, Dave Hoppin. He said Eric Piatkowski wrong. We corrected him. Eric Strickland. He said Alex Marich wrong. But I don't remember any of them stirring the hearts or imagination of Husker fans like Sam Hoiberg. There was no racism in there.
I was trying not to do a racism.
All right, let's see. Let's get NRG Media on this. And
I'm sorry, NRG Media.
Nick, thank you for apologizing to NRG.
They
Media.
fired me.
Yeah, they did. We got
Dang
we got a letter and everything.
Man, oh really?
Yeah.
You guys got a letter that you were
We got
fired?
a letter of termination.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I was fired.
Crazy. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Alex,
How many places have you guys been fired?
This is it.
2 now. Outback
Whoa.
Steakhouse and here.
I've been fired from the local coffee shop in Sydney, and the owner died 2 days later.
Interesting.
How did he die, Austin?
I put a hex on them.
Alex and Ligon says, tough look calling out your bosses at NRG Media. Exactly. Oh, man. This is awesome. All right. Maybe Justin will respond. Thanks for listening, Justin. Always good to see you.
I'm confused.
I am very confused.
I'm just confused.
Yeah. Should I give it a retweet? Yeah, I'm going to give it a retweet.
Dang.
Do better, NRG Media.
Show that.
All right. When we return, speaking of flavors.
Nice.
Flavor Flav?
It's time for What's for Dinner.
We love What's for Dinner.
We do love What's for Dinner, and everybody loves What's for Dinner. Hopefully Justin likes What's for Dinner. And Nick, let's not do any of the racist dinner tonight, please.
Only the ageist one, please.
I'll try not to do a racism for dinner.
Patrick says something to do with Tominaga. He didn't even mention it.
I was the one who said Tominaga.
Yeah. What did you say?
I said that he was the heartthrob of America.
There you go. I don't think that
I
anything was
don't know
wrong.
what anything we said was
Andy
wrong.
wants to know, did Patriots apply Nick sneak out during the imitation?
When the peanut butter hits the fan, where is it gonna be?
or when it hits your toothbrush.
Oh, true.
Apparently. All right. What's for dinner? And we'll wrap up a Tuesday Grum next on 1620 The Zone.
OmahaColonKit.com.
But I think it's great because you go to his meetings and everyone's dialed in and everyone's locked in.
I mean, last place I was at, the head coach never came to one.
It's Fire Mat Rule Week on Unsportsmanlike Conduct, 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them and skin them and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
I would not want to go to bed like with that in my mouth. It's time for what's for dinner. Black Cat anticipation is killing me. Best segment of the day.
Love you, Black Cat. That's great stuff.
And we got to unpack more of Nick Racist Gate or the Racist Files.
Do you think will you be fired from your current position with NRG Media?
Excellent question.
I think I might.
For dinner.
Do you think you'll skimp on dinner just because of the uncertainty in your job security?
Little concerned.
Yeah.
Leftover enchiladas
Hey.
for your boy. Yeah, give that a double Mike Breen bang there, Nick. Bang, bang.
Nice.
Very excited.
Very nice.
Yeah.
We're going tater tot casserole. common white people food.
Nick, thank you. Oh, you're white. That's not
Don't be racist.
Mm.
So my thing with tater tot casserole is it's good,
Mid.
but after my parents' divorce, that was one of the things that my dad knew how to make off the rip before he learned how to make other things.
Off
so
the RIP?
I had a lot of tater tot casserole growing up.
Okay, so me bringing this up has now triggered you. I'm so sorry for
How his
triggering
parents
you.
got divorced because of Nick.
Yeah.
Nick, what are you having?
We got a wok for our wedding. Somebody gave us a wok, so I'm going to try to make steak fried rice tonight.
Oh.
We made the rice last night in anticipation for tonight.
Can you tweet out a photo?
I can try.
All right, perfect.
Nick with the wok?
All right, let's get back to Nick being racist.
Okay.
The real topic
Alex
of the day.
Liga, tired being mad at Nick for saying Rule should be fired. Wired calling Nick a racist. 402.
Matt Rule.
The only way to prove Nick isn't racist is to have a black man tell him F1 drivers aren't athletes and see if he keeps his cool. Jordan, I don't know. Nick has a stereotypical picture of an Italian chef for what's for dinner.
That's Chef Boyardee.
Seems pretty racist to me.
That's Chef Boyardee. That actually happened.
That's funny.
Justin has gone through a process of blocking unsportsmanlike conduct, then unblocking unsportsmanlike conduct. He used racist, and that's not what he meant. Justin thought that Nick was making fun of Tom Chattel. Nick was making fun of old people.
Yes,
Justin,
I was doing an old person voice.
He was really doing a Josh Peterson voice, if anything.
He says, this is a nice poll from Justin, though. Josh is still bitter after the Iowa column he wrote after Iowa played Iowa State, Nebraska played Akron. Justin, first of all, thank you for reading. Also, I have acknowledged that I was way wrong on that, and I have said numerous times that Iowa is going to the college football playoff this year.
You have.
You guys twisted my arm behind my back, and I have said, Uncle, Iowa is the better program. You will be a college football playoff team this year.
Very good.
So congratulations
Justin,
to you.
I'm an Iowa fan.
Yeah, he's an Iowa fan. Again, he wasn't making fun of
I also went to the same school as you, I think.
Jordan wants to know leftover enchiladas a euphemism for sloppy seconds. I was wondering if we would see that joke. The answer is no. Andy says NRG is 86ing Austin from ever co-hosting. Do better, NRG.
Damn.
Also,
I can't believe I was taken down in Racism Gate.
We're allowed to make fun of them a little bit right now.
Yeah,
We're
they
allowed
fired
to-
us.
Okay. The Twitter account being at NRG Media 2 is one of the funniest
Yeah, it is very
things.
wild, isn't it?
We were talking
We're
earlier.
all former NRG Media employees.
We were talking earlier during one of our commercials about blocking versus muting. I muted them because they favorited like every one of my tweets for like a month one time. And I was like, it's not even that you're Big Brother spying on me. You're in my mentions all the time. Muted. And I never saw a word from them again. They haven't tweeted in 5 years. So,
what did they tweet from that account? Just like, hey, look how great our local
shows
are.
We have my radio station. Yeah,
great.
Look at us.
Good for them.
Yeah.
It is kind of odd sometimes. I think sometimes we consider that a company has to have a Twitter for a reason. There's really no reason for that Twitter. Right?
Oh, Patrick asked a good question. I learned recently that Patrick is Platcat, so I keep going back and forth. Platcat says, wait, is this guy one of Nick's old boys?
I mean, I don't know him personally, but looking at his profile, I think we went to the same college.
Interesting.
At various times.
Yeah. Alex and Lincoln, this is hilarious. I mean, honestly, a great way to end the show.
Yeah, out of all the things
Calling
to be
Nick
mad
a
at me for,
racist.
that's the first time I think I've ever been accused of being
Justin
a
will
racist.
figure
Maybe
out.
instead of what's for dinner, it should be, is this racist?
Oh,
That's already been a thing. That's already happened.
Is Nick being racist today? That is our the way that we'll
Racist
finish.
or ageist.
Racist or ageist.
That's a great bit.
That is a great bit. All right, speaking of dumb debates, it's a Wednesday tomorrow. Stibbs will be here. Again, we're off at 4:30, so if you are dumb debates pilled, 3:45 for that segment. The earlier happy hour tomorrow. Happy hour starts at 3 at a lot of places, so honestly, the name fits.
It does fit.
Jordan says NRG equals not racist guys.
That's true.
Oh,
Glad to be here.
Austin, great to have you.
Yes, good to be here. We'll see you again.
Nick, thanks for not being racist.
I try every day.
Wish I could say that you were a good person, though.
Damn.
Yep. For the not racist Nick, for the not racist Austin, I'm the not racist Josh. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Goodbye.